Yeah, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to motherfucking y'all, man. It's definitely the boy Swab Boss, man. We definitely in the building. Let me put these links in the back chat so motherfuckers can chat back. Let me put this link in the back chat so motherfuckers can chat back. Yeah. There we go. Hold on. I don't like that angle, y'all. Hold on. Let me move this box frame. Let me get this shit out the way. We in the building. All right. I like that angle right there. You feel me? Even though you can see the motherfucking bathroom, my floor ain't dirty. Man, it's the boy Swab Boss, man. That link is out there. Hold on, let me put it in the back chat so motherfuckers can chat back. Y'all see the conversation, man. Y'all see the conversation. All right, it should be back there. Should be back there. Should be back there. Yeah, this the boy Swab Boss, man. And for some reason, I'm not a big fan. I'm not really super knowledgeable about this whole FBA foundationally Black American shit. But once again, Black people have found out a way how not to be Black and then turn around and hate Black people. Once again, descendants of Africans have found a way to not be African and turn around and hate Africans. It's like, are people that white supremacy hurt? Are people that slave trade hurt? That, for one, it's people out there that did not a slave trade. Man, that motherfucking crown is cold. It's people that avoid the motherfucking slave trade. Not avoid, but deny the slave trade. Oh, the slave trade never happened. Now, I am a person that believes that I've had enough information, came across enough information to convince myself that there were Africans. And how's my audio? Because I didn't start my shit over. How's my audio? Can y'all tell me? Am I breaking up? Am I cool? Maybe I should go to my phone and look for my damn self. Hold on. And this boy Swap Boss, man, that link is out there. Okay, it sounds good to me. So yeah, and then where the banner at, man? Where's the Cash App banner? Let me change this one. Yeah, just let me change that one. Get that up out of there. Up out of there. I think that's it, right? Okay. Yeah. Okay, bet. So there you go. Yeah, so like, and I'm gonna try not to sound extreme because maybe it just pisses me off to the point where I'm like, how did this shit happen? How did Black people get so disconnected from everything Black? I just don't understand it. How is it not the simplest thing in the world that Black people need to come together and help Black people? How is that not the most simplest thing in the world? Hold on, where my light at? The light ain't out. It's okay. Yeah. We went through some bullshit. Our ancestors went through some bullshit. We got left in the condition. We worked our way up out of it. The hearts of white people changed. The laws changed, made life easier, made things more accessible. And all of a sudden, people are super duper impressed with themselves and disconnect from what I feel is the something that's healthy to hold on to. I got So many platforms on YouTube. You go over there and I get it. People don't have to be a monolith. I get it. But this type of division is on a different type of. This division is on a different type of level. Like, damn, okay. The GDs beefing with the BDs. Different sets of Crips, beefing with different sets of Crips. Bloods beefing with Bloods. Christians beefing with Christians. Muslims beefing with Muslims. Black people beefing with black people. So I like to have that conversation, at least start that conversation, go somewhere, but just hit that like button and make sure this get rotated. If you have a platform, share it to your platform, please. Share it to your platform. I want to cut our I don't know. I don't know, but I'm gonna see it. I'm gonna try. But yeah, man, that just don't make no sense to me. That don't make no sense to me. I can't get a group of black people to come do shit. And I mean, like to me, yeah, get off the internet. You know, if I went outside and I talked this shit, maybe I have more of a following, or more people really willing to work with me, or whatever it is. I get that. But to have access to the internet and let motherfuckers have their opinion and, hold it down on their side of town for people that's brown. But there's just this damn division between black people that is just, it's unbelievable. It's so fucking unbelievable. Like, I remember when I was young, neighborhood was a thing. Family was a thing. Going outside and knowing who stayed up the block from you was a thing. What happened? Where did that go? How did we lose that? How did we lose the ability to go outside and barbecue? To go on a block and party? To throw a house party? To invite people that you may not be as familiar with? I know you. I'm familiar with you. I know of you. I'm familiar. We see each other. We done spoke before. Come on, man. We having a house party, man. Let's come through and see. Now you got to worry about who the cokehead and who all it is. And whoa. It's draining and straining. Draining and straining. How did black people get so divided? They hate everything black, including black. And they say, no, I came across some information and I got Indian in my family. Yeah, no shit. I thought all black people had Indian in their family. Like, that was like literally a joke that professional comedians hit the stage and said, oh, your head Texas, you must got Indian in your family. But now people using that, I got Indian in my family, to say I don't have African in my family, which is retarded to me. Then motherfuckers fuck around and look. Then motherfuckers turn around and look and have white people in their family. Some of them white people could be from Africa. Did you know that? Did you know you could be related to a white African? And have African ancestry? You fuck around, be proud of that though, wouldn't you? I don't got black African, I got white African. It's a difference. My people was on the winning side of the slave trade. That shit is crazy to me, man. Can't understand it, and sometimes I don't want to. But I'm not comfortable not understanding stuff that's been explained to me. But I ain't been giving a fuck enough to ask nobody what is FBA. So it ain't really been explained to me. But from the gist of what I get it is people saying, no, we were here before the slave trade. We're not Africans. Well, Africans came here before the slave trade. I know mainstream history don't hold that narrative down. You know, they got their own narrative. The Africans just walked around this earth for 200, 300,000 years as modern humans and never fucking created a boat that could cross over the water. I know that's what these institutions taught us. But I believe different. I don't think the first person that rowed a boat from Africa to like really they saying Europe. White people left Europe and made it to Americas before black people left Africa and made it to America. Like, goddamn. Is that really what we on? Let me see. What's the difference from Europe to America? What's the difference? Hold on. What's the distance from West Europe to East America? The distance from Western Europe to Eastern America, North America, East Coast, across the Atlantic is roughly 2,500 to 4,000 miles. Cool. Okay, let me ask this. Wow, I can't believe that shit. Okay. What's the distance from West Africa to East South America? The distance between West Africa and East South America is around 1,800 to 2,500 kilometers. So 1,100 to 1,600 miles. So you telling me Africans didn't travel by boat for 1,100 to 1,600 miles before Europeans travel by boat from 2,500 to 4,000 miles. See what I'm saying? How large is Africa? And for some reason, black people wake up today and turn around and start attacking black people for being black, for being African. I never got that. Where did the anti-African shit come from? People got hurt because history tells them that Africans were brought here on slave ships, dehumanized, and tried to be like wrote out of history as anything civilized, and wrote into history as that got civilized by white people. And so now that hurts your feelings. You say, well, no, that ain't my people. You got family on every side of the line. You got Asian in you. If you going back, talking about some damn ancestors from 700 years, 800 years, 1,000 years ago, you definitely got a lot of shit in you. And for some reason, that just don't hurt my feelings. That don't hurt my feelings. That don't hurt my feelings. Okay, so let me do this too. I walk the streets until I find someone who is just like me, looking for some company. All right, hold on. Yeah, I want to find that too, man. I want to go over that little part of the area. I jumped on a panel with them brothers from last night, man. Motherfuckers be setting niggas up around this bitch, dog. Did I find it?
I didn't know that. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, okay. I know him as Breeze. Okay, cool. Gotcha.
Hold on.
Man, she just using kind words. I know. AKD.
Yeah, I was goofy. Ain't nobody care about that, though. See, he up there now. What he talking about? What he talking about? We talking about love.
Hey, man, see if y'all got some contention over this black identity thing. I think.
Yeah. That's what I didn't know. No, man.
That nigga sound like Smack from back on Fig.
They're saying from Africans. Man, all I know is I'm trying to Coliseum, baby. I'm biased. If it's about this information, we can get into it.
Okay, bet. So let me share this right quick. Children of the night. Late at night. Oh, you know what? I probably could just send it from my phone to the computer. And more. And boom. Okay, there we go. So let me share this right.
If you really not biased like that,
baby.
Okay, there we go.
If it's about this information,
y'all see, I hit the like button.
I'm a loud ass nigga because I get loud when niggas get loud with me because I fight real good. I'm sorry. I come from a.
And that's what I'm saying, man. Like, man, shout out to everybody, man. But I just don't like clown energy. Clown energy to me just ain't what it do, bro. Like, there's no reason to be this much of a fucking clown. And you could just be a decent person. But I hit the panel. And see, we see on somebody else panel. I feel like I've been on this panel before or watched somebody be on this panel before. So yeah, shout out to A1, man. Shout out to everybody who held down Shaq, man, who was over there. Let's get a little bit of this in.
Fighting background. But when it comes to information, I'm good with that shit too. I'm surgical with this shit.
Period. Peace, Swab Boss.
Yeah. And I'm about to snatch up both of these girls, dog. They're coming over to the American Indian shit.
Black Power.
Black Power. I'm glad some black people in the building, man. The other side of wherever we at, man. Unfortunately, I ain't got the link to y'all channel, man. All I know is I'm Titan part of the Coliseum Bay League, right? I'm in the Titans Bay League on the Coliseum argument. So it's streaming over here. So shout out to you. Let me get myself, because I may be stepping on some toes, crossing the line, but it is what it is. It's gonna organically happen. Peace to the panel. Thank you to the panel. And yeah, I welcome that energy. It seems like somebody got some energy up there. As a black man, I feel like I need to come to check.
What is black?
Crazy.
Define black for us.
I'm glad I practiced the ignorance so well. That was powerful.
I bet. Well, can you define black for us?
Yes, absolutely.
First.
Yeah, as a group of people that of dark pigmentation that descend from Africans.
That's where you will lose at. Do you want to debate that?
Tonight.
You see? You see? And this what nigga, we ended up not setting up a debate. This is what I'm talking about. Nigga hit the panel, Black Power. What makes you hate Black Power? OTK? How come a black man that come from a black woman and a black man can come on a black channel on his black goddamn computer with his black ass self and say Black Power and motherfuckers just say Black Power back? A motherfucker jump up and say Assalamu alaikum. Motherfucker say Salaikum Salam. Motherfuckers jump up and say Shalom. Motherfuckers say Shalom. Motherfucker get up here and say, man, God bless y'all. God bless you. A motherfucker get up and say black power, and all of a sudden it's over with. I'm loud because I know how to fight, and I like to get loud. Okay. What is black? Group of people with a darker hue that descend from Africans. You want to debate that? That should have been it right there. I said tonight. Bullshit. And I'm not going to debate it tonight, but let's set the debate up. Yeah, I'm just showing my confidence tonight, nigga. But yeah, let's set that debate up. But really, niggas really be calling this shit debating. Okay, let's debate it right now. Everybody mute out.
Yes.
Oh, put them little pea shooters up, nigga, and bring out the big guns, baby. Let's go. Huh?
You already know, man.
I understand. My name is Swab Boss, man. Brother of the struggle. What's your name, brother? Respectfully, so I can know who I got to.
Yeah, I'm a brother of the struggle too. 742.
So that's family right there. So that's family right there. We are the same nation. Understood. Now let's get it in. You want to debate what about black? Are black people a group of people with a darker hue that descend from Africans? How did you hate that? How did you disconnect from that? How did you not get that? Yeah, that's exactly who it is. We know who black people is. Motherfuckers know who the ancient Moabites is. Motherfuckers know who goddamn the Moors are. Goddamn ancient Israelites. Motherfuckers talking about they found a motherfucker goddamn Israelite, what they call it? Israelite, not a shrine. Altar. An Israelite altar from 1400 BCE. But you don't know who black people are today? Who taught us how to do this to each other, man? Who taught us how to do this? How did black people disconnect from black, turn around and start attacking black people? Motherfuckers is Benubians, Israelites, ancient Moabites. Look at niggas trying to figure it out. Let's go.
To the world blow, man. Yeah, OTK.
You better, Breeze.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm that tight. Yeah,
hold on. I'm lost. Hold on, slow down. I'm lost. Who the hell is Breeze?
That I am. I've been calling him Breezy since I've been here.
Yeah, who the hell is Breeze? I don't know. Who is that? I'm asking who is Breeze?
Man, OT Breezy.
Oh, see, that's what I didn't know that. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, okay.
I know him as Breeze.
Okay,
Breeze
cool. Gotcha.
Man, she just using kind words. Ain't nothing breezy about this nigga. Carry.
Yeah, I thought y'all was talking to somebody in the chat though. Okay.
And actually, I heard your name earlier, Swab Boss, because someone I know, AKD, shout out to sis. She was like, "Whatever happened to Swab Boss?" And they were saying that your name is Argument Lead now.
Yeah, shout out to Copper Draco, man. Yeah, I didn't know when you named your YouTube channel that was gonna be your name. So when you jump on the panel and it say Argument League, motherfuckers be like, shout out to the Argument League. What's going on, Argument League? Which is cool, because that's my brand, that's my channel. But yeah. Swab Boss of the Argument League.
So that's how I heard of you, but I'm not as familiar or anything. Just wanted to know why I brought up your name before.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I was goofy.
Ain't nobody care about that though. See, he up here now. What he talking about? Fuck that. What he talking about? We talking about love.
Hey man, see if y'all got some contention over this black identity thing. I think y'all was doing
That's what I'm
something.
saying.
Now, who was that who said that? Oh, that must be the smoke signal. Hold on, let me see. Because I didn't see nothing move.
Got some contention over this black identity thing. I think y'all was doing something. See if y'all got some contention over this black identity thing. I think y'all was doing
That's what I'm
something.
saying. That's what I'm saying, Smoke.
I don't like
Like-
that. I don't like how that just happened. Who is that?
That's Smoke Signal. He's the host of the channel.
Okay, respect the host of the channel. But on real talk, don't push me into a fight with another motherfucker because I do this for real. I know exactly how to come up here and set a debate. The brother had contention about black. Now we bond a little bit. You know what I'm saying? That's my fucking wrong fault. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
yes, let's just pass that goofy shit. But I'm definitely here to set up a debate, and I don't give a fuck as long as anyone is in agreement where it is streamed, who make what off of it. I'm here to check that energy that my brother had.
Yeah. Because before I even hit the panel, I'm hearing motherfucker a little rowdy, and it was what it was. That's always one of them things that fuck me up when I say it. But what it was is, before I jumped on the panel, one of the brothers was talking to the sisters, and that dude was like, "Why you talking to her? Why you arguing with her? It's a whole man right here. It's a whole man right here." And I'm like, okay, found me somebody to bump heads with. He got that energy. Obviously, everybody on the panel like him. You know, he gets to hold the mic and talk a little bit longer and louder than everybody else. Yeah, that's one of them bump heads with him. So yeah, I get up there and say, man, yeah, I came to see about that energy that's up here. And, you know, when I hit the panel, I say Black Power. So I guess that triggered him. I guess it's the Aboriginal panel. So now, what is black? You got a definition of black and all this stuff. The same questions motherfuckers always ask. Okay, so let's go. Let's set that debate up. That's how this should go. We A1 here, Checkmate here, Smoke Signal here. Let's set it up. It shouldn't be that hard.
All right, so what you want to debate? Was American Indians classified as black, Negro, and color?
Do you hear me? Nigga. Was Native Americans reclassified as black, Negro, and colored? Why would I debate that? Why would I debate that? Because for one, yes, they were. That's very easily Googled. And that's what I be saying. Like, even with the brother Cosmo, when he jumped on here, whatever happened, whatever. Okay? To think that our title was something so minute, or females called goddesses, or goddesses females. Yes, but goddesses are gods. So are female gods. And I wish I'd have had this back chat conversation recorded, because Cosmo got up there and disemboweled himself at least 3 times that I could count. On females ain't gods, they're goddesses. On energy being masculine and feminine and what makes them masculine and feminine. And then it was another contention. But then the nigga tried to get up there and say, well, just like when you say man has been on earth, that includes female. Nigga, that's what the fuck I jumped on here and said. Okay. I wish I'd had that recorded. Cosmo would have lost some goddamn supporters that day. But yeah, so why would I debate that? Were Native Americans reclassified as black, Negro, and colored? Yes. And I know he got that PowerPoint slide ready. That's his bag. That's his bag. Hopefully.
That sound, the way you just came up with that, you got that PowerPoint ready.
What? It was specific as hell.
That's
Hey,
a
bro,
fact.
these are-
That nigga got 60 slides right now. He got 60 slides of misinformation right now. Ready to kill you on that topic. No, I'm not taking that. I don't disagree with that.
some of the
Ready.
questions.
It's pretty suave.
No,
These are some of the questions that get that come across us, bro. Us saying that we American Indian. These are some of the questions that come across us. So other niggas, these trans Africans wouldn't take this debate. So y'all not being trans African, y'all being continental Africans, because that's what I hear. Y'all diaspora Africans, because that's what I hear. So being diaspora Africans is way different than transatlantic Africans. Correct?
Hey,
Yes or no?
I'm gonna say
yes or no.
There's a third option. Respectfully, I don't know because I've never given a fuck about that dumbass conversation enough to dedicate that much time to come up with the vernacular you just used. But if you want to get into the conversation,
Never I would sit back. Am I a trans African? A Pan African? Nigga, I'm a nigga. I'm black. I have African ancestors. I have Native American ancestors. I have Asian ancestors. I have Caucasian ancestors. I'm pretty sure I got some Arab goddamn ancestry in me. I have a billion ancestors. Yeah, that's all I'm saying, man. Like, we can have a conversation. I'll shut up and listen and let you inform me or at least misinform me. And then I'll go check it out and see if I can find something out about it. But obviously, y'all had this conversation for a very long time. Obviously, y'all have drugged this conversation down the street, around the corner, across the alley. So yeah, cool. But I know we got some type of contention, some type of conflict, some type of disagreement when it comes to me calling myself black. So let's get to it. So let's get to it. And we never will. Shout out to my brother OTK, but no. Oh, that's the cam bam. Okay. Good thing I know that now. Okay.
I'm pretty sure I can find a fault with it because you seem emotional about it. What I'm saying is that black people haven't been.
I'm passionate. No,
Okay.
no. See,
Hold on,
one thing about y'all
know-
mistaking emotions for motherfucker being passionate. I can't be emotional about what I am,
What is
bro.
it called when you can't stand to let another nigga talk after he shut the fuck up and let you talk? What is that?
I see triggerness.
Yeah, that's what
I
I'm
see
saying.
I'm triggering you.
Shut up. Listen, I went to talk
You
and
gonna lose.
so yes, I saw triggering.
Yeah, you gonna lose already.
Now I'm trying to talk, and guess who's triggered? Because you
done lost already, bro. You the one triggered. You told me shut the fuck up.
Because I shut up and let you talk. I knew when to shut the fuck up. You talking, suave boss, shut the fuck up and listen to you say your shit. Then I went
I didn't even know. I
You
didn't even know the
Yeah.
difference between
My-
suave
my-
What's good? What's good? Hey, you muted, bro. You've been talking for about a minute and a half on mute.
Thank you.
Oh, watch
All right, bet. Shout out to Big Dad. Okay, so what I was saying was, yes, passion. It's emotion. Like that's just one of them things that used to trigger people because you get caught emotion, you link it to femininity, and all of a sudden you're attracted to men sexually because you have emotion. Like no, I don't let that shit trigger me no more. But I don't see myself from the outside. I see myself from in here. I see myself as the little boy my mama raised in my grandmama's house. So when I was telling a story, one time I was outside my job, it was this Asian family walking. And I'm on my phone, so I'm concentrating on my phone, but I do pick them up in my peripheral, my radar goes off. Now I'm standing like right by the door. And when they got close, my mom was like, the lady is first. So I'm snapped out of my phone and reached for the door. Man, this motherfucking Asian woman hit the ground so fast. Like I was finna try to do something to her.
Right.
And I apologize. It was just in my nature to be like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, you right. I did. The way it looked was crazy. Because I looked like I wasn't going
movement.
To do it. You said, what, guy?
Made an abrupt movement.
Yeah. I waited too late to, like, if I'd have held the door while they was coming up. But my mind was like, fuck. So I went to rush to open the door and scared all of them. So I got to know when I hit these panels, sometimes Suave, you come off like you here to run through niggas' pockets. And I'm not.
Right.
Yeah. So, a lot of people just put, and I don't get why I gotta shut the fuck up so much. Why I get told to calm down so much. But everybody else get the buck, and I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. This isn't a fair matchup. Like they know this motherfucker can't fuck with me. And I don't know it. I'm thinking this motherfucker can fuck with me. This OTK. This is Smoke Signal channel. Shout out to them. This the loud. Yeah, real talk. This the loud, brash nigga that know how to fight real good. So everybody bag back and let Suave get his ass whooped. Let me lose a tooth out the front of my mouth. So I don't get that a lot of times. But yeah, shout out to the panel. So that's what it was. So now I shut the fuck up. I listen to him. I go to talk. He started cutting me off. To me, that's being triggered. So then when I escalate in passion or emotion and, go to check him, like, man, shut the fuck up. Give me the mic back, Kanye. Now he calling me triggered. Tactics like that let me know you don't make it to the debate ring too goddamn often.
Nah, that's funny, bro, because I had that same experience over there. I went over there with A1 probably about a month ago, you know what I'm saying? I had that same experience. And a lot of the stuff they be on, I agree with a lot of it, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not one who deny our connection to Mama Africa, you know what I'm saying? So that kind of rubbed them the wrong way. but I'm like, shit, I'm gonna stand on what I stand on, you know what I'm saying?
Facts. That's a fact. And I never got that. That's what I'm saying. I was ignorant.
Right.
I wasn't on YouTube when those type of communities was developing. We was disconnecting from African. But like, I was there when people I never knew it was a disconnect between black people being Native Americans, blacks. I didn't look at that like that. But they no, they lied to us and told us they brought us here from Africa. We was already here. The slave trade never happened. Huh?
Right. And that's where we bump heads. I bump heads with them too. Because you're trying to flat out deny a historical event that actually happened. It's being testified by the Africans, us over here in America. It's being testified by, it's being testified on by all of the parties involved, and they're all telling the same story. So that it must be some big old conspiracy theory that they point to while all these people sit down at the table and plan this shit out and say, look, we're gonna lie to the whole world and tell them that we took slaves from Africa and brought them to America. To me, that don't make no sense.
Yeah. Nah. I'm really waiting on something to be delivered. That's all. But now I do know that there was an attempt to cover up what existed in America before the slave trade. I do know that.
Right.
You feel me? But there's a healthy way. You don't have to always go so extreme. You know? So I mean, I get it. The conversation there, but like you said, it was recorded on all sides. And I got this video. I'm pretty sure y'all seen it. But this one dude, he's a doctor. He told the story of how his great grandmother came over here. His great
because a lot of them stories was passed down. You know what I'm saying? It's like his great grandmother probably passed it down to her children, who passed it down to their children, and so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? So just like the Aboriginal community don't want you to say, "Oh, your grandma lying," and saying you Native American, how we supposed to say that this man is lying because his grandmother told a story about coming over here on the ship from Africa. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of them stories were passed down, and like I had. Like for my dad's side of the family, you know what I'm saying? It's like my great grandfather passed that type of story down. So I'm supposed to completely reject that story, you know what I'm saying, to suit their feelings. And I'm not about to do
that. And I'm gonna see if I can find it. But this was, and it Jabari, the one who interviewed him. Jabari, the one who caught the story. But the dude had the story, and he told the story of his great-great-grandfather being a statue maker. He was a statue maker, and he was like a lawyer, whatever the equivalent of a lawyer is over there. And he said the white people would come and, hold on, is this it? No. He said the white people would come and every now and then and just take whatever statue they wanted. Take shit. And his great-great-grandfather got tired of that shit. Fought back. His great-great-grandmother told him, no, they'll kill you and take us. And that's what happened.
Right.
They killed him, took her. She's pregnant. She's on a boat. She gets to marry, give birth to his great-grandmother. His great-grandmother gets enslaved. They raised. She get pregnant. His grandmother's born. Then his mother's born. And his mother's told him the story. They got the name. They got where they left from. They got everything. There's not a missing piece to this process of how this man, you know, kept his tradition about his family coming from Africa. So I like, that's a beautiful fucking thing to know. It is. And if it's not your story, it's not your story. But you cannot dismiss that story. And then there's never a reason for us to turn around and implode on each other.
Right.
You feel me?
Right. That's counterproductive, you know what I'm saying? And it's too much history we got to deny to say that the slave trade didn't happen, you know what I'm saying? There's actual news articles from during that time saying it was a runaway Guinea man, you know what I'm saying? From XYZ, we brought him from XYZ in Africa, you know what I'm saying, and he escaped. And they'll give a description of him. So it's like, so you telling me they lying about all of these accounts where they describe the people like that during that time frame? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I think they do themselves a disservice by trying to completely negate that history instead of embracing it.
They do, and it's gonna bust their head later on. Once they get to
it is
true information, that's gonna make you look like you didn't know what the fuck you was talking about. Like, at least keep the back door open, and possibly we have African descendants, ancestry. You know what I'm saying? But you just like, nah, fuck them. Okay, so here you go, right here. Let me present this. it is a good thing that I can still find this. I need to put it in the playlist somewhere. Okay.
Honored that you asked me to come.
That's wonderful.
Appreciate it.
That's wonderful.
Yes,
And we've seen some of the work that you've been doing over these years, and it seems to me that the first thing we should ask you is, how do you remain so consistent? Because it seems that so many people do their best work at some period, and then what they end up doing is.
Checkman in the building, man. Tazco 870 in the building. Mickey Dud in the building, man. Shout out to y'all.
Simply trying to relive that work.
Of the world. The Greeks thought so much of your beauty that they named 2-star constellations. An ongoing process.
Right.
One thing led to the other.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I did the video called The Shanghai Princess, had found his behavior.
Right.
So in 1990, I created a little video, almost animated, about a little Shanghai princess that was kidnapped by the Wicked Witch of the Mountain, and she was rescued by her lover, who was a medical student at Sankore University. Now, but all during the film,
that's right. So many people get soppy.
From which your ancestors were born, except my daughter.
Not one hand went up.
Not one hand went up.
Mm-mm.
I asked this question of 500 whites. How many of you know the city and country? I was teaching at a university, a white university, just outside of it. Every hand went up. They knew not only the country from which they came, not only the city, but the borough from which their ancestors came. Now, how come they know and none of you know? Here's the reason. And here's the reason why I am different. The reason is that these South Carolina and North Carolina plantation owners went to Germany to find out how they could control our fathers and mothers on the plantation, because they were getting out of hand. They were burning the houses down. They were killing white folk. They were doing everything negative about being in captivity. They were never slaves. They were prisoners of war, the War of 1591. So what happened was they sought the advice of an expert in Shanghai history. Now, his name was Johann Blumenbach, and he was the head of the Department of History at the University of Göttingen in Germany. And how many of you know this? I know you was taught this in college and everything, all you college folks. Well, when they sought his advice, they said, do they know that they're the Shanghai people? So the plantation owners who traveled over there to seek his advice said, well, of course they know that they come from the great Shanghai Empire. Well, that's your problem. You can't let them know that they came from greatness, from grandeur, from beauty, from sophistication. You'll never be able to control them. So the plantation owner said, well, how can we prevent it? I mean, the mothers and the fathers would tell the children, say, you came from Timbuktu and you came from the city of Jané, and that's where we were born. And then the Europeans came over and invaded us in 1591 and marched us through the seas to the waiting ship. Man, you can't allow them to teach that to their children. They said, well, how you want to stop it? Here's how you do it. Here's why you don't know where you're from. Blumenbach said, what you do, as soon as a boatload arrives, take the babies out the mama's arms. Send the parents to a distant plantation and work them to death and raise the children to believe they came from a jungle. They won't know the difference.
That's right.
How would they know?
That's right.
Their parents are gone. Now, here's the difference between me and you. When they captured my grandmother, I'm not going through, you heard the beginning of the story. My grandfather was a lawyer and a sculptor in Benin City, Nigeria. And the English kept on coming over stealing his sculpture.
Wow.
Some of his sculpture ended up at the art museum in West Philadelphia, where they came to show it off because it was world-class sculpture.
So have you been able to see this sculpture?
Oh, sure.
Wow.
Yeah, I've got some in the book. But anyhow, what happened was his wife hassled him and said, don't fight the English when they come over. Just let them have the sculpture. I'm pregnant. And they'll kill you. Then I'll be a widow. And they'll put me on board ship and take me over there where they're taking all the rest of those prisoners of war. But my grandfather, whose name was Mwale, said, I'm fighting them. I'm not going to let them steal my sculpture anymore. And he gathered some of his fellow sculptors, and they fought the English when they came over to steal. They always stealing something. And
he said they always stealing something.
They killed him, killed my grandfather, and put his wife, his pregnant wife, my great-great-great-grandmother on board the ship. And the ship was named Jesus, by the way. That's deep. I've been angry ever since. Well, at Jesus, not at Jesus, but and on the way over, the baby was born.
Wow.
All right, name of Diane. She named Diane. Now, it was bound for South Carolina. How many of your ancestors came from South Carolina? Raise your hand.
Oh boy,
a whole bunch of them. They were bound for South Carolina. But in 1808, this was 1813. In 1808, a law was passed by Congress forbidding more importations of the Songhai people. We're the Songhai people.
Right.
See, Blumenbach said, don't allow them to even learn that they came from the Songhai Empire.
Right. We're going to try to breed them here on this continent
That's
rather
right.
than continuing the cultural memory.
They don't even let them learn the name Songhai. Because then they'll start investigating. Then take away their ability to read and write. Pass laws against them learning to read and write. Then they can't learn anything about the Songhai Empire. They passed the law. 200 years, a law not allowing blacks to learn to read and write. Well, anyhow, in 1808, this law was passed forbidding any more importations of Songhai people. Now, nobody paid any attention to that law at all, except one little group called abolitionists. Now, the abolitionists put their money together and they bought a ship. And they patrolled the seas looking for prisoner of war ships, but you all were trained to say slave ships. They were no slave ships, they were prisoner of war ships.
Very important.
Will come in, very important distinction.
That's right.
And when we teach our children, they were never slaves. They were children, descendants of prisoners of war. Like McLean, he was a prisoner of war.
That's right.
He wasn't a slave.
That's right.
He got captured by the enemy.
That's right.
On the way, this abolitionist ship captured the ship that my great-great-grandmother was on. So instead of this baby being taken from my army in South Carolina, the ship was towed to Trenton, New Jersey. And of course, Nzinga, who was the baby's mother, my great-great-great-grandmother, taught the baby that her father was a world-class sculptor, that her father was a lawyer, that he went to world-class university. So I was trained from babyhood, you know, that we've got to right this wrong.
That's right. That's right.
So I was, it's your job, because you were spared by just an act of God, an act of the ancestors, to not let the baby being taken from Nzinga's arms. And the baby grew up, and she had a child. Her name was Mary Diane Thomas, and she was my great-grandmother, and she helped raise me.
Wow.
And so she told me the story when I was a kid, you see. So that's how I know
where
we're from.
Wow.
That's right.
Yeah, so that's cold as hell to me, to be raised by your great-grandmother. Like, how many of y'all had great-grandmothers? I had a great-grandmother.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Nigga, great grandmama, that's a time machine. That's a fucking, what they call that shit, a time capsule.
Yeah, that's a literal time capsule.
That's a library of information that passes with her. He's raised by his great grandmother who say, yeah, my mother was born on the ship and they named her Diane. And we, like, you know your family. And Wale and Zinga, Diane, Mary Diane, and you, little knucklehead ass boy, getting told some proper shit. So, and I can imagine he's not the only one who has this type of. He just was able to record on a platform that still, exists, that you can find. And
right. They would expect him to say his grandmother's a lion. You know what I'm saying? They're like, that's literally what they're saying, while also complaining about the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Because that's one of the things that's being told to the Aboriginals. You listening to your grandma saying y'all Native American, you know what I'm saying? Your grandma's a liar. And I'm not one to call anyone's grandmother a liar because there might be some truth to both sides. You know
unless you're talking about Christianity.
Right. Right.
My grandmama lied there.
Right.
Yeah. When it comes to family, see, motherfuckers take family for granted now because we grew up in a house full of motherfucking kids we didn't like, your brothers and sisters, y'all arguing over Nintendo controllers. Family back then was like this. They knew, nigga, we all we got. It's time to get up. Everybody wake up. Everybody let's eat. Everybody let's play. Everybody let's work. Everybody let's go eat. Everybody let's go back out. Everybody let's sing. Everybody let's go to church. Everybody let's go home. So-and-so sick. Everybody let's go over there. So-and-so had a baby. Everybody let's go. Family was family. It wasn't this disconnect.
Nah, it wasn't, man. And like I just had the conversation with one of my homeboys last night about like where we come from. You know what I'm saying? It was a close-knit family environment. You know what I'm saying? And as people will move into the community, they were welcomed as family, and the community will help them build their house. You know what I'm saying? Once they bought their land, it's like the community will pitch in and get their homes built, and the community would also come together to feed the community. You know what I'm saying? It's like each yard was growing their own separate fruits and vegetables, raising different animals. You know what I'm saying? And it's like we really lived off of the land. You know what I'm saying? Like I keep telling people, I was almost a teenager before I saw a white egg. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know eggs were white. I was used to brown eggs my whole life, just going in the backyard and getting a brown egg and and cracking that sucker open and frying it. But we done got away from that, man, and that's something we really need to get back to.
That's a fact. Jose Francis in the building, man. Peace to you, God. What's going on?
What's up? What's the topic exactly? Because I don't want to just be talking crazy.
Well, it was a discussion on why black people hate black and African. How did black people find out that they was related to Native Americans? I guess it's kind of FBA adjacent, even though I haven't wrapped my mind around the FBA conversation. I really don't have those conversations. But my thing is just, how did black people turn into Benubians, turn around and tell black people, don't be black? Who disconnected us from Africa? Who disconnected us from being black? And why is there such this pillar of disdain or dislike or even hatred? Just want to disconnect from being
I think there's a simple answer to that question.
Yes, sir.
We were taught to hate ourselves by people who don't like us. They wanted control over us. They wanted to keep us in a position. So they fed us this lie for all of this time that something was wrong with being African, while the whole time, every museum that you go to in the world, everything great in the museum is African. How the fuck you telling me African ain't create no history? And everything you have in your museum don't even look like you. Nothing in the museum looks like you.
Right.
It looks like me. So something is wrong with your mind if you don't see that. You ever seen any depictions of them old ass, decrepit ass, nasty ass? No, they don't have. They barely have that in the museum. They stole everything from everybody else. The majority of the thing in that museum look like you.
Right, and like when I was over there, Suave, I had the conversation, and what kind of triggered them was like, by me being from New Orleans, I know that it's a huge African contribution to that culture. You know what I'm saying? And I went to bringing out points like voodoo. How you get voodoo in New Orleans? It come to New Orleans from Cuba by way of Africa. You know what I'm saying? It traces directly into West African spiritual systems. And it's like they lost their shit when I say gumbo. You know what I'm saying? Gumbo is it's literally a West African word. You know what I'm saying? For okra. And oh no, it's not, it's Native American. So I went pulled the etymology up on the word and showed them. I'm like, man, it's like a lot of our culture in New Orleans come directly from Africa by way of the transatlantic slave trade. Africans bought these things over here to them, you know what I'm saying? And they was able to gather every Sunday in a place that was later named Congo Square. Why would they name this place Congo Square? It wasn't no African presence. Shout out to my 318 Naga. You already know these facts. You from Louisiana, just like me. You know what I'm saying? So it's like to me, they do themselves a disservice when they try to disassociate from anything African, you know what I'm saying, and try to deny the contributions of the Africans who were brought over here. Now, we can have the conversation of whether or not they lying about the numbers, inflating the numbers. Yeah, that's a possibility. You know what I'm saying? I can't argue against that. But to say it didn't happen, I can't agree with you on that. I just can't go with that.
That's a fact. Yeah, I can see the numbers thing. But it was like, and it was like sometimes, you just was raised on the right side of the truth, and that's convenient. But a lot of shit didn't get past that. Like I was in the midst of a lot of stuff and didn't see the big picture. Like my grandparents used to like celebrate Christmas, but paint Santa brown, paint the elves brown.
Right.
And never talked to me about it. Never talked to my grandmama. Didn't say, and my grandmother, my father's parents don't even look black. My grandmother is so Native American. Hair was so straight, and like she was brown skinned like me, but like my mother was dark skinned, tight fro. You know what I'm saying? There was a certain, lips and nose and hips and, soul, spirit. My grandfather looked Creole. He looked like a white man with lips. I never seen it before, So I'm in the midst of all this stuff, but ain't nobody really breaking nothing down to me. But, once I got older, it was like, I heard about the slave trade. They talked about the slaves, but I never saw them taught me to hate the slaves. They never taught me to hate the slaves. When I listened to other older people talk, they would tell me when they was a kid, they were told that Africans was swinging from trees with bones in their nose. Now, I don't know if this is a joke that blew out of proportion or if they really tried to get that off on us.
No, they wasn't joking, Swap, because you remember growing up, show you Africans, to tell you Africans had bones in their noses, they was eating people. Now that you get older, you realize that's not true. Because you don't see that.
Yeah. It still ain't the nigga swinging from a tree. Hey, they got some bones in their nose. But this is what I'm saying. It was like, so I never got that disdain. Okay, life go on. I started going out, coming into contact with certain white supremacist ways. Didn't understand what it was. I would have a white teacher, white math teacher. For some reason, she's just impatient with me. It's irritating. I can't think straight. I rebel. I don't like the way you treat. I get kicked out of class, and I failed that year. And I was the type of motherfucker. When I left elementary, I was in algebra. I was in pre-algebra. I used to love math. By the time I got to high school, I was back in general math. I wasn't even interested no more, But I guess people finding out this information, like you say, y'all got a lot of it. It was shit passed down to y'all. I guess people finding out this information after being so convicted in one mind state hurts them. Like people get church hurt. A motherfucker go to church, they Christians, and they do a little reading outside the Bible, find out that that's some bullshit. They disconnect, and all of a sudden they mad at the church. They mad at every Christian. You know what I'm saying? And I can imagine.
That might not be fair, but that's understandable. Because your experience is your experience, and you can't tell people they should not dislike something that didn't work for them. And that's the problem.
Yes.
You have people, and what gets me said, people like to talk about things that they don't know. They're making statements, just like you watch these lives and they talk about Kemet and the language and the people and the culture. And you ask them, have you ever read a primary text? No. Then how the fuck do you know the language is wrong? How would you know if you didn't even learn the wrong thing to correct it? You just talking.
Right.
You never took the time to even learn what you consider wrong to see if it makes sense. If it don't make sense, then show me how to correct it. Don't just talk based on your paradigm, but Christians told you something, but you never read a text. You never read to understand the system and how they broke it down. So how are you going to say it's wrong? Especially if you don't even know it to begin with. At least learn what you think is wrong and then say, all right, this is how I know it's wrong. But if you read the Medu Neter text, all of them make sense. All of them make sense. And when they don't make sense, then they know something is wrong. Something is going outside of that Medu Neter. Something ain't right. Somebody mistranslating something. Or there's something else you have to look at besides the language.
Shout out
This is where these guys get me upset. You never read a text in your life, but you're arguing. What are you arguing about? You ask them what's wrong, they don't even know what's wrong. Because they don't know what's right or wrong. They don't study the language.
Go ahead,
and you know, the piggyback off of what Jose just said, a lot. This movement is also trying to attempt to remove Nile Valley civilization from Africa and place it in America. They're trying to place all of these things that are African in America and disconnected from Africa, disassociated from Africa. And to me, all of that works against their cause, their end goal. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, if they accepted shared ancestry from America and Africa, then I don't think nobody would argue against that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's documented that these two groups of people did work together. They had a common enemy. You know what I'm saying? But when you try to deny one or the other, then that's when I got to bump heads with you. You know what I'm saying? Because if anything, then I'm going to stand on the African culture, because it goes back, history and culture, it goes back further. You know what I'm saying? It's more readily available to attain. A lot of the stuff that was over here was swept under the rug and forgotten and lost to history. It's like, because you hear a lot of these people talk, they can't even give you a tribal affiliation. Because that's another question I asked on that panel. What is the tribal affiliation? And I got attacked about that question.
I said, my father's mother she told me she was Black Cherokee. Her father walked around in damn Indian clothes. Like her father, wherever they fuck they moved from, whatever little rural country, rural county or whatever country type space, like she say he still had Indian regalia that he would put on.
Right.
But could he speak the language though?
I don't know, never met him.
And this is the thing. They come up with all these wild theories and they don't study history to understand that there is a connection. And the connection is during our enslavement, some of them enslaved us and some of them helped us as well.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a mix. And
that's true everywhere, right? Like some Africans helped us, some Africans turned on Africans.
I'm with you, but
some white people helped, some white people didn't. Some Native Americans helped, some Native Americans didn't. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But they don't know enough of the history to understand what they're saying. Because you have one group of Cherokee that might have enslaved you and another group that might have helped you. And they're all from the same tribe. They are just disjointed and so fragmented. You understand? So they want to accept one side of the story, but then they're not telling the story properly to say, yeah, some of our people did it. Some of our people did enslave you. It may not have been as bad as white people, but yes, they did. And some of them hope that is how it would have gotten there. And then there's a possibility that all of them were descendants of Olmecs who were actually African people who came from somewhere else.
Absolutely.
And then with Mesoamerica, they have a lot of holes when they deal with a lot of these civilizations. They don't know about the Olmecs. The Toltecs is a mystery. They just build in civilization on civilization sometimes. So when you see these civilizations stretch back, they actually inherited them from someone else. And sometimes they don't even know who it was. They just moved it. They just saw something nice and moved in. That's a fact.
And then motherfuckers is
say that all the time.
Like
say that all the time.
We were just watching that video about ancient ruins and stuff, and I was trying to, show how this shit is out of place. They shouldn't have had the technology to build this shit. But
right.
Often in the video, the narrator would say, and in the 1800s they deserted. In the 1600s they deserted. Like, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. Something happened to them motherfuckers.
Right, but this is what I'm saying. In Mesoamerica, they have like the Olmecs are a mystery because they don't have any actual bodies of the Olmecs. The Toltecs is damn near is pretty much mythology. They don't even know where they came from. These people just exist. They just fold them into the mist because they don't know where they came from. They have no idea. Somebody said these people was here. They gave them a name and that's it. So you don't know. So you can't have these conversations. First of all, you can't have these conversations with people who don't study. Because they want to tell you the world of everything about everything and you don't know nothing.
And you can't have the conversation with motherfuckers who done studied themselves into ignorance. Like, sometimes a motherfucker could be so well, just have this information. I've read this book. This said that. I'm done with it. And I'm like, yeah, well, I think, despite the fact that book exists, further investigation is needed. Like they may wrap it up, but I often look at stuff that has a certain narrative is allowed and accepted and peer-reviewed and funded and then given awards. And stuff that don't go with the narrative gets defunded, shamed, blackballed. So it's like, that's just very unfortunate.
I mean that's how it works.
Yeah.
Instead of you simply saying, these people did this thing, I can benefit, you want to be right and you want to rule over someone else's culture. You don't have to do that to appreciate a culture. You can appreciate the culture without all of that excess stuff. You don't need all of that. The people of ancient Kemet never looked at somebody and said, well, you a white man, get out of here, we ain't gonna teach you nothing.
Should have.
Don't see that in the culture.
Should have, but didn't.
They never said that. Am I correct? They never really said that.
Yeah, I said they should have, but they didn't.
I mean, there is a point where certain things they didn't tell the Greeks, because when you see Plutarch writing about it, that is what he said. He said they don't discuss everyday matters in front of us. He said they only discuss everyday matters outside of the house. So at one point they stopped telling them because they figured out what was going on. Well, that was just the culture. If you were a priest, you just didn't tell everybody everything anyway. You had to join into the actual priesthood in order to get those secrets. So the people who are indigenous who didn't know that. So
and that's why I feel what happened to a lot of these areas where Africans or indigenous people were there, and then a European will come, and then there was a mixed breeding, and then the original people would be dislocated or murdered or died off of disease, and now the mixed people are being represented as the indigenous people, but they don't know the science though. They didn't get the information, and so now they can't even keep the culture up. So
that's what's happening in America. You have people who they call Native Americans who are not the same as indigenous people. They're a mixed breed of people. We see that and we know that. We know that already. There's a difference between Native American and indigenous. It's a big difference. And this is what's happening. You understand? People. First of all, people are dealing with a remix of a remix of a remix of another remix of a culture. That's the first problem. You didn't go to the source to make an attempt to understand what you're reading. Then you're arguing with somebody else who at least made an attempt to read it and try to make them sound like they're crazy. But when they put the thing in front of you and say, well, read this, you can't read nothing about what's going on. You have no idea where to start. It looked like, and I was in that position and I got tired of doing that. So I said, let me learn a little bit of this language. Let me at least see what's going on. Let me see what and it made sense. And I started to get deeper into it. I'm still studying it. That's why I could tell people, if you're going to get into culture, you should attempt to learn the language of the culture.
So that was a necessary.
I agree, Jose, because language and culture go hand in hand. You know what I'm saying?
This is what I'm saying. Try to attempt to learn the language, and then you will learn more about the culture.
Well, I'm glad you learned the language because I'm not studying them better than that, my nigga. But I'm glad you are here to straighten us up with that shit. But it was a necessary push against that fueled you to be like, let me get to work.
I just didn't. To tell you the truth, I just didn't like not knowing.
Okay.
And I'm not saying I'm perfect. I still have a long way to go, but at least now I could jump in and say something that makes some sense in the conversation and not just be the guy in the sideline. At least I can contribute. And I'm very proud of myself for how far I've come. But I'll tell you, everybody tells me, if you want to learn the language, find a good Medu Neter teacher and do it that way. Because I did everything they said not to do when learning Medu Neter. So if you want to save yourself a little bit,
let me guess, Jose, what you did? You went to them African languages?
No. What I did was I skipped over I read a grammar book. I learned Medu Neter from a grammar book. Apparently, I think that's a no-no. Right?
The grammar books were wrong.
Say it again?
The grammar books were wrong.
No. The grammar books are great. But what happens is grammar books are not really for you to learn Medu Neter. Grammar books teach you the grammar. Yes, you can learn Medu Neter from the books. But it's best that you sit down with a teacher and go through the grammar books. Because when you do that, you get more value out of it. Not that I didn't learn anything, I did. But at the same time, I read the book simply to learn Medu Neter and not to learn the grammar. And therein lies the problem. After all of that reading, I still am grasping onto the grammar because I read it for one reason, not the reason the book was intended for. And therein lies the problem. So go and find your good, reputable Medu Neter teacher, and they will take you through all of these different things. I'm not saying don't learn on your own, because it helps to learn on your own, but at the end of the day, go and find you a teacher. Don't stop learning on your own if you're learning on your own, but eventually you're going to run into a point where you're going to need a teacher. And take it from me. Take it from me. I've learned a lot, and I'm proud of what I learned, and nobody's discouraging me, but they say at the end of the day, get yourself a good teacher, because it saves you a lot of problems. It gives you a lot of structure. It saves you the headache of almost crying, getting headaches, and almost passing out.
Yeah.
And if you want to learn, definitely hook up with Smash Rockwell, get on his channel, and go through some Medu Neter, bro.
I don't even like his name. I don't know.
Hey, but you do have some good demonstrations on it, though. I went check them out. You know,
no, I haven't seen none of them, but I've heard very reputable people keep bringing them up, and I'm like, here we go, another motherfucker. Finna be the next goddamn Nature Boy or some shit. I just hate when niggas get. I don't know, dog. It's just a certain level of popularity once you get.
Nah, he's not like that, man. It's not that at all.
Okay.
You need to go into his channel and see the conversation that he have with experts. Then you'll understand.
Like, shout out to Smash Rockwell, man.
Experts invite him all the time to come and look at things. So, and that's over 2 decades of hard work, bro. So, if you want to learn some Medu Neter and you want to get into the culture, you need to check out Smash Rockwell, bro. Subscribe, sit down and listen, participate in the chat, and you wouldn't regret it. Trust me when I tell you that. King Naga know what I'm talking about because I'm sure King Naga has definitely watched some of them. Correct, Naga?
Yeah, I watched some of his demonstrations. He do some pretty good work over there. Another brother that I kind of follow when they're doing metal nature breakdowns and discussing that topic will be Infudisi. You know what I'm saying? I check him out too.
Yeah, shout out to Infidisha. He say the bird is the A because it's like Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. I think that's what we need to do. We need to study more. And I'll be honest, I'm thankful for a lot of these brothers on YouTube because brothers like Jabari is my cheat code, you know. Brothers like Reggie is my cheat code, you know. Brothers like Smash is my cheat code, you know. Because them is the brothers that's doing the work, and you can just sit down and watch them do the work, and it makes it easy on you, you know. It makes it a lot easier. It makes it a lot easier. So I tell them brothers, shout out to all of them brothers.
Shout out to Tahuti too.
Because them brothers
like Burn the L say, shout out to Tahuti, the Titan killer. You know, he ain't killed no Titans over here, but he killed a whole host of Titans before, you know, we adopted that name over here. But shout out to that brother.
Yeah, man.
Shout out to Tahuti. I remember when that nigga was live and got bit by that motherfucking snake.
Man,
he got bit by the snake live?
Yeah, he was saying that. He played it off, but he wrapped that shit up. Hey, that motherfucker said, and kept talking and shit.
That shit is crazy.
Man, 30 seconds later, that nigga was hey, okay, and then I'll talk to y'all next time. We'll make sure y'all and that nigga logged out.
You see, and this is the danger of taking things too far. Going too far into the culture. And you messing around with things that the ancestors wasn't playing with no cobras like that.
Ooh, you be having snakes crawling on them, tarantulas.
You'd never see King Tutankhamun messing around with no cobra, playing with no cobra, and no depiction. They wasn't messing around with none of them things.
Tahuti either right like a motherfucker or wrong than a motherfucker, man. But he is not in the middle. Yeah. So yeah, shout out to
them
Tahuti.
Things were symbolic. They wasn't fucking around with them things like that. Them was symbolic. You ain't never see them run around playing with jackals like that. No, they wasn't doing that, bro. You had to know your limits. Don't be playing around with shit like that. You're going too far into it now. You're taking it somewhere else. Am I lying though? I
can't say you lied. I can just say that.
Nah, I would agree with you on that because I ain't playing with no cobras and snakes and all that type of thing. I ain't having no tarantulas crawling all over me.
I just seen that shit.
Right. The ancestors wasn't doing that. Yes, they have myths about cobras, and when you read the text, you understand what it means. But they wasn't playing with them animals like pets. They wasn't doing that. Nah. You didn't see that nowhere, so brothers had to stop. Because when you put yourself in that position, you know, what am I gonna say? I'm sorry to say, but I can't feel bad for if you play with a lion and you bite off your hand.
Yeah.
You mess around with something and you get bit.
I do know coaches that have relationships with animals that I felt at the time was impossible. You know, and
I'm with you.
Yeah, it was on people. You know, like they got the hawk people or the falcon people or whatever the fuck they is.
Still to today, there are people who do that. But I am not a hyena man. I ain't messing around with the people.
Them niggas over there with
they
them
don't know
hyenas.
me like that. They don't know me like that. They know homie in the village. They know the rest of them. You understand? So if I come around and I could do that with them. They got that. I'm not the animal man. I can't be messing around with lions and tigers because I'm sure they're gonna do. I'm sure something will happen to me. And even in Africa, they don't mess around with lions and tigers like that.
Well, I do know this one group that I'll be showing people, but they dress like they wore suits, like they wore suits. These African people who play the game on the back of lions. Like they got these lions that they ride on, and they play. It's like cricket on the lion. Nigga.
You try it.
Not today. Hell no, I smell
I
smell like food. Shit, I smell like motherfucking McDonald's, Subway. I gotta get my diet right, nigga.
That's what I'm saying. They know what they're doing. They're accustomed to that.
But I know there is an obedience that I can't explain. But I know that I don't agree with Laurel that all animals are naturally afraid of us. I think we all have a respect for each other, and you know when to stay out the kitchen. You know when to stay away from their babies. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. But there is a clear, like, I don't see any animal that hunts humans. You know what I'm saying? Like
They
that
really don't, do they?
go out, they don't purposely go out and hunt you. Like animals go out and hunt other animals. Like
For real though.
they drinking water over here. Let's do this. And woo, woo, woo.
Nah, they don't.
They don't have that strategy for humans. So I mean,
they don't. That, but that's true though. They really don't.
So I fucks with that. That's why when all the shark bites, a lot of them be bites because they bite you, found out you're a human, and let your ass go instead of eating you like a seal and shit. You know.
But I mean, I could agree that animals generally only attack humans to defend themselves. So if you leave them the fuck alone, they're probably not gonna mess with you because some of them are more scared of you than you are of them. You understand?
Yeah. Yeah.
So and I'm with you. I don't understand that relationship that these dudes play with hyenas like dogs. Because when a hyena eats you, the only thing it leave behind is your soul. Because it eats the bones. They eat everything. They eat
the bones.
They eat everything. They don't leave nothing behind but your soul. Them animals are dangerous. So I don't know how these people develop these relationships, but they have them. These dudes that be thrown. You ever seen it before? Suave. These dudes be throwing hyenas on their back with muzzles on, play with the hyenas.
Yeah. They be having them on leashes and shit.
That's crazy, right?
Yeah, and my dude, that used to be my avatar, and it was this one dude in the suit that killed the bull and took out the heart and the organ system and was holding it up and shit. And I'm like, motherfuckers don't, those dangerous people right there, bro.
He killed a bull?
Yeah, killed the bull and tore the guts out of it. And he took a picture with his foot on the bull, holding up the guts like this, and he in the suit.
With his hands?
No, with a knife. No. With his hands, yeah, with a knife, but
wow.
Let me see if I can find that shit. That was
if it wasn't a wild bull, then I could understand that. It might not have been a wild bull, so maybe he got lucky. Yeah, man. But I find those relationships with those animals are very interesting. But they don't play with them animals in Africa.
Yeah, man. But I fuck with the animals, man. I fuck with the animals. I do. Yep. And I think that was, I think that was a big deterrent. Our relationship with animals was a big deterrent of people being able to invade our land and take over certain shit like that.
I believe that. I believe that. I think that's true. But they were. I was watching something the other day on a channel where Kamji Verse channel where he was saying that he think that when some people came up against the ancient Kemetic people, they put animals that they thought was sacred in front of them because they wouldn't kill the animals. But that wasn't true though. They found out it was a lie. But they said, but that was some story that they were trying to say that they had cats and all type of sacred animals.
That sounds like some shit I would let spread if I wanted to set you up to fuck with me. Like, yeah, all you gotta do is walk with these cows in front of you. They ain't gonna touch the cows. We gonna murder them cows. We gonna murder them cows. But I definitely gonna let that spread, and I'm gonna say it's true. Yeah, if you come over here and you attack us, you just line some cows in front of you. You ain't got nothing to worry about. So you could walk your dumb ass up here. Yeah.
Nah, but it wasn't true though. They made up the story.
Understood. But
I want to know. I mean, there were some animals that people didn't kill them. Like in ancient Kemet, black bulls, and they didn't kill them. They didn't used to kill them. They were considered sacred animals, so they didn't used to kill them.
Shout out to sacred animals, man.
But then they said, but then somebody made a statement that said the Greeks came in and said, "You think this animal is sacred?" And they killed it, and nothing happened. Or so they thought, right? Or so they thought until they got their ass whipped later on, right?
Understood.
But I don't know, man. People just need to read more and learn more before they talk. Because people like to attack ancient Kemet, and when you ask most of the people,
Or accept correction.
say it again.
Be able to accept correction. Like, fine, if that's how you feel, let's talk about it. Speak it. But when somebody has done the work and said, "Oh, you know, I know what you're talking about. Here's the information on that." Be able to accept it. You know, be able to test it. You know, go look it up, study it yourself. But yeah, you gotta have more than just talk, man. You gotta have more than just bravado. That's what led me out of the Bible. Studying the Bible, wanting to be like Jesus, searching for Jesus took me right away from Jesus.
And that
So
makes sense.
like real talk, and it led me to the real Creator. Well, what I have evidence of. I'm not finna try to. Shout out to OTK in the building, man. Open to knowledge. Hit that link, fam. Don't play greasy, my nigga, because you was cutting me off last night. Now, shout out to you though, God. What's good, God? You already know. But let me post that link right quick.
Exactly what happened. You studied Jesus to realize now, and after you studied Jesus, you started to see similarities with other things, didn't you?
Yeah, because the practice went. Yes, answer the question. But because the practice went, I saw other people. Most people went from Christianity to Islam, right? And then there was this Israelite movement that was around that I really didn't even know what it was till I got on YouTube, and I was like, "Oh, that's who them niggas is." Like my ex-wife father was a Hebrew Israelite, you know. Couldn't call him at a certain time on the goddamn Sabbath. He wouldn't do shit to the next day, all this other stuff. Didn't eat pork, went to a temple, you know. Pissy drunk, but I guess obedient enough to be an Israelite. But yeah, when I came up out of Christianity, it was like I was still going to church to support my wife and seem sane. But it was like, man, I'm like, I could do a better job at this than him. He's like, the pastor would piss me off. They would literally like open up the book, read a couple of passages, close it, and then speak from their heart for the rest of the day. And I'm like, no, my nigga. Keep reading, my nigga. Some shit coming up. I want to talk about that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he want to read it. He want to read chapter. He want to read verse 8.
Yeah, you feel me? I said, man, that's crazy. But when 9/11 happened, I was like, okay, shit is real. My government is lying to me, you know. So then I went, and my partner, Mike, he told me about Leo Muhammad, he was a comedian who used to make jokes about Africans. You know, flies in the eyes with the swollen bellies and stuff like that. And Louis Farrakhan had got in touch with him and, you know, did the NOI thing with him. So he ended up becoming part of the NOI. He's speaking Speaker's Corner in that park out there in the UK, because the UK doesn't have freedom of speech. You have these freedom of speech zones that you have to go to do stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, they don't got the Freedom of Information Act or freedom of speech.
That can't be true.
Yeah, look it up. You got to go to Speaker's Corner. That's where they say get down off your soapbox. That's where that comes from. Because you go out there and you set up a soapbox and stand on it, so you be over everybody, and then you speak your motherfucking truth. But you can't just walk around there talking about, man, fuck the prime minister and all of that. You can't. Yeah, they get on your head. But
that can't be true.
It's true, brother.
That's crazy.
Let me Google it, man. Let me Google it so we can keep it. Yeah. Oh, it's okay. It's recent. Hold on. Wait. 1998. Yeah, the UK has freedom of speech primarily protected by Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights, Incorporated Rights Act 1998, but it's a qualified right, meaning it's not absolute and is balanced against other concerns like public safety, so they don't, national security, and preventing hate speech, leading to ongoing debates about its limits. while Parliament has its own guaranteed speech, Bill of Rights, 1689, public expression faces restrictions from laws against incitement, harassment, and grossly offensive content, which recent concerns about increasing enforcement under laws like the Online Safety Act. So they have a form of freedom of speech, but you can't freely say what the fuck you want. If they feel it incite a riot, if I go out there, the Israelites can't do that shit. How they go out on the corner and tell white people they the devil, they going to hell and kiss their foot and all that, you can't do that. So when it comes to certain shit, when it comes to political and religious views, you don't got freedom of speech. So they go into this speaker's corner, this part, and I was watching Lil Muhammad. He's snapping, fiery, back straight. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I've never heard a black man speak like this. You understand? And so then, of course, that led me to Farrakhan, and Farrakhan ran me right the fuck away from Islam. Farrakhan, and that boy, I'm like, oh man, he fiery like Leo Muhammad. Shout out to him. That nigga started talking about UFOs and the mothership and pillars of iron shooting down and creating mountains. And I was like, yeah, nah. The mother, yeah, no, I'm cool. And then I got around to YouTube, and that was when I joined the first debate league. There was the group of Israelite brothers who seemed like Christians to me, but they hated Christians.
Don't tell them that because if you tell them that, that's a fight.
Yes, they hated Christians, but I'm a person that left the Bible. They're a person that turned the Bible upside down.
Yeah, but if you read real history, tells you the original Christians were the Israelites. So how could you hate something that you said you wrote?
Yes, but the thing with me is they pushed that date back too far. You wasn't there. Like Israelites, I mean, our ancient people. Now we're in 2025. So if they was around in 300 BCE, yeah, ancient people. But when you say you was around 2500 BCE, you know, the beginning of the earth was 4000 BCE. Yeah, nah, brother.
Yeah, but I mean, but ancient is a relative. I mean, ancient doesn't have a strict definition historically as other terms do. It just means a long time ago.
Yeah.
So I mean, how long is long for a human? 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, 400 years? How long is long?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't specifically give you, it doesn't go back to any specific period. It just means of long. Old. So now that means that I can come in and tell you, in my view, something is ancient just because I think it's old. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't go back to any specific period. Like Paleolithic is a period, Neolithic is a period, Bronze Age is a period, but ancient is not. The definition of ancient doesn't work that way. It means old.
Yeah.
So what is old by human standard? 200 is 100 years old?
Not recent. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, but I mean, I would to me, ancient is definitely over 1,000 years, but close to 2,000 years.
All right, I agree with that.
So it's like we got. I could wrap my mind around 500 years ago. That's, you know, I could call that, you know, and I could see.
But that's still a long time though.
Yeah, that's a long time ago. But it's like recent history. It's history, but it's recent history. It hasn't quite made it into the ancient times yet. You know, a lot of that stuff is still relevant.
So if they're talking about something 2,000 years ago, you would consider that ancient.
Yeah. Yeah, because to me, ancient, it comes with a disconnect from, you know what I'm saying, some lost shit.
But at the same time now, they're saying 2,000 years is ancient. We look at the cultures around there, and the cultures around there go back way further than that. So it depends on who you're comparing them to.
So I would call that prehistoric. That's why I say my people are prehistory people. We come before shit was recorded in the way that shit is recorded. Yeah.
Right. So once language was developed, a culture is no longer prehistoric because history has to be written.
History is written. Yeah.
But then now when they're talking about the Israelites say that they're ancient but they want to compare themselves to cultures like Kemet and still call themselves ancient. You can't do that. You can't.
Yeah.
You can't do that to say your language is or your culture is 2,000-3,000 years old, and they have remains and objects that are older than your culture. Not even we didn't even talk about living people yet. We just talking about just a mummified person or zombified person. He's 4,000 years old.
Yeah, easily.
This one is 5,000 years old. That one is 3,000 years old. So
Yeah,
that means ancient Kemet had dead bodies as older than your whole culture. So you can't make that comparison. We didn't get into language yet. We didn't get into structure. We didn't get into none of that. We just talking about strictly artifacts. Things that man-made things. Way older than your culture.
Yeah.
So how can you make that comparison and think that Hebrew was the first spoken language on the planet? Medu Neter might not even be the first written language or spoken language on the planet either.
And then to speak on that disconnect from Black and African, that's what I got from the Israelites. When I started debating the Israelites, one thing I found out is we ain't no stinking Africans. And it made sense. Shit started clicking to me like, oh shit. The Israelites of the Bible did go around and murder Africans. God told them to go take. So then I see that's the Canaanites. So
don't tell them that either, because they tell you they're not Canaanites.
Yeah, these
no, they're absolutely Canaanites.
These
don't tell them that, King Naga. They can swear you up and down. They have nothing to do with Canaanites.
These Arab culturalized people came into African territory and built on top of their shit, claimed their shit, murdered them, took their shit. But yeah, so I'm looking at the story in the Bible and I'm looking at how people are expressing the Israelite paradigm, and I'm like, you're anti-African. You think that this group of dark people in Africa is different from this group of dark people in Africa in a way that they not the same people. Like I could get there's different types of Africans, but they're all Africans. But it's like, no, they don't grow beards. I start hearing all type of shit. They don't grow beards. Look at the shape of their head. Nigga, that don't look like us. Nigga, we are new people. We are a new people that came up out of the destruction of indigenous people. So you have African, Native American, and European in you. That's going to create a different skull.
But still at the same time, there's enough DNA for them to do a DNA test to tell you where you come from in Africa. So you're not that different.
Yeah.
You can't be that different if African ancestors could take you back. Can't be that different.
I remember that. I remember all of them tropes they used to be saying Africans can't grow beards, they can't grow locks and all of this. And now you see Africans with beards and locks. You know what I'm saying? They are absolutely continental Africans. Like that kind of pulled me out of that Hebrew Israelite movement. You know what I'm saying? Because I never was down with that stinking African trope they used to be using. Because I'm like, bro, if y'all want any validity to what y'all saying, then y'all better be standing on some African history and culture. You know what I'm saying? It's like y'all, they got a Judean temple in Elephantine on the Nile Valley. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, so how are you saying you stinking Africans when you cohabited and you coalesce with these people and within these civilizations? You know what I'm saying? It was Taharka who came rescued y'all from the Assyrians. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have to do that. So
that's what I'm saying. How they stinking Africans and you homeless? Right. You got to go take their land. They got the cattle, they got the clothes, they got the women, and all of a sudden, like, yeah, dog. So that threw me off. So I didn't become an Israelite. But by the time I got through with Islam, studying Islam, I had figured out all the Abrahamic faiths, anything that comes from this stuff. This is the Greeks and the Romans trying to write themselves into a period of time which they didn't exist. They're taking stuff prehistory, which is only prehistory because we only go into modern history. History was recorded before the Greeks and the Romans.
Of course.
Yeah, but we don't have access to that. They openly admit they burnt the shit, they stole it, they conquered the people and translated it into their own language, and we don't know what we did with the original script. I'm pretty sure we do. You replaced the names, changed the locations, the dates, and wrote some some apologetic shit for you, and then you burnt the originals that said these are the motherfuckers that we need to watch out for. You know, so.
I hear what you're saying, but I understand what you're saying because look, Reggie did a presentation on that the other day. Did you see it on Sonata?
Who did it? Reggie?
Yeah, he did a presentation talking about the different.
I don't watch Sonata, brother.
Okay, I'll leave that there.
Nah, you can speak on it. I don't care. You can speak on it.
Nah, but what
I
I'm
love
saying
Brother
is,
Reggie. I fuck with Brother Reggie. That's my dog.
yeah, you need to go watch it because he's breaking down how the Moses story came from Ramses. I think it's Ramses the second or third, one of his sons and his grandson.
Yeah, I know that information. Moshe, Ramses, and Moses. Yeah.
Yeah, he showed that whole thing. And when he showed them, Israelites got mad, boy.
Yeah. So that's what I look at these writings as. And then I started studying it. Now I came to that conclusion that the Greeks and the Romans put off the greatest deception on earth and lied about the creator of the universe. The biggest question all man has: what are we? What is existence? How did this shit jump off? What type of framework is this? And then I started studying, and I would come across videos with Dr. Ben, Ashwar Kwesi, you know, and they taught me how to look for the shit, you know, and it just snowballed from there. Just more and more people that I'm studying, more and more people that I'm listening to, and then I find out the Vaticanus, the Septuagint, the Alexandrias, and I'm like, how are all these writings from the Greeks, dog? Like, not one African tribe came from out the bush, like, in the book of Nkufu. Like, no. OTK is in the building, man. That's fucked up, put in the wrong direction, the misconstrued. The big dog is in the building. Shout out to you. What's good?
Peace,
Man,
family.
peace and love, Swab boss, man. You my dog, man. Hey, we had a good time last night, Swab. I ain't gonna lie. I said, you know what? I'm gonna build with Swab, man. So I'm glad you did this show, man, so I could come up and build with y'all. Y'all having a great conversation right now. So I was just sitting back in the cut listening, man. Hey, peace to everybody else on the panel too. Peace and love into your chat, man.
Appreciate that, guys. Yeah, feel free to jump in, man. You know, get it in how you need to get it in. But yeah, that's how I came. So then this is the funny part. This is when I started getting extreme, and I figure everybody has these stages because I even see some people on YouTube now with it. But it becomes extreme when you don't know how big the lie is, right? This is a global lie. And I'm gonna go straight up the middle. These white folks, called the Greeks, murdered, invaded, manipulated their way into positions of certain people. And then there was this play where they separated themselves into two groups of white people, the Greeks and the Romans. Working with the Persians, Arabs, they constructed this fake fight that led into our lands, destroyed our people, and replaced our grandparents' pictures with theirs. But
they tried.
Yeah, they tried, and they did. It's a lot of civilizations you will never hear about. A lot made it, but there are a lot of empires that they burnt the stone into the ground. You know, it was just crazy. But they did that play. But the whole time the Greeks acting like they don't like the Romans, but they the same people.
But you know what I said? I said to me, the Greeks became like little children with Legos. You ever watch your niece and nephew or your son play with Legos and then they get mad because the Legos ain't working and they kick the Legos over?
Mm-hmm.
That's what the Greeks did because they tried to understand and they couldn't understand. So
When they couldn't.
Can't have it. Nobody can. So
Now I can get into my pseudo bag with that and talk about difference in biological makeup and the relationship between your body and the universe and their body and universe, your ability to get nutrients from food, sun-enriched food,
Yeah, but
their
it
inability to
wasn't.
get
But
like
they just to me that's a good comparison because everybody knows when little children get frustrated with things, that's how they behave.
yeah.
I don't want to do that no more. Kick over the Legos, flip over the desk, all them type of thing.
Yeah, I
They get
can't do it,
mad.
so it's stupid. Yeah, I wanted to do it, I can't, so it's stupid. Matter of fact, it's wicked and evil.
Hey, Suave, let me ask you
Yeah.
a question, Suave. You was
Yes, sir.
talking about the Greeks, and then you talk about the Romans. Was they coexisting at the same time, bro?
Yes. Yeah.
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 What year was that?
They
I'm
overlap
just
each
asking
other.
because I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just asking you that real shit.
Understood. Yeah. I'm not a day specialist. I could get the information, but I know the Greeks and the Romans have a gray area where, yeah, that's it. But to me, that was the great flip because when you look at the Hellenistic period, they would like us to believe that Christians were
The
being
Hellenistic
persecuted.
period would be in Africa, right?
Yes.
In Egypt, correct? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'll follow you. Go ahead.
So they would like us to believe that that's the time where the world got Christianized, right? Like they're going around and they're pushing this. I mean, not Christianized, but Hellenized, Zeus and the other gods. They think that they're
with the mythology. With mythology. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So they want you to believe that that's what's going on. But what's going on is the indigenous African spiritual systems being destroyed while Christianity is being pushed onto the people. Because Zeus didn't blow up like that. Abraham did. Fucking what's the motherfucker with the line and shit? All these, you see the connection between the biblical stories and the Greek mythology. The Greek mythology didn't blow up. Okay. The biblical stories did. So that's what the Hellenistic period was, pushing up scripts. That's why it was such a dagger for. It was just this push to just keep the literature control. Oh, you can't have it. You can't translate it. Only certain people can read it. This, that, and the other. And that's how our grandparents grew up. They wasn't reading the Bible. They owned it. And when they went to church and got preached to, you know, I thought they was reading that motherfucker.
Right.
No, they just had that big ass book on the table and shit. Like, Grandma, you couldn't have read this part right here.
Put
So-
all the phone numbers in the family genealogy and shit. That's what they used the book for. Yeah.
Exactly.
I got you. So,
Yeah, so
when you
that's
talk about
just
the
what I
reason
feel.
why I asked you about the Greeks and the Romans was they together because we see a Roman period when the Romans pretty much came established. They came established in Greece and Italy when they was fighting against Saxons, or what we would call Saxons or Vikings or Anglo-Saxons or whatever like that.
Right.
We saw that they went into Italy and they beat the fuck out of them in Italy, but yet it was Sicily, that little island, that helped them sustain, you know what I mean, and help them push back. So this is where we see the Romans get created. Now the Greeks, from what I thought that came from like Macedonia and shit like that, and they took over the Romans. That's why you got a Greco-Roman. But I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we, you know what I'm saying? That'd be a good bill, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah.
That's
No,
what I
that
thought
don't
it
sound
was.
wrong to me. Like I say, I love history. It's more modern, but
Yes,
I
sir.
could wrap my mind around the Greeks and the Romans and stuff like that. But I do know there was a coexistence, and the way I look at it, these are like, this is when you know the phrase divide and conquer. See, when we hear that phrase, we think they divide us to conquer us. They also divide themselves to conquer. Me and Larell get into it in Naga's house because we want Naga house. So me and Larell act like we beefing. Then we fall through his front door, knock down the pictures and all this shit. You know what I'm saying? By the time we get through Warren, his house is useless. He had to move, and we have the house.
Big
You
facts,
know,
big facts.
so that's how I'm looking at it. All of these Greek and Roman wars going into African land, and then everybody end up Greek and Roman. The Egyptians were
All right,
white.
so let me ask you this though, bro. Did Alexander them boys actually fight Africans in Africa, or was they fighting the Babylonians, your Persians, your Hittites, all of these motherfuckers from that was occupying Africa? Wouldn't they pushing the people out of Africa like the Arab world?
Yeah, I could see Alexander the Great when, especially when it comes to Alexander the Great. He did it all. If you was around, he fought you. The Persians,
They did everything
the
to
Africans.
push south into Nubia because them Kandakis wasn't playing with them.
So it was your boy Ptolemy that really was like the beginning of the Hellenistic period, because from what I thought the Hellenistic period is where the Greeks started incorporating with the Egyptian deities and stuff like that, and started putting that in their mythology. Also, the African deities, Egyptian deities or whatever like that, they started putting them inside of their Greek mythology and correlating things the same as stuff like that. So Ptolemy, which was Alexander General, you know, he went around and burnt damn near all the fucking temples down until you had your first black, what they would call your first black pope or bishop, until he said, you know what, I'll make you a pharaoh. Because he wanted to be a pharaoh. He wanted to be a god. So this is where you start seeing the Hellenistic period, I thought, was when you start seeing these Greeks being considered as pharaohs. Up until Cleopatra, who was like the last living pharaoh or whatever like that, female pharaoh of the Hellenistic bloodline.
And no, the Greek. What
Y'all
happened?
ran across that? Y'all ran across that? I just asked.
No, what happened was Alexander apparently had already conquered the Romans because his general Ptolemy was one of his Roman generals. So when they came in, they were invited in by the Kemetic people to get rid of the Persians. And apparently ended up taking over. My theory is the people of Kemet simply realized we're going down. We are definitely not going to last much longer. So they said, all right, we got to give it up. Let's give it up to some people who at least have some love and respect for knowledge. I think that they honestly thought that. I think they honestly thought that, listen, we got to go out. Let's give it to the Greeks. At least the Greeks going to preserve something. At least they have a love for knowledge. I mean, yeah, they call them children, but they say, hey, you got to pick the lesser of two evils, right? So they figure if they pick they pick the Romans would at least take the culture and carry it somewhere. The culture would survive it somewhere, which it did. So I think that they picked their successor in a very strange kind of way. They said these Persians is barbarians. These Asians is straight barbarians. They got we don't love them. They're untrustworthy. There's nothing we liked about them at all. So we know we're going down. So let's get these Romans up in here. See what they're gonna do. At least if they take over, we know they're gonna preserve the culture, because that's what they do. Even if they Greekify it, we got so much things written down and carved in stone. They can't kill everything.
Not everything.
Okay.
But
That makes sense. That makes sense.
That made sense to me. What you said, OTK, like the Hellenistic period would start with Ptolemy getting on that throne. This is the beginning of the flip. The flip. The attempt to stop it from looking like this.
Beginning of the rewriting. Yeah, the rewriting of African history in Egypt. Yeah, I got you, bro.
And then the motherfucker on the last throne would say, oh, we the people that was on the first throne. And all of a sudden, Egypt is white. And we got to prove there was black people and Africans. And I'm like, man, what the fuck? Like,
that's crazy word. That's crazy word.
Like, how did we get here? Right in front of our face, bro. Egypt was white. Okay. So, yeah, I definitely could get that. They were not Romans, they were Greeks.
What happened was Alexander was a Greek, but apparently Ptolemy was his Roman general. They had already conquered him.
So these would be your Greco-Romans, right? But they call them Macedonians, but they was your Greco-Romans though, right?
Well, Alexander was from Macedonia. He was a conqueror. But at some point in the 1000s, he had conquered the Romans. So his generals were Romans. So when he died, Ptolemy
his daddy conquered the Romans.
Remember,
before Alexander came into power, now Alexander daddy been done pretty much try to unite all of that shit.
I don't know about that, but I know in ancient Kemet, those guys were Roman. The Ptolemies were Romans.
Romans.
The
Okay.
Ptolemies,
All right.
They were definitely Romans.
I think they were secretly fucking both. I think they were secretly both. Like like at the top, they didn't give a fuck about that shit. It's just like you look at it today. Who defeated the Romans? Like, who defeated the Romans?
The Greeks.
How? And the Romans are still the center of religion. They're there.
Yeah.
Right.
They
Only
never
people that
got
I ever
defeated.
But they
known-
call it.
Only people
call
that
it-
I ever known that really defeated the Romans or the Greeks, or the Greco-Romans or whatever you want to call it, would be your boy from Carthage. What's his name? Hannibal.
Hannibal.
Yes.
He
That's the only
won.
person I know. He even went all the way into Europe, across the damn mountains, but then he lost half of his damn troops because they couldn't take that cold, and then he got his ass whooped. And that's the last time you hear about Hannibal. The second Hannibal, not his daddy now, but his son.
And I would say the Egyptians got defeated. Where are the Egyptians? Where are they ruling from? What part of culture did the rest of the world agree? Okay, despite what happened in the past, here y'all go. The Romans never got defeated. The world has
I don't
agreed
think the
that the
Egyptians
Pope,
had an army. I don't think they had an army at this time. Nubia had an army, but the Egyptians didn't. That's why bro said they allowed the Greeks to come in to push the Persians out.
No. The Egyptians definitely
bro.
had an army. But when you look at it, the higher ups in the army were what we call the Hessi or Nubians, the archers. Those were the ones that was maintaining control. Because even when the Arabs came in, the Arabs were writing stories calling them the archer of the pupil of the eye, because they were shooting out these Arabs' eyes with arrows. They were shooting in
What
the
would they
pupils
call them?
with
The
arrows.
Madres? What was they call them? The
Magi.
Madri? They got a name. Magi.
The Magi
Yep.
archers.
Okay. I'm with
But
you.
these
I'm with you,
guys
bro. I follow you.
These guys were so deadly with it. They would shoot out these Arabs' eyes. They would shoot them in the eyes with arrows.
yeah, like the Sentinelese. Like that's what I say. I'll imagine them.
Yeah, that's
The
wild
Sentinelese.
work.
Dude, y'all remember they shot that white boy Bible? He came over to hit that Bible up. They shot the Bible on purpose and told him to get away. And he came
They
back
were
and they
showing them,
murdered his
so
ass.
they were calling them the archer of the pupil of the eye, or the eye smiters, because they were shooting these guys' eyes out. They were shooting them in their eyes. That's how good they were with the arrows.
That's wild work. That's wild work.
Shoot them in their eye.
Boy, you gotta have good aim.
We living in
You gotta have
2025.
good aim.
We living in 2025, and it's hard for you to shoot somebody in the eye with a gun, much less an arrow. They was dead, shoot them in the eye, in the pupil, fucking them up. They're blinding them. That's how bad these Magi were.
That's crazy. Cosmon is in the building, man. Don't get it twisted, pointing in the wrong direction. Mr. Scooter fucked up. Shout out to you. What's good, God?
What's up, Cosmo?
What up, dog? What up, dog?
What it do?
What's OTK? What it do, man? What's going on with y'all boys? Hey, man, I just wanted, all respect to the brother. You dig what I'm talking about? But Ptolemy was not a Roman. Ptolemy was not a Roman, even though he was Alexander's right-hand man. He also was a Greek, 100%. He was not Roman. And Ptolemy, Soter, and also Philadelphus, right? Philadelphus and Soter is his son, are the next pharaohs after Alexander. Another point that I wanted to clear up too was that the brother brought up as into why the Egyptians just let Alexander come on in. Well, the whole point was that, and why they allowed him and made him pharaoh was that he was saving these people from the Persians. It had been hundreds of years of Persian rule, and these were some cruel, real messed up dudes. You dig what I'm talking about? So when Alexander came in, Alexander wasn't conquering, he was saving these people, right? And this is, he was saving these people, and this is why they gave him the throne and held him as a savior. You dig what I'm saying?
But the main reason why they ended up putting them on the throne and they considered them legit is because they ended up getting the priests to bless them as leaders. They
by
forced the priests to bless them, and according to the culture, once you were blessed in this manner, they had to make you.
that was under threat and duress. But
All
I
of that.
say,
No, it wasn't. It
hold on,
wasn't
I wanna
under.
say this.
And
Okay,
see,
hold
that's
on,
the.
before I get
Go
correct,
ahead.
before I get
Go
correct,
ahead.
I want to say this right
Go
quick.
ahead.
And I
Go ahead.
looked it up. So basically, Ptolemy was a Greek, Roman, Egyptian. Greek by blood, Roman by citizenship, Egyptian by culture or location, or like that's what I mean. Like it was like he was a Greek and a Roman and an Egyptian.
So he was Greco-Roman.
Well,
That's crazy.
Roman is his citizenship, but he was a Greek. He was a Greek.
Greek by
No, he was
blood,
a
Roman
Roman.
by citizenship, Egyptian by culture. Yeah.
No,
So
he
that
was a
means that
Roman.
he got his citizenship. He got his citizenship in Rome.
And he
because
got
of
a
his
Roman
status.
name. Like he say he got a
No,
say
he
was
wasn't.
a-
No,
he
he
was
wasn't.
a Greek
He
Roman
was a conquered
mathematician.
Roman. He was a conquered Roman.
Yeah, a Greek
He wasn't a conquered Roman. He was. He listen. He is literally Alexander's childhood friend. They grew up together. They homeboys.
But his name was
his father.
His name is Claudius Ptolemaeus, right?
He's a Roman.
No, that's the wrong.
That's the
that's
wrong
the-
one.
It is a
Yeah,
Roman
that's the
name,
wrong
but it's a
one.
Roman
You
name.
want to look for Philadelphia's. He's the first one.
Ptolemy is Philadelphia's or Philadelphia is Ptolemy.
No, they
Yeah,
had one. They had one called Philadelphus, which I think was the first Ptolemy's son.
Right, and that's the first. That's the first Ptolemy is Philadelphia's, and then
No,
after
I think
him
it
they
was
got
Soter.
Soter.
I think Soter was first. I could be wrong.
Okay, well then guess what? It's Soter and then Philadelphia's. Either
So when
way,
I'm looking up who was the first
neither
Ptolemy,
one of them is.
so I'm looking up who was the first Ptolemy or something.
Yes.
Okay.
So here they call him Savior. He might be right about that. I'm not either. I'm not here to argue that. What I'm saying is, Soter came with him. Yeah, Ptolemy. Right? There's going to be multiple Ptolemies. There's a Ptolemaic dynasty. There's a whole Ptolemaic dynasty that come after this.
More than seven. More than seven. You talk about 100, damn near 100 years they was in Africa before Cleopatra, the last Cleopatra. You have multiple Cleopatras too. So them boys been there for a long
but
fucking
they
time,
don't
bro.
know. But they don't know if she was African, if she was mixed, or what she was. They're not sure.
And Ruger the Lion is in the building, man. Welcome to the panel, God, man.
Okay.
Nobody knows what she really looks like. They think she might have
Yeah,
been.
I deal with that. I go with that, bro. I go with that. I respect that.
So she might not have been fully Egyptian. But she
Yeah,
was
that's-
down with
She's
the
definitely
Romans
Ptolemy
anyway, so-
daughter, though. She's definitely a Ptolemy daughter. She's definitely a Ptolemy bloodline, though. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Now, whether she's mixed with something
Some
else,
of them were, because they had more than one Cleopatra
yeah,
too. They had more than one Cleopatra too.
right. Hell yeah, it's an ass of them.
So they don't know
The ass of them.
exactly.
I think it's like 4 of them, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was
More
like
than
4
that.
Cleopatras. More than that? You found more than that? Damn.
I think so. I don't want to lie, but I think there was
Nah, bro. Hey, listen. I take that I take it with a grain of salt, bro. You going off the hip right now, bro. So
I
you know
think
what
there
I
might
mean?
be 6 or 7 of them.
6 or 7. Okay.
There's 7 Cleopatra itself. The ones we know about in roughly 32 BC is the 6th one. She's the 6th, right? So, and then what y'all gotta know is, hold on. What you gotta know is, from the time of Alexander coming into saving Egypt, he saved Egypt. When he came in and saved them, to the time of the Roman overthrow of the Greeks, right, is 300 years of Greco rule before the Roman Caesars even take control in 32 B. 300 years of Greece Macedonian Ptolemaic rule. That's what everybody got to understand. It's 300 years. 300 years from the till Egypt falls in 32. Right, 32 BC. He walked in 332. That's 300 years.
Yeah,
See, I
but
think
that
that's
is
a play,
that is
bro.
Greco-Roman rule, not just Greek. That's Greco and Roman.
Yeah, I feel I think that's a play, bro. I know that. I feel like that's a play, like, because I know about the 700-year war, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's the 700-year war? Explain that.
The war between the Persians and the Greeks that went on for like 700 years. It was. I think it was like a three-way fight. The Persians, the Romans, the Greeks, all were acting like they was fighting for 700
No,
years.
I never.
Yeah, the 700-year war. They fought for 700
No, I never
years.
heard of that.
And then they came to a what they call it. It's a Greek word for it, but basically a stalemate where everybody just said, "All right, we cool now." And then the Persians get Egypt, and then the Greeks walk into Egypt and just basically take over from the Persians. I feel like that was a play, bro. And right after that, you get right after that, you get the Hellenistic period, and then it goes into whatever.
No, the Hellenistic period starts with Alexander in
I know,
Egypt.
that's what I'm saying. That's when the 700-year war ended. That's when they got.
Wait a minute. So wait. So you saying in 332 the 700-year war ended?
Let me look it up. Because I'll be horrible with dates. Ruger back in the building, man.
Right. So yeah, I never heard of that one.
That's crazy.
That's some new shit. They say you learn something new every day.
Every day.
Word.
I'm down to look. The only 700 years.
Yeah, I never heard of it.
Anything in Egypt or in Europe is the fucking Moors from 711 AD to fucking 1492.
And what I know about
1492, that's the only 700
right.
year voyage that I know about.
Yeah, that I heard about. Yeah, no, that's the 700 that I heard about. But yeah, I'm definitely down to learn. My thing is simply this, right? Between them Herodian groups, the Alexandrian groups, and the Alexandrians, the Herodians, and the Macedonians, or like Ptolemaic society. What we end up knowing, even if they was in a war, what we end up knowing about them and going down through history is that they're all blood kin to each other. All of them.
That's why I said that shit, bro. Ruger,
I can't even be mad at that. I can't even be mad at that. You dig what I'm saying? I can be mad at that, especially when you know they all kin.
Yeah.
Every one of them.
Like, it was because that's where, and I'm a fan of, but that's where the doctrine of Islam came up out of, like the Lakhmids Empire. That's where you get all that Mount Hira. It was a city Hira, the Eastern Orthodox Church, and that's where you get the dress code and all this stuff that eventually leads into Islam, because the Greeks and the Romans, probably just the Romans at the time, but the Greeks and the Romans agreed to give the Persians a doctrine to control Africans. Islam. The Greeks had one, Judaism. The Romans had one, Catholicism or Christian. And the Arabs saw that play and was like, nah, we won't in. So this war got started and it went to a stalemate. And after that stalemate, these people get Islam, a way to control Africans. Like that shit was so, that shit crazy, bro, right in front of the world eyes.
Interesting. That's hella interesting.
I was looking.
I gotta shoot up in here, bro. I'll holler at y'all boys, man. Y'all be smooth.
I love God.
I was looking.
All right, peace, guys, man.
Peace, bro.
And it said Ptolemy was a Greek, but then it also says that he established divine kingship. So that don't make no sense.
They established the first what?
He got the
They
kingship in
said
Egypt, though.
they said he was Greek, and then they said he
Yeah, he was
established.
Greek.
And then they said he established the first divine kingship in Egypt, but that's not true.
Well, yeah, because there wasn't no kings in Egypt before him. It was only pharaohs.
Nah, that's
You see what I'm saying?
All of
It was only pharaohs.
But all of them were divine. All of them were compared to deity, so that's not true.
So you saying that the pharaohs was never real? Ramesses
No, I'm
and
saying
all
all
them
of
was never
them.
real?
All of them were considered what we would call divine kings. All of them were divine.
Well, I mean, Pharaoh
Yeah.
was a king, so I got you.
Yeah, I think that was the distinction. Like the Greeks went into the pharaoh shit, but the Egyptians had the kings, but they changed the verbiage. Pharaoh just meant king, but that was
That's what it later on became, because originally Pharaoh don't mean king, and Pharaoh wasn't a person. Pharaoh means dwelling. It means dwelling place of, right? It was usually referred to the king's chamber. Yo, when I get home, I could definitely give you the information, my boy.
What happened was
that's what's up. I hear that.
What happened was Pharaoh is a Greek word. It came from the term per Ankh, which was the abode of the Nesut Bidi. So it is a Greek word. But they were already.
I would agree with you on that.
But they were already considered what we would call divine already. He didn't establish any such thing as that. He usurped the throne using their idea about what we call divine kingship. Because if he was not blessed by the priest, he would not have ruled. Because you notice Alexander the Great was not a pharaoh. Because he was not blessed.
Nah, he was not. He was not. Yeah, he was not.
So them saying that he's a divine king he was the first divine king, what they call in ancient Egypt, is not true. That's a lie. He didn't establish
But
anything.
from what Ptolemy said and what history said, Ptolemy was the first to be blessed by one of the priests out of Africa to be divine.
No.
Yeah, he ended up becoming your first. He ended up becoming your first bishop of Africa or your first pope or something of Africa. I forgot his name, dog. I forgot his name, though.
Every person who ruled ancient Kemet had to be blessed by Amun. That is how he became. He took advantage of the tradition.
Didn't they become they became the earthly environment, of the divine, right? Wasn't that
right? But
how
that's
it
indigenous. Yeah, that's indigenous. But when you got a foreign entity coming in and they was telling them, no, we're not making you no divine pharaoh or no none of that. That's why he started burning the temples down. You can look up Ptolemy's story. He started burning the temples until he ran across one priest that says, you know what, man, I'm tired of you killing my people. You're burning up all the books. You're burning up our temples, our holy places. Let me go ahead and make you divine. And he became one of the first he's the pope or bishop of Africa.
Yeah.
Ptolemy said, if you do this for me, I will make you the first bishop or either the pope
Yeah,
of Africa. He told him that.
But he swindled them. Yeah, I know. I heard what you're talking about, but it was a swindle because the same what you saying, they burnt a lot of shit, but they took a lot of shit. That's when the ISIS down and the museum was created, right? So the priest that you're talking about was promised to basically run the museum, the ISIS down, because his son buried the ISIS down and built the museum over top of it and shit. Like, yeah, what you talk, I definitely know about what you're talking about.
Well, I never heard that story.
I mean, that's what Ptolemy them boys wrote they self. You know what I mean? That's what they wrote they
Yeah.
self. Now, rather that history was
they
hijacked
that I named my daughter after Amanirenas for taking the head off of Emperor Augustus statue and putting it at the foot of her damn throne, so he got trampled on every time somebody walked up to that shit. We stand on big Cushite business over here.
And they found it recent, and they found the head. They were looking for the head all this time, and she cut.
They got the head.
When a Kendaki cut
that's
off
another
the
powerful group. That's another powerful
cut
group.
off
The
the head
Kushites.
and put it.
You know,
she cut off the
Kushites
head and put it on her throne.
the Kushites actually written inside some of the Pharaoh stories. What was it? Your 13th I think it's your 13th dynasty
The
that they
original
erased.
the original stock will be, if we given a designated name to designated places, the original Kemetic stock would be, especially the ruling class, would be Keshetic.
Yeah,
At the
that's
end of the
right.
day.
You know what I'm saying? Because Norma came from the south, conquered the north, unified the lands, and established that civilization. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Nap the player.
Well,
Shout out
that's
to the player.
but that's true. That's true. That is true. The culture did come from the south.
Come from the south, right? Right.
Yeah,
I mean, we see
that's-
all the pyramids. You see all the pyramids
And then-
starting from its beginning point down south, and then coming up to Egypt, where it's at its final point. That's what I get from it.
Yeah, that's why I tell people, man, it's very important. Although they throw a lot of different names, and the name separations is just periodic timetables, right? It doesn't necessarily mean a different people, right? But study motherfucking 2,000-3,000 years prior to pre-dynastic Kemet type shit, right? And see what you find, what you come up with at the end of the day. I walked that walk, so nah, man, I tell for people that haven't walked that, fuck all that new age Kemet shit, because most of the shit that niggas know about Kemet isn't a Kemetic thought. It's shit that's put together after they've been invaded and other people brought they shit in. The original people wasn't even. Yeah, that's absolutely true, bro.
That's not true.
That's absolutely true. Don't make me go get my boy Silky, bro. And we can have at it all day. I'll feed him the information.
You say you
He'll play with you.
Night Kingdom on you, Jose.
You gonna get Silky, so you gonna get Silky to come embarrass himself talking about Berbers after we told him
everything.
No, he might embarrass himself, but as long as I'm feeding him the information, he gonna definitely be right about what he's talking about at the end of the day.
No, he is obsessed with Berbers, and me and King Naga, I think it was you, not so? Told him that 10 times already. The culture comes from the south, and Berber has nothing to do with
Hey,
it.
bro, what we know about
Hold on. Time out, my bad, y'all. Okay, so let me correct myself. The 700-year war refers to the prolonged Roman-Persian war. It was between the Arabs, the Persians, and Rome. A central rivalry between Roman Empire and successful Persian empires. The Parthian and Sasanian from around 54 BC. So it wasn't as far back as I put it, and it did not end in Hellenistic. No. From around 54 BC to 628 AD, primarily fought over territory near east, but this rivalry ended in the rise of the Arab caliphates, who rapidly conquered both weakened empires in the 7th century. So this is where you get the Islam. This is the whole war when shit has been Hellenized. We know that. So the Greeks is going strong, Rome is going strong, and then the Arabs want their.
Your Mohammedans. Yeah, your Mohammedans. They would be Mohammedans at this time.
Yeah. So we want.
Yeah, they would be Mohammedans.
That was called accountability. Shout out to Swabo.
Oh yeah, all the time.
Yeah, man.
That's good shit, Swab. That's good shit.
I appreciate that. But brother, I would not bring Silky in here to argue anything about ancient Kemet, because everything he said about ancient Kemet is wrong, absolutely wrong. And we told him 50 times stop using the word Berber, and he's still using the word Berber. King Naga did a whole presentation on another platform about it. He came on arguing for 3 hours, and we told and everything that he read said south, 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 and south. So he can't help you.
How you get the Berbers? How you get the Berbers though with Egypt?
Hey,
How you
peace,
even
brother.
bringing both
Peace.
of
Shout out
those
Knock,
names
yo.
together?
No,
How you
what
bring
they're
up the
doing,
Berbers and Egypt at the same? You can't do that.
what they're doing is the people at that time
time lapsing, right?
No, exactly. They started to use the Latin word for barbarian, and that's what Berber means. They were calling the indigenous people barbarians. That's what it means.
Barbaricos. Big facts.
That's barbarian. So that had nothing to do with the indigenous people. The name is Amazigh, among other names.
The
But
Berbers was
Silky's
converts. They was converts, though. The Berbers, they was converts. They practiced
Yes.
Christianity and they practiced Islam.
Some of them did, yes, facts.
Those are your Moors. Those are some Moors too. Your Berbers are Moors too. They
Well,
practice
a Berber
both.
is a broad term. A Berber is a broad
They
term
just
for
was
North
considered as
African.
white though. They just was considered as white though. That's the only difference. The Berbers was
No,
considered as
they
white.
were considered as
Hold
white
up.
because they betrayed African
Okay, go ahead.
people, and
Oh,
in
okay,
return for their
okay.
betrayal, they were considered free white people. That
Hey,
is
but
what.
I want
Okay.
to give
Bet.
Silky a shout out though. You know what I'm saying? Because he's the only one in the community standing on big Berber business. He do get it wrong a lot. You know what I'm saying? But like if you listen to some of the stuff he be saying, like it's some truth to some of the stuff he be saying. Now, you know what I'm saying? When he try to make everything Berber and make the Berbers the oldest people on the planet who taught everybody everything, yeah, now we gonna bump heads. But you know,
Yeah, but you have to stop doing that.
right.
You
Yeah, you
can't
gotta
just
stop doing that.
you can't use a name calling people barbarians, and then when people tell you about it, you upset. What are you mad for? That word
Yeah,
didn't
yeah, because these
exist in the
people have their
people's
own
culture.
names. These people have their own names that they gave it
And he did say
themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Amazigh, and I'm glad he used the word Amazigh, but he's
The Amazigh?
he's Amazigh.
Amazigh, you know what I'm saying? It's
Amazigh.
like
Amazigh.
yeah, that's
Okay.
that's
I
the
got you.
general name that encompasses all of them, you know what I'm saying? And it's a indigenous name that they placed on itself. Now
Exactly.
within that Amazigh
Oh,
umbrella, you do have specific tribes with their own tribe names like the Tuareg, the Zenaga, you know what I'm saying? You got the Guanche, so on and so forth.
Exactly. So he has to stop using that word Berber. It doesn't trace back historically. That is
Yo,
a
is that my
that is an
homie King
Arabized
Naga?
Latin.
That's my homie King Naga. I used to build with back in the day about 2-3 years ago.
Quite possibly. I don't know no other King Naga
This
back here,
open,
you know what I'm
this
saying?
open, yeah, this open the knowledge, man. I think we used to build a while back, man. On Round Table
yeah.
Gang and all that stuff like that. Hell yeah. What's happening, fam? You doing all
I'm
right?
cooling, bro.
Yeah,
I'm doing good,
Yeah, man. But we have to
That's
we
what I'm
have to
talking about.
we have to put
Family
history
man,
in
I love
its
that.
you have to put history in its proper perspective. You can't use those type of terms, and when people tell you about it, you get mad. We are not Berbers. You're calling yourself a barbarian. That's not cool. Barbarians are uncivilized animals who have no culture. But you can't steal a person's culture and then
Can
call
we
them
be
uncivilized
wrong?
at the
Can
same
we
time.
be wrong sometimes when we trying to categorize history? Can we be wrong sometimes?
It's a difference between
Meaning
being
that it
wrong
was
and talking.
multiple things going on. Meaning that it
It's
was
a
multiple things going on at one time, right? So if you say, "Yo, this was going on at this time period right here," and then somebody else come back and be like, "Well, over here, this was going on during this time period." How do you fit that in your perspective in your history to say what's right and what's wrong? Go ahead, bro.
because you read and you understand where these terms come in. And you can't let people come in and bullshit you with a bullshit term and then want to make themselves right, as opposed to them reading an actual book and studying the actual culture to know what they call themselves. I'm not letting him get away with that because he's supposed to know better. It can't be running
But
around
that's what
and
I'll be
using
saying.
them fucked up
I think
words.
he's the necessary misinformation that enrages people into finding the right information. So shout out to
Correct.
him. You
It's
know,
needed.
yeah.
Shout out to that brother. I don't even know him, but yeah, you can learn a
Yeah,
lot from everybody, bro. Big facts.
but we tired of showing him and telling him that. We showed him that 1,001 times already, and he's still going with it. That's the
But
problem.
it's not for him to see though. It's for me to see. You know what I'm saying? After the fact, like now I'm learning it because he's still this delusional motherfuckers who's getting clout. He got a fan base. You know what I'm saying? And it's like him being relevant still makes the information. Like, let's see if he'd have just accepted that shit. Y'all probably wouldn't be talking about that shit right now for me to even find out about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm learning a lot of the Burma information. Yeah,
Maybe that's a good point too.
because that conflict
Yeah,
is
you
still
need
going
conjecture.
on. Yeah,
Big
yeah.
facts.
Shout out to him, man.
Hey,
Batman.
but to speak to the last question that was asked, I think it's totally possible, and it happens often to misconstrue like historical events or historical people or a time period or just history in totality, right? Based on like our present filters. You know what I mean? Like it's easy to try to look back and be like, or these people, they had a certain tradition or a certain ritual or something, be like, okay, that was gay, based on your today filters. Even though some of that shit that we believe in today didn't exist in the past. So yeah, it's definitely easy to misplace things, mischaracterize certain things if we're not being careful.
Yeah, but there's a difference when there's a difference when you don't know, and someone's telling you something and you're not reading to know. You're just sticking to what you think is right.
Facts.
And that's not correct. Yeah. If you're gonna read and speak the truth. Don't just make up something because you like what it is. It's not about that. I had to learn in HKM there's a lot of things that I may not have liked, but it's true. They spoke the truth. They did not lie about anything.
So what's up with the special lettuce? What's up with the special lettuce in Kemet?
Me know nothing about these people and their blasted lettuce, man. Something wrong with that. But that tells me. That's what I'm
saying. It just happened right there. Like, we don't know about they blasted lettuce. You know what I mean?
No, but that tells me.
You don't want to associate with that shit because today our filters, right?
It's not even associated with it. That tells me that you're still giving them power. Because you're talking about something mythological and making it real. You're comparing it to something real. So at the end of the day, you're giving them power to say that say that
that's mostly Egyptian history, though. Mostly Egyptian history.
Yeah, I mean, I
get what you're saying. Correct.
Right.
Is mostly Egypt's beginning based on deities.
Wearing really black clothes.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I would say that they definitely put the deities in front, and they definitely have stories about deities that deal with their culture. Yes, they do. But that is African culture on the whole. They talk about deities, they put spirituality in a very important place. So yes, they have stories about deities ruling, but that's not a literal story. Because we know these were not literal beings who existed. There's only one who they think might have existed, which was Asar, because they have some sort of story behind that to say that he might have been a literal person. Not that the rest of them were not, but this is one that they have some sort of information on to say, we think that this guy is this deity. They don't have that for any other deity, for any of the other the other primordial deities. Because they found a head. The story is they found a head of one of the, I think they say he was a ruler and it had incense around it. So they're saying they think that was Asar. This guy was Asar. If you look it up, they'll tell you the story about how they went into a house and they found them worshiping this head. They put incense around it and venerating the head. And they think that Asar that's one of the people that Asar might have been based on. They don't have stories like that for other deities. Not that it doesn't exist, but there's no academia to back up necessarily that that's true.
I think the brother was kind of going in the right direction when he said it, like motherfuckers leaving with like mythology and like because I mean a lot of the things that they was talking about, like they made a whole story about the semen and the lettuce, and somebody get that today, they be like, what the fuck is this? And you got to explain to them how you believe these people only meant they was only talking about fertility. You know what I'm saying? But why not just be fertile? You know what I mean? Like why come up with these crazy stories?
But some of these stories that you're looking at were not written by indigenous people. When you talk about the contentions of Horus and Set, as they call it, that was an insult to Kemetic culture written by some foreign rulers. That is not an indigenous story.
Who wrote about him? Hold on, who wrote that?
So you saying that
I didn't mention that, but I mean I get where he's going.
Yeah. No, there was a Hyksos. When you look at it, it was written by some Hyksos who were making fun of Kemetic culture as not an indigenous story. The ancient Kemetic people didn't write that story.
I've also heard that could be satire.
Where did the Hyksos come from, bro?
Those
they would have been Asiatics, right?
Some of them would have been.
Yes.
Okay, well
Yes, they
now
were.
you have to show me a correlation of these people now, and you're talking about what would actually be their Buddhism. Them boy was practicing fucking Hinduism. Hinduism was one of the first that they was practicing,
No,
and then it
when
went
they
into
say
Buddhism. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out. You say that the Hyksos came and wrote about Heru. So now I'm trying to think about any of these Arabs or Indian people or India people, Persian people that was speaking about Heru. We wouldn't see that.
no, but what I'm saying was when you talk
So
about
how
the
did they
Hyksos,
come and write that story, bro?
no, the Hyksos were basically like Amu. One of them would have been Amu, and then you have Asiatic sand dwellers and sea people. All of those people, if I'm not mistaken, would be considered Hyksos. So when they came
Yeah,
into the
Sufism.
culture,
That's what I was trying to look up.
so when they
Sufism.
came into the culture, you see that they took on certain names like a Pepi and different names like that, which would have been something that would have been considered kind of negative to the Kemetic people. So they wrote this story to make fun of the tradition. The story comes from them.
I thought the Hyksos assimilated into the Kemetic culture like nicely. I thought that they came with certain technologies and helped out, such as like like the carriage and shit, or the
no,
not the carriage with like you know what I'm saying. It's like certain.
No, that's part of that. No, that's part of this lie that the ancient Kemetic people were some invaders from Asia. They were not actually indigenous Africans. They used to posit that story that they were that the ancient Egyptians were invading Asiatics, and that's not true.
History say that they was there. History say that the Arab, what we call today Arab nations or whatever like that,
Yeah, but they
Arabian
came much
nations,
later.
they was in there. They was
But they
in
came
there.
much later. They invaded.
I don't think so, bro. I think they've been there, bro.
No.
They've been there.
No. And I could tell you that because when they talk about historically, they call them, they say the Arab or Muslim invasion. So they invaded from somewhere else. Invaders are not indigenous people. Invaders come from somewhere else. So they invaded from somewhere else.
So they was there before the trans-Saharan slave trade, correct?
No, the Arabs.
Yes or no?
They started the trans-Saharan slave trade.
I know. That's what I'm saying. So they was already in Africa, correct?
Yes, there's no disagreement with that. They were.
All right.
But
So now, can you tell me the year where it wasn't no Arabic people, what they would call Arabia or Persia, Hittites, Hyksos, Babylonian, you know what I mean? All those other countries, Turkestan, all. Can you show me when they first came into Africa?
I think when they talk about the Hyksos would have come in around the 12th dynasty, somewhere around there. That's when the Hyksos would have come in.
Okay.
But the
dynasty. So that would be during the time of your Kushite, who came and pushed the first Persians out of Egypt, because you got a dynasty that wrote out of history and Egyptian history. They was all black and they was led by a woman. From what their history say, it was led by a woman warrior. They came into Egypt and pushed the Persians, or what they would call Persians, out of Egypt, and they ruled Egypt until the Persians regrouped and they came back. You know what I mean? And then they pushed them out. So I think that was the 12th or 13th dynasty. You ever heard of that, bro? The one that they wrote out of history? Because you notice the dynasties is skipped 1 year.
I had never heard that.
You never heard that? Well, look up your forgotten dynasty that's not written in history, and you will see that they're the Kushites and the Nubians. That came from the south and came and pushed those people out of Persia. Hey, Swab, can you look that up for me real quick, bro?
They would have had.
I mean, that's the story though. That's the story though, that it was a Nubian ruler that came and pushed out the Hyksos.
I think
Yeah,
somewhere around,
that's a real story.
I think I think that's somewhere around maybe 12. I don't know. Maybe between the 12th and 18th dynasty, they would have had a what do they call it? Intermediate period.
Missing.
So you know the Ottomans was in Africa, right? Before they was called Arabs. You know the Ottomans was there, right?
The Ottomans at that time were considered.
And you're Turkish.
Yes.
No, they wasn't. Not at this time. They was considered Ottomans, bro. They didn't have no religious.
Yes, they were Arab.
They was Arabs. They believed in Hinduism and Sufism at the time. They didn't have no like Islamic book at this time, bro.
You do know,
correct?
That
go ahead.
You do know that at this point, Turkey is now part of Europe. They were considered Arabs at one point, but Turkey is now European.
Yes.
So the same people that you're talking about,
all of that, right? Constantinople, all of that was considered as Arab or Persian or whatever.
And those
yes,
are the
I
same.
agree.
And those are the same people who took over these Ottoman Turks. Those are the Arabs in question that came in and took over. Those are the people we're talking about, because the modern Egyptians are Greek, they're Turkish, they're Greek, they're Roman. All of that you find in the modern Arabs. They have some sub-Saharan, but they picked that up being in Africa. That's not a part of their.
Shit, they got Italian in the motherfuckers too. They got Italian in their ass too.
That's
how
Arabic.
That's how Arabic is tied in with the Italian language. You know what I mean? Yeah. I got you, bro. I got you. Oh, okay.
Well, all that shit Greek though, right?
Say it again.
You cooking, bro. You cooking.
Well, all that shit is Greek. All that shit is Greek though, right?
What happened was the Arabs came in, and like Berber is actually a word that comes from Latin, and the Arabs absorbed the word and started.
But Latin is Greek though, right?
Well, you might as well say so.
Yes,
Greek,
yes,
might as well say so.
Yes, it is.
Latin and Greek is pretty much the same thing.
That's what the Greeks and the Romans spoke. They spoke Latin, bro. Yes, you're absolutely correct, brother.
That's what I'm saying. Like all these people are the same people, while the dark-skinned people, where's their story? Where's the story?
They've been there all the time.
They getting mislabeled, and they getting mislabeled as something else.
What you said, Swab? That this like the evolution of the same motherfuckers.
Man, yeah, I mean, yes.
Big facts. Big facts. That's what it is.
Yeah. There's a purpose.
These niggas just expanded out like a motherfucking germ and shit.
It's a purposeful.
All them boys family. All them boy family.
It's an intentional divide for the means of conquering African people, and it'll be like I say, it's good cop versus bad cop. Who you want to deal with, the Greeks or the Romans? But they're the same people. The same outcome gonna come. You still gonna end up with Judaism, Christianity, Islam. It's still gonna go to the Pope. Like, man, this shit is crazy, dog. Like, we literally got a Pope who says God speaks to him, the creator of the universe speaks to him, and then he comes to a window and let us know. And then it's law. It's real law on earth.
The vicar of Christ.
Hey, Swab, with everything like so how do you say it? Like with everything so binary, like you either this or you that, you African or are you the white man or you know what I'm saying, you religious or you not religious? Like, is there any room for like a gray area?
Yes, I think the healthiest room would be the gray area.
Over all those fucking years, people mixed up with each other. That's the gray area.
Well, I would say in context to that, yeah, the gray area to me appears to be the healthy area, where you're not extreme to the left, you're not extreme to the right. You're able to receive correction on both sides, and you're able to receive criticism on both sides because it's just about the truth.
Correct. I agree with that.
Got you. I like that. I like
hey, who's that brother just talking just now? That was King Naga, or that was the other brother?
No, that's Scribe. That's Young Scribe.
Young Scribe. Shout out to
Hey, I like that, bro. Yeah, I like that, bro. I like that. Hey, Swab, man, you intelligent brother, man. You got some intelligent brothers up here, man. I just had to come and show you that you know, you saw me last night, you know, in my wild Indian mode. You know, that shit wasn't for you. You know what I mean?
My nigga. I caught a motherfucking a straight arrowhead, a straight tomahawk.
Yeah.
I get it, man. I love it, man. I'd rather be doing this than fucking around doing a lot of other shit, bro. Don't get it twisted.
Great
And I definitely
fucking Bill.
appreciate
I'm definitely
your
gonna keep coming back, man. I'm gonna start sharing your shows out. You know what I mean? I'm subscribed. I'm about to subscribe again off my other channel, and I'm gonna put it out, man. You know what I mean? And dog, when you start seeing new people that's American Indian, don't y'all boys shoot them down. Listen to what they got to say first. You know what I mean? Like me. Y'all boys didn't know I was American Indian. Y'all thought I was a Kemetic motherfucker, how much I've been talking about Egypt right now and shit. You know what I mean? Y'all would think I'm a Pan-African, but I'm not. But you know
I mean, that's just me. I don't rush to put people. I don't rush to put people in boxes. If people automatically come out, like I see, if your name is, you know, Son of Christ or something, then I know. But it's like I be ignorant. I'll be over here in bliss. And y'all be like, nah, nigga, I'm a this, I'm a that, and I'd be like, I just thought you was a nigga, bro.
So wait a minute. So
Yeah.
OTK.
So the OTK stands for open to knowledge. That's what OTK
Okay,
stands
I
for.
love that, bro. I love that, bro. Shout out to you, bro. Shout out to Swab for the show.
Now I'm American Indian / Abo, if you want to call it Abo. Yeah, I mean, I've been here. I'm original from here. My people's done been here, so yeah.
Hey, shout out to y'all.
I got a question about that though, man. I got a question about that.
We don't see no difference. We don't see no difference between somebody saying they're Abo. You can be an Abo in Africa, bro, because you were original in Africa. You could be an Abo anywhere.
Right.
See, people let this definition throw them off. You know what I mean? So Aboriginal just means from the original.
I'm with you, but they have
Okay,
an Abo
I bet.
movement. They have an they have an Abo movement on YouTube that talks a lot of shit and is very anti-African. So if you're not a part of that movement, then unfortunately you can't call yourself an Abo on YouTube.
I only talk shit to.
I mean, everybody entitled to their title,
bro. You know what I mean? But as far as building together, we can build and all that because I want to know what the fuck you was taught over there. So I don't have no problem with no other person and having a conversation with them. But don't tell me who I am, and I wouldn't tell you who you are.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when you talk to people who brand themselves Abo on YouTube,
he not them YouTube niggas, bro.
But
yeah, I'm a YouTuber, bro. But go check out my channel, bro.
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not judging.
Yeah, check it out. I don't do that type of shit.
When you use that word in the YouTube community, that comes with a lot of shit behind it that you might not be for.
But
I don't think he's ignorant of those communities.
He got with that. He got his own. Like,
yeah, I stay away. I stay away from that.
But let's get into your lane, though. Like, I want to find out what you talking about.
You a tether, bro. You know what I mean? If you come across this motherfucker and then you gonna talk shit about us, who fought over this motherfucker in order for you to come over here and have a safe spot, and then you talk shit to us and say we ain't shit, we lazy and all of this shit right here, but yet you came across here for a better life. So that's where the conflict comes in at, bro. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
I just want, my only question is, like, are you like...
Respect what respect do, bro. I got respect what respect do.
Hold on, I want to get your question out. Hey, Scribe, I want to get your question out. Naga, what was that comment you just made?
Nah, that's why, like, I stay in the gray area you was just talking about, you know what I'm saying? Because both sides need to listen at each other, you know what I'm saying, more, you know what I'm saying, hear each other's story, because you got those continental Africans.
Don't forget your question, Scribe.
The Aboriginals and vice versa, you know what I'm saying, when both is true to both stories, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I kind of stay in the gray area, being a native New Orleanian, you know what I'm saying, because I celebrate my my dual ancestry. I got Native American ancestry and African ancestry, and that, you know what I'm saying, that the culture of my city reflect that. So it's like I'm in that gray area, you know what I'm saying? So I'm open to listening to both sides because there's truth on both sides.
Yeah, but you're not anti-African.
Yeah, I respect that.
Oh no, not at all.
You're simply saying you understand that you have both heritage and you respect them. But when you talk to a lot of these Abos,
They're just talking crazy. They don't know what they're talking about.
So, Scribe, hold on. Before you, let me get Scribe question because I don't want him to forget his question because I did.
Okay, my bad. That was fine.
Yeah, I think he's
I got
curious
it.
about your standing, your stance.
Yeah. Thank you, Swab. No, yeah. I'm very curious about your standing. Whenever I hear somebody say that they just abo or just Native American, and I don't even know what you look like, and I have nothing to judge you by. I'm just interested in your.
Yeah.
Or you said
Not
American
Native American,
Indian?
bro. Yeah, it's a difference. It's a big difference.
Okay, and so then maybe you can help clarify some of that. So what my question would have been, it was if according to like genealogy and like science and stuff, they would say that the American Indian or the Native American or that group of people that I'm attempting to describe came from a different, you know what I'm saying, continent, like or well, they used to be named Eurasia, you know what I'm saying? So but according to
on the Siberian land bridge. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Right. But according to what you're saying, your concept, you're saying, according to what I know, according to my people. So is your concept just based off genealogy and as far back as you can bring it? You know what I mean? Like, is the totality of your people not none of your concern?
All right. So where I'm from, bro, in Goose Creek, dog, my family them helped build this city. We've been here. In other words, now I'm not saying no other people didn't come here. They came here. You know what I'm saying? Because Goose Creek was a melting pot. When everybody was running from Charleston, they ran to Goose Creek where I'm at, bro. You understand what I'm saying? I'm like fucking 15 minutes from Charleston, from where they say the harbor is at and all of that. So, you know what I mean? It's kind of different where I'm from. Like, we don't got no mayor where I'm from, bro. It's the county council, and then it's the Goose Creek Concerned Citizen. I'm the vice president of Goose Creek Concerned Citizen. So we're like the mayor of our own place. I just got a historical marker put up that this is an Etowah Indian village. You know what I'm saying? So we got the records. We got records and shit like that to prove that we've been here. You know what I'm saying? This goes way back. So now that other shit about that Siberian land bridge, if you talk to some of these Native Americans who say that, bro, they will tell you that they met a people when they got cross here.
Yeah, I right.
Okay.
But when you
we are the people that they saw when they got here.
When you do,
that's what I'm telling you.
Well, then you're indigenous, because Native American and indigenous is not the same thing.
That's why I say I'm not a Native American. I'm American Indian.
That's a misnomer too.
Well, yeah, you can say that. Africa is a misnomer too.
Possibly.
Possibly.
Hey, that exonym rabbit hole get deep.
We've been misnomered, Sam. Trust me.
We know they misnomers, bro. We know they misnomers. We know. You understand what I'm saying? We called ourselves by our chiefs. We didn't call ourselves by you know what I mean? Like one overall.
But there's
name
an
like
academic.
that. You know what I mean?
But there's an academic debate on whether the term comes from an indigenous people or not. That's a debate, because they have a people called African.
I love to see that debate.
They think that that's where it might have come from. Then some people say Leo Africanus. That's where the name comes from. But then there's an argument.
Yeah, I got you.
But then there's an argument that Romans just named himself after other people, so he probably just adopted the name from somebody else.
I mean, ain't you had Africa before Africanus?
They have a people called the Afar people.
Yeah,
so they think that that's where the term might have come from.
So that was upper north. Don't down south, ain't those people, people speak African? Isn't African like a language for the people down south? Africa?
No.
Nah, that you talking about the Afrikaan, you know what I'm saying? That's for the Afrikaners.
Yeah,
that would be
it's
Dutch.
a language, right?
Dutch, yeah, it's a Dutch Creole language, yeah.
They're invaders who invaded South Africa.
Yeah, that's correct.
Based on Dutch and whatever. So it's not an indigenous language. They made up that language.
Nah, you're right.
Nah, I didn't say it was an indigenous language. I just asked you was the language called African.
Afrikaners, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right.
It's a language.
Is that a misnomer? Is that a misnomer?
For them, no.
Huh?
No, they made up a language.
All right. Is Egypt a misnomer, bro?
Yeah, Egypt is a misnomer.
That's that picture I said I couldn't find earlier.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's that pic I couldn't find earlier. I found that motherfucker, fam.
Hey, yo.
So
that
Egypt
was
is
that
definitely a
shit,
misnomer. Because that came.
And I got a question, yo, for everybody.
What's that?
Like, why we always blame, or not blame, but when we talk about us as a people just being in a certain predicament that we in today in America, like we attempt to like trace back like the start of the issue, which is normal shit, right? But we always just land at the Atlantic slave trade. Like why is that the spot? Like, why don't we ever look at Egypt? Like, because we always hold it in a high light, but we never look at like, hey,
Yeah,
like,
but we understand.
like you took an L, that kind of set shit in motion, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I ain't even trying to take away her, you know what I'm saying, all her victories and all the years that she was beautiful and doing her thing.
But we understand, but we understand that in America, the slave trade was so prolific that it had that kind of effect. It's 400 and something years. So a lot of things that we talk about.
Is that true? Is that true? What you're saying right now, is that true?
Yeah.
Yes. The slave trade.
There was a slave trade that, and I put it back earlier than that.
Hold up. So 12 million. Y'all saying 12 million?
No, we could discuss numbers.
No, the numbers debatable. Now we could
discuss numbers.
be inflated.
But from the early
there ain't no way we can ever have like a truly accurate number. Let's just be honest.
Nah, we
So
we
15,
know
1600s, bro. It wasn't no Africans in America
Yes.
as slaves being brought across it. Can you show me?
So you okay?
1619, those Africans, those 20-odd Negroes in 1619, they was free, bro. Go back and do
Okay,
your
so
research.
just to get this on the table, you're saying the slave trade did not happen during the 15 and 1600s. There was no Africans being brought here.
Wait, hold on, what?
Not to North America, bro. 15, 1600s. No.
15, 1600 slaves was only being brought to South America.
Oh, that's what they stories say. And the Caribbeans and shit like that, but not North America, bro. No.
That's not true at all.
Well, you got to show me that it's not.
Well, history tells you that they were shipping slaves
Show me the
from
port.
Africa.
Show me the port where they was coming at in 1600s, 1600s. Now I can show you that more American Indians got exported out this motherfucker.
What port did they get exported from? What port did they get exported from?
Out of Charleston, they
Those are the same ports they used to bring in the slaves. They didn't have separate ports. They didn't have separate ports. It wasn't white and black ports. It was these are boats. This is where the boats pick up and drop off cargo, brother. So if you see ports in America, you know where the ports they used for slavery.
Hold up. These are merchant ships that you're talking about. Show me how 200 motherfucking slaves on a merchant ship, on a schooner ship that's blown by wind, when a schooner ship can only hold about 100 and something people, bro. That's damn near the crew.
100 and some people respectfully, but when you jam them on,
I'm glad you said that, boss. Hey, look, respectfully though, we understand the conditions these niggas was traveling. It was not respectfully, bro. They niggas on top of niggas, bro. Like, come on, you act like they was really following them.
For one, can y'all show me where that boat ever was used to transport slaves the abolitionists brought out? That was a diagram. That boat never was built. That was something that the abolitionists pushed out. If y'all look at the very fine print at the bottom, hold on, bro. Hold on. Let me finish.
Hold on.
The very fine print at the bottom, you will see that shit say, this is a diagram. That boat never was built. That was pushed by abolitionists.
That's okay.
And
that's okay.
Abolitionists. No, but that's a lie, though. That's a lie, though.
Don't encourage
that doesn't escape the point that's really being talked about, bro. We talking about the conditions of our people and the things that happen to them. You arguing about the boat, bro? With niggas really got
a
lapped over top of
diagram
each other
of
like
something,
that, bro.
A diagram
Bro,
of something
those your
that doesn't mean
peoples.
it doesn't exist. It's a depiction of
Show
something
me.
that's real.
Well, all you got to do is show me where that style of boat ever was built and which shipyard it was built at. That's all you got to do. I
God
guarantee
damn.
you will not find that boat
Pick one.
ever.
Pick one.
No boat like that ever built.
Pick one. Pick one.
You
one.
pick one. It ain't no boat ever was built like that. The Brook boat
Yes,
or whatever the fuck they call
there
that boat.
was. Yes.
No, it wasn't. Prove it.
West India Trading Company, all of them shipping companies at a certain time were shipping people and cargo. And if
Hey,
you don't
where the
think-
West Indies was shipping at? Where the West Indian Company was shipping at, bro? To the Caribbeans
Everywhere.
and back, correct? No, they wasn't,
Everywhere.
bro. They was going to the Caribbeans and back.
Here too, America too.
Don't you know
Yes.
Don't you know it would have taken them 6 months to come to North America, bro? On a sail,
So what
and
does
they
that
only
mean?
could do it at a certain time of the year.
Fine.
So that means they really only can make like one
I'm
travel
gonna
a
say,
year, bro.
I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna use my brother's word respectfully, but it wasn't respectful. So, if it was respectful, I
Yeah, they was on my
Willie,
fucking
what's
head,
good?
but
bro.
it wasn't respectful at all.
Wall
If
Street
you
Willie in the
looking for the
building. Don't
boat.
get it fucked up, pointing in the wrong direction, misconstrued or twisted. What's good,
Swab,
guy?
Swab said it wasn't respectful. I'm a Swab.
I just
Wall
came to
Street,
drop
what's
some
up, my
knowledge
G?
on the boat. If you go
What's up,
to
what's
Key
up, Wall
West,
Street?
what's going on, family? You know, I already dealt with the Henrietta Maria with you. Like, the boat
Hey,
is in
listen,
Key
that-
West right now.
Dog, that you're lying, man. We don't know if that's the Henrietta. We don't know that bitch transported slaves. Wall, come on, Wall Street, stop
That's
it,
the
bro.
history of the trip. That's the history of the boat. And the trip
Well,
is
Man, well, if the
You
boat
can't
crashed,
pick and
how did
choose.
any ledgers?
See,
How
that's
did
the
any
thing,
ledgers
though.
receive?
You can't pick
How
and
did any
choose to go
ledgers?
with the
Wait,
information at one
wait,
point. Then you want to
All
throw
right,
the information out the next point. Like,
They got hundreds of ledgers. Go on
right.
slavevoyages.com. They talk about it. He didn't
Yeah,
make
that's
it.
not gonna be good enough for him. Those are just fabricated electrical documents. What he want to see is the boats, the ports, the chains. He wants to see the physical, archaeological
Yeah.
evidence
You
that
gotta go
slavery
to the
happened at the time they claimed
Go
it
to
happened
the
in the capacity at
So
which
he
they
didn't read the
claimed
books
it
or
happened.
what? He didn't read the
right.
books or what?
Now, bro, I'm not saying that it
He
didn't
didn't see the
happen,
museum
but
or what?
the numbers is off the
I don't think you gonna find that Swab what you talking about. I don't think
I
you
know, but
gonna
he didn't see
find
the
no shit
museum or
like
what?
that. Honestly, bro, I'm
Hey,
gonna keep it. I'm
Swab,
gonna keep it a buck with you, bro. I'm gonna keep
But
it a
he
buck.
didn't
You
see the
not gonna
museum or
find no
what?
shit like that.
go
According
look
to
up
the
slave
stories,
voyages,
they
bro.
already destroyed most of the slave boats. You know what I mean? Like you ain't gonna find no shit like that. Bro.
Listen.
You can go to the museum, you can find replicas and shit, but you really not gonna really find that. Hey, bro, listen. They trying to take the shit out the history books. These motherfuckers is ashamed of what they did. You're not really about to find no shit like that. We supposed to be keeping this shit alive, but this nigga saying this shit never happened.
I'm not against what you're saying, but that's not what he's saying. He's trying to say the shit never happened at all.
No.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like
I didn't
No.
never
you
say
saying
that,
it
bro.
never
Don't
happened.
put words in my
Did-
mouth.
Yeah, I don't want. Hold on, let
I'm
me
saying
fix
you
that. Let me
went to
fix
teach
that. Let me fix that. Let me fix that because I want to have a conversation. I don't think he's not ever said that before, and I think to a motherfucker in the heated conversation, if they don't got that information on deck and he could whoop their ass, he's willing to say that. But he never said that. He never said that. What he's saying is his question is the timeline and the number. You know what I'm saying? The capacity.
Well, if you
of
go
which-
on slave voyages, they definitely show you millions.
Yeah, that's slave voyages. That's a
If you go on
website.
slave voyages, if you go on slave voyages,
saying,
which
but
we
what
had
is you-
Davis Eltis,
You said that's a
which we had
website. What
Davis
you?
Eltis.
No, what he's
Davis
looking
Eltis.
for physical evidence.
Hold on.
Shit that can't be manipulated in no way. Like it should be boats
So
everywhere.
Swab,
It should be chains everywhere.
But Swab, that's
Swab.
to say that the
Swab.
people that was doing this at this time was really
So you
keeping
have
track.
never seen. So you have never
They
seen.
was
I'm
keeping
just
track,
no,
bro.
don't get it twisted. I'm just getting him understood because it seemed like y'all misunderstanding his argument. I don't believe what he said.
Well, that's to help. You know what I'm saying?
I can agree with him
understand
on
what
the
y'all trying to
numbers.
say.
Right.
I can agree with him on the numbers. I can agree with him on the numbers. But I believe he's going the wrong direction with the dates. Like I believe that slaves start being transported, where Africans start being transported here as slaves in early 1400s. They like for you to think that shit didn't happen to the late 1400s.
No, bro. No. The first voyage didn't start to fucking 1490 something.
Yeah, that's the first documented.
The only time that they started bringing, the first time that's documented that they started bringing so-called what they call Africans off the Barbary Coast, bringing them to South America and to the Caribbeans, dog, was like the 1500s.
Yes, and I believe that if they documented a boat, there were boats they did before that first documented boat. They didn't
right.
just
I've been keeping a buck with you. I've been keeping a buck with you. Like most people today. Before you get your business certified and stamped and the okay from the big guy upstairs, you've been doing this shit prior.
Been doing that shit. Dog.
You've been doing this shit prior. Now you just gotta prove
2 years, 5 years prior to getting your LLC. You've been doing.
You've been doing it prior.
But the day your LLC get issued is your
all y'all got
birthday.
to do is show me. Y'all got to show me any European that was in North America before the 1500s. That's all y'all got to do.
You didn't hear me, bro.
No, I heard you. I agree with you, bro, with what you were saying. But dog, y'all putting words in my mouth. Y'all misconstruing what I'm saying. I never said the transatlantic slave trade didn't happen. What I said is the numbers.
I give you that. That's my bad. I give you that. That's my bad.
The numbers is off, bro. Hold on, can I finish? The numbers is off. And what I'm telling you, y'all can't show me no boat coming in with no Africans or so-called African slaves in 1600s in North America.
Nah, I would probably have to agree with you on that. You know what I'm saying? It's like the Africans.
That's all I was saying.
The Africans who did make it into like French and Spanish territories in North America were like more or less explorers. You know what I'm saying? And laborers working on those ships. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't like a large scale.
Nah, we gotta
thing
be
going
clear
on.
now though. African slave trade was documented in Haiti. Going back to the 1500s.
Yeah, that's the Caribbean, bro. That's the
But
Caribbean.
But hold on.
He trying to limit it.
What I'm explaining to you is, if it's moving through there, it's going somewhere else, right? 9 times out of 10, it was a spot. You know how if you driving a truck, you got to get gas, you got to stop at certain stations, right? Like that shit was a rest stop. That's what Haiti was.
They didn't know nothing about North America, bro, until after the 1500s. Florida was the first contact.
So how do you
with the
explain the
conquistadors?
How do you explain the Piri Reis map?
Shout out to the Third Coast.
How do you explain the Piri Reis map?
How do you explain it?
That the world knew about North America before mainstream history tells us.
That's a lie. Why it ain't on no map?
The Piri Reis map.
No, what year was that Piri Reis map formed?
The Piri Reis map is compiled out of maps that existed before it, but it actually has America on it. And I'll pull it up. I'll Google it right quick, but I ain't gonna lie, I jumped on the motherfucking game.
Yeah, pull it up for me, bro.
Ain't nobody else ever heard of the Piri Reis map? Like it's supposed to.
I ain't never heard of it. You gotta show me, bro.
That's that shit that said that this is Asia. Yeah, that's the shit talking about this is Asia. Asia minor and you got an Asia major. I know what he talking about.
Okay. I guess I gotta see it, bro.
Yeah, I love topography, bro.
Yeah, but then you have to understand, Europeans didn't know shit about geography, so there was misnomer in every fucking thing.
They knew
Came
about
to America,
travel
thought they was in
as
India.
Hold on. Hold on.
Piri
You can't
Reis
say
map.
that they didn't know. You can't say that they didn't know about geography when they was detailing their country over there. They've been fighting in war since BC times over there, bro. They've been documenting their continent. So don't say they didn't know about geography, bro. Hey, that's a lie, dog. Don't say that, bro. Don't say that.
The entire world, though.
You want to say ocean travel? You want to say
entire
ocean
world,
travel?
though.
Yeah,
When
they didn't know about
Columbus,
the entire world, bro.
when Columbus and these guys were sailing around and they reached the coast of America, these motherfuckers.
These niggas, yeah.
Columbus,
That's why they call
Columbus
them
never
Indians.
hit North
Them
America.
niggas
bro.
ain't even know where the fuck they was going, bro.
I didn't
Yeah,
say. I
Columbus
didn't say.
never hit
I
North
didn't say he
America,
came
bro.
to America. I didn't say he came to America. I
Oh.
said when. I said he never reached the continent. He never set foot
North America.
on the land.
Yeah, on North America. Right.
He did not, but his homies did. When he
His
first
son
came
did
and
too.
sailed, when he
His
first
son
came,
did too.
when he first came and he pointed here, he said that's India. He didn't know where the fuck he was.
Is that
That's
the
why they
Dominican
We
called
should
him
have beat his
Republic.
ass
He didn't know where the
right
fuck he
there.
was.
But we let him go.
Hey, word. Hold on. Is you talking about Hispaniola?
No, Hispaniola.
That was his
is
first
Haiti.
contact?
But Hispaniola is Haiti, bro.
That's Haiti and the Dominican Republic, bro.
Yes.
What are you talking about? That's Hispaniola.
I'm not talking about Hispaniola. I'm talking about when he came to North
That
America.
was first contact, bro. That's the first place he landed at.
Whether he didn't know where the then he didn't know where the fuck he was.
Yeah, he didn't know what he was. That's the moral of the
bro.
story. He didn't know
He
where
didn't know
he
where the
was.
fuck he was.
He didn't know where the fuck he was, bro. He
Now
didn't
we
know.
can have a
He thought he was in
conversation
India.
about like where he actually was, but I mean, the point of the story. This nigga didn't know where the fuck he was going.
He didn't know where the fuck he was.
I mean, he didn't know where he didn't know where he was when he thought he got to where he was going.
Right. He thought he was trying to find a shorter route because you got to understand the Portuguese, the Spanish, and the French was at war at this time with each other. All right. So now they dodging each other. So they trying to find quicker routes to the spice so they can get their trade going on. And he also was searching for Prester John's gold because of the old stories that Prester John left and came over to a new world and
I'm not
stashed all his
against
gold.
that. I'm not against that, but he clearly didn't know where the fuck he was going. He clearly didn't know shit about geography. No, he didn't.
He didn't know, bro.
Because if he did, he wouldn't.
Hey, do we blame that on him or do we blame that on his motherfucker, his navigator?
I don't know. I don't know who to blame it the fuck on. But
Hey, to tell you the truth, bro, he didn't sail completely over to here. A fucking storm brought them there.
He took an opposite route, trying to create a new trade route to get to India. So when he got to the first stop, he thought that was India.
Because he didn't know the fucking world was round, and he traveled around the fucking world. He thought he was going in the straight line.
No, bro, no.
That's what
Because a
happened.
storm.
Stop it. Hey, stop it. You saying he was a flat earther?
He must have been.
Stop it.
You have to have
You
been.
said he was a flat earther?
You have
We're
to
not
have
about
been.
to do
You know
that.
where the fuck you
We're
was
not
going.
doing that. We're not
Hey,
doing
bro,
that.
all those boys was flat earthers back then, bro. All of them was flat earthers into Magellan.
It was. Them fucking
Into
was flat
Magellan.
earthers for a long time. He didn't know where the fuck he was
Yeah,
going.
them fucker, all of them was flat earth, bro. The whole Christian church was flat earth. Catholic,
He really
the
didn't know.
Catholic
But the
church, all
argument
of
is
that.
though that the explorers, they weren't flat earthers. They believed
Yes, they
you can
was.
get
Yes, they was.
to
Dog, they
one
was going
place
off a
by
flat
going
earth
in the other
maps.
direction.
They could have been, bro. They could have been. That's why they got shit wrong. Though. Like they
No, but they
discovered
no,
that shit
what
on
I'm saying is those original explorers, they believed in the round earth model. They believed you could get to one place by going in the opposite direction. They believed, all right, we know this route to India. We think we could get there going the exact opposite way.
So how the fuck?
So
Dog, that didn't come out. That didn't come out
that's
until Magellan. What's
that's
up,
a
baby girl?
globed earth
What's up?
theory, though. That's a
look, you
globed
know
earth
what? I
model.
don't care how convincing y'all niggas say. I'm not finna believe these niggas was flat earthers. I'm not finna believe that.
Well, bro, if you don't know,
You drinking
if you don't know, if you knew that the earth was round, you could realize you could go the opposite way and come back right around to where the fuck you started. So clearly he didn't know that.
I don't know. I believe that. I believe motherfuckers knew about that. I believe
Because I'm
motherfuckers knew
saying
about
you
their
can't achieve
locality.
that on a flat earth.
Outside
You
of
can't
that shit, it
believe
got sketchy.
you can't believe that you can get to someplace going the opposite direction in a flat earth model. No, them explorers were not flat earthers.
So how the fuck he didn't know where he was then?
Because they hadn't
He could get that shit
land
wrong,
yet.
bro.
They hadn't traversed that land yet. But they did believe, right, that the world was round. They believe we can figure out a new route to get to the same place. I'm saying you can't do that on a flat earth model, right? If something's to the left on a flat earth, I can't get to it by going to the right. It's impossible.
Well, actually, you have to make 4 right turns. You do know that, right? Yeah, you have to make 4 right turns in order.
This is
You're
wild.
crazy, man.
You do know that, right?
I don't really know the scale of the flat Earth
Yes.
model, so
You have to make, just like when you're dealing with a city block. If you make 4 right turns, you'll end up back where you started.
hey, yo, Suave, they're gonna make Lance pop out with the cubed Earth model.
So yes,
You mean pyramid Earth?
Hey,
Right?
what? That
you
map,
could have
Right.
went
that map
around.
later became the what was it called? A Macuter map or something like that. That
Yeah, I
flat
think
Earth
it's a
model map.
Macuda, something like that.
Yeah,
Well,
the
somebody
something
didn't
like
know.
that. Okay.
Well, somebody didn't know something because he clearly didn't know where the fuck he was.
Yeah, hey, listen, if it wasn't for that storm, bro, that hit them. Remember the story go, he sailed with a bunch of ships, 5 ships. All the ships got destroyed except for 2. So it was a storm. The storm brought them to the islands because during a certain time of the year, the ocean current flows from Africa and comes this way. During another part of the year, it flows from us going the opposite way back to Africa. Correct?
I'm
That's
not
correct,
gonna
correct?
say yes or no on that one. I'm not gonna say yes or no.
Yeah, they do have a current that come
You
off the
talking about
coast
the
of
flow
West
of the
Africa.
ocean currents? Yeah,
Yeah, they
okay.
do have a current that
Yes,
come off
you
the
could.
coast of
Yes,
West
yes,
Africa and come straight
yes,
into
Right.
the
yes.
So
There
that's
is,
how they was
yes.
able to
Caribbean
sail.
and the
They
Gulf.
didn't have steam engines. Correct. They didn't have
That's how
steam engines,
that's
so
how
they
the
went by the
hurricanes get
sail.
over here.
That's how
Yeah,
the
Yeah, I was like,
hurricanes
that
get
should
their
be that
ass off.
should be making a polar vortexes over the Midwest and shit. That's the reason why we all fucked up right now.
That they do have a route that you could sail from Africa to America. Yes, but that's still Columbus still didn't know where the fuck he was going. Clearly, he didn't know. He did not know where he was going. That's a fact. However, he didn't know. He didn't know. Because if you could say a man could sail from Mali, West Africa, with the intention of coming to America, he knew where the fuck he was going. He knew what the fuck he was doing. Because they said Abu Bakr's brothers sailed from West Africa to come to America.
Nah, it
So he
was
knew where he
Abu
was going.
Bakr. It was Abu Bakr. That was Mansa Musa brother Abu Bakr who
Yes.
took that voyage. You
So
know
he
what
knew,
I'm saying?
and you're right. So he knew where he was going. He knew where he was going. He intended to come to America. I would assume. And they think that is where and that is where this and that is where you get into the theory of the Olmecs and who the Olmecs were, because they look like African people. So some people think that was Abu Bakr and these Africans that came from Africa to come to America. But they're not sure because they have no ancient remains of the Olmec people. They just have archaeology.
Well, and what's your opinion on that? Do you think the Olmecs were of African origin based on their phonetic features that we find on these big-headed statues, or you think they were Abels? Or
at that
I'll
point,
say
when the
this.
Olmec statues were being made, no, they were
I'll
no
say it.
longer African.
Well, they look
I don't
African
think
to
they
me.
never was Africans because we know about the Olmec culture. We know about the Toltecs, the Olmecs, and all of those boys that was up inside that region. They don't have no African, because now y'all gonna have to show me what Africans came over here to influence
And
them.
that is and
so in your opinion, this is like an extension of like maybe like the modern day Mexican, like who are these people today?
This is
the
before your
point is
Mexicans.
no,
Okay.
They Polynesian people.
the
Man,
Olmecs.
the Olmecs is before the Mayans and the fucking Aztecs. They are
The
a whole
Olmecs
civilization,
are
bro.
the Olmecs were the ancestors of the Aztecs and the Mayans and the Incans.
I know, bro.
These were-
I know. And
right.
the Toltecs.
But I'm saying, who are those people today? That's what I was asking. That's why you said the Mexicans.
Oh, shit, the boy all
No,
mixed
they-
up now,
no.
bro.
You
The
ever
boy
seen
all
a
mixed
nigga
up
from
in Mexico
Fiji?
right now,
He looked
man.
just like an
Come on,
Olmec
bro.
statue.
Yeah, because you got a nigga from Fiji that got brought to Mexico during the fucking Pacific slave trade. Correct? Chinos and the Indians? Y'all familiar with this story?
No.
Yeah, I'm not
Oh,
well
okay.
versed on this Pacific.
Well, look it up.
slave.
Chinos into Indians, and they will show you that Pacific slave trade.
Okay, so let me ask you this, OTK. So, do you believe in evolution?
Hell no.
Okay, bet. So you believe that humans have? Hold on. So he said, "What the fuck?" Hold on. So I don't agree with evolution in the way that it's being told either. Right? And I'm willing to be wrong, and I'm willing to be corrected. Okay. So
I respect that.
do you believe that humans were intelligent since our inception? Or do you think
no? I think that was a learning. I think that came over time with learning.
Or over time,
Africans were. I think Africans
the
were.
same way. The
So
same
that
way
you
how we
believe
adapt now. Now I believe in adaptation. I believe in that over evolution. I believe that people adapted to their surroundings and they became better. And
So
what
you
they
believe
started doing.
adaptation, but adaptation is a part of evolution.
So do you have
Thank you.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Thank you.
not
Hold on.
necessarily.
Are we get into that?
Save me
Are we
10
get into
minutes.
that?
Thank you.
Because it's not
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
the reason I ask you is because I agree that humans have been intelligent. Africans, indigenous people globally have been intelligent for over 300,000 years as modern people. Do you believe that?
I think
longer than that, bro.
I could
I
agree
don't think
with
the
that.
scholarship
there
says
should
that.
be a time limit put on it, bro. I don't think it should be a time limit put on it.
Understood.
See, I believe that people existed in different
That's right.
areas at the same time or at different times. I don't believe everybody came out of one spot. That's not me, bro.
Understood.
believe in
I also disagree with the outer Africa theory. So now we have
Because
indigenous
evolution also debunks of out of Africa theory and push you into Africa
No, it
theory.
doesn't.
I could
Yes,
hold
it
on,
does.
hold on, hold on,
Hold on.
hold on.
Y'all moving a lot right now.
I'm still on it. I'm still on it.
I know, but you're doing your question. I don't know how
I
you.
know it's
I don't
bringing
what's
out a
going
lot
on.
of shit that you want to kick in the nuts. But my point is this. I just had to get so do you think that people from different continents had the science to build boats to travel back and forth for the last hundreds of thousands of years that we've been intelligent? Or do you think just within the last 2,000 years when white people made a boat, motherfuckers started seeing shit?
Well, no, I believe that we did have boat making technology prior to the white people. Now, how far back in antiquity that goes, that's still a subject of debate because I don't have evidence to confirm, anything past 8,000 years. But you look at the West Africa, there's a canoe that can fit about 20 men on it. That's 8,000 years old. It predate any European vessel ever to touch the water. You know what I'm saying? So I do believe that the people in Africa would have had the means and technology to make the voyage. Now, whether or not they made it over here successfully, I can't confirm that. You know what I'm saying?
So nobody believes in the Pangea?
No,
I don't believe. I don't believe we had.
It wasn't
I
no
don't believe
humans
we had
doing
I mean,
Pangea.
I
What
believe
that
the
story says.
Pangea, but the Pangea has nothing to do with the evolution of humanity and maybe the evolution of the technology that we invented that would portray some of our intelligence that sets us apart from other species. Pangea is just like a different time frame where we didn't even exist, and life itself was just flourishing, right? So when we talk about
shifts in the tectonic plates, correct? It deals with
absolutely. But we were
being
just
broken
not there
off.
to experience that. That's it.
But by time people are being looked at as modern humans, and then Scribe, I want you to continue, don't lose your point. But I did want to get OTK perspective on that. Do you believe that Native Americans, indigenous Americans, North and South, had the technology to travel to Africa before the slave trade supposedly happened?
Yes, and vice versa.
Okay.
Yes. One thing about me, bro, I believe in realismism. I believe in things that's real, dog. And the technology
You are
that
not
these
a
boys was
student of
on.
Brother Larry. Don't you lie on my
No, I'm
master
not.
teacher.
I don't deal with
Don't
none
you
of
lie
them,
on
bro.
my master teacher.
Scribe, you had a question
Brother
on?
Larry, though. Hey, I fuck with Brother Larry though, but nah, I
I'm the
believe that
premier
motherfuckers
student
had that.
of the
This
school
nigga
of real
crazy as hell, yo.
I forgot about Brother Larry,
Got my
bro.
motherfucking question.
Yeah,
This nigga
Brother
wild.
Larry is that nigga.
I
Hey, but
forgot
Snob,
about Brother Larry.
I think it was a
What was
technology
we
that
talking
these
about?
people was on.
Correct.
I think that these people were so
Evolution.
spiritually inclined to where they didn't need no ship. I think they literally consciousness could take them to another place, bro.
But the slave trade didn't happen.
I didn't never say the
God
slave trade
damn,
didn't
that's
happen,
left
bro.
brain,
I'm
right
not
brain.
saying that.
Wow, you
That is
sound
left
bad,
brain,
son.
right brain activity right there, bro. If I ever seen it.
Hold up, bro. I never said the transatlantic slave trade didn't happen. Quit
I
saying
know.
that,
I
bro.
remember. I'm doing that clarify to make sure that they understood that. No, I'm embellishing just
Man,
on that
quit
thought.
putting that in my mouth, bro.
No,
Put that
but
out.
Is
but
that
yeah.
one word?
Please don't do that, bro. Please
Nah,
don't
we
do that,
agree.
bro.
I think we all agree on the slave trade. We agree that the numbers could be inflated, and there's no real way to confirm those numbers. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like if the numbers were that high, then it would be more of us over here than 40, 50 million.
Well, the thing about it is, and this is what I learned studying it. You would pack 200 people in the bottom of the boat. 100 of them would die. 100 of them will make it. 150 of them would die. 50 of them will make it. But as cargo, they all got marked as arriving for business purposes.
Well,
do you know that during this transatlantic slave trade thing that
Oh, so
everybody that's
hey, some of these motherfuckers used to be jumping off the boat, man.
hold on,
They're not
Swag.
going
Yeah,
through none of that.
but as long as they
Some of
name
our
on that
ancestors
tally,
jumping off that boat,
they.
Swag.
But as long as they name on that tally, when they hit over here, they get credited for that package. So
That's
a lot
an
of the
insurance
times,
policy.
yeah, you will be reading this list of names, and 100 of them dead already. But as cargo, as business, as a product, we got compensated
well,
for that.
yeah, insurance.
And it
Yeah.
wouldn't be beneficial for the business to say I shipped for
I mean,
100.
I know we
I
just
got
talking about that shit
150
right
over.
now, but that shit is
They
disgusting.
weren't telling that. You know what I
No,
mean?
but that's
Oh,
insurance. No,
man.
but that's it. But it is insurance. All these big
Yeah,
companies, all
Yes,
these big
it's an
companies that
insurance
we talking,
policy.
all these
My
big
question
companies
would
that we
be,
talking, all these big companies that we're talking about now was into the fucking slave trade.
yeah.
All
But
of
my
them, that's
question
what they
would
were
be more
doing.
along the lines of how long would it take to transport 12 million plus African slaves from Africa to the Americas by sailboat? How long would that process take?
Damn near
each trip?
I get it
2,000
done in
years,
100
bro.
years.
No.
Did you see the
Damn near
did you see
2,000
the
100
years, bro.
did you see the boat map? They did a little diagram showing the little dots coming across the water and shit with the timeline next to it.
That's on slave voyages, right?
I think that is. I think it is on that
If y'all
website.
look up slave voyages, dog, if y'all look up embark and disembark, y'all will see that they was leaving from the top of Africa and dropping them boys off at the bottom of Africa also. See, I hope y'all read slave voyages. Now, we had the nigga, we actually interviewed the motherfucker who helped write slave voyages, David Etlis.
Yes.
Hey, but isn't it true?
You
Hey,
know what he kept talking about? You know who he kept talking about? The fucking Portuguese.
yeah, yeah.
So when you
Okay,
talk
but I'm
about
saying like,
slave
never had no
voyages, though,
colony
you're
in North
acknowledging
America.
the slave ship in Key West.
but isn't it true that slavery is still going on right now? Like, or it just
Oh yeah,
like in Africa right now, bro.
That's true.
That's big facts.
So it's like, okay, we can say and like quote all the numbers and sound impressive about our knowledge about that shit, but nigga, like this shit is hurtful really to talk about. I don't know what the fuck wrong with you niggas. This shit is crazy, bro.
Yeah,
it is.
Now, when you look at the Saudis, though, Andrew,
do you go work on a 9 to 5, bro?
like,
do you go work?
Absolutely, bro. Like I'm not stupid.
All right, then. So
I
are
know
you
we
not an
new
indentured
slaves.
servant? Are you not?
I know we the new slaves. I know we the new slaves, but at this point, it's like what the fuck can an individual do against the system? It's just sad that we got to
Let me
this
ask
point.
y'all this.
That's all
So
I'm
was
saying.
it any white people? Let me ask y'all this. Hey, Schwab.
Not no
Let me ask you
slave.
this. Was it any white people or what they will call white or European in the transatlantic slave trade?
Did any white people get sold as slaves in the transatlantic slave trade?
What does that matter?
I
No,
would hope so.
I'm about to show you why it matters. Go ahead.
That nigga said I would hope so.
I would hope so. I would say yeah. I'm sure out of
I would say
millions of motherfuckers, some white motherfucker fucked up and got his dumb ass sent across there. Like, okay,
Yeah, but he wasn't getting sent to Africa. The
All right,
transatlantic,
so
the
now,
transatlantic slave trade deals with the moving
hold
of
on, Wall
slaves.
Street.
Hold on.
You know,
The
there was at least
transatlantic
one
slave
crash.
trade deals with the moving of slaves from West Africa to America. If a white
All right,
man got shipped,
hold
he
on.
was
It
not
was a
getting shipped
million
from West
European
Africa.
slaves in
Wanna be
West
clear.
Africa during this time, bro.
Come on.
So
Where?
Or more. So that's what I'm asking. When they coming across here and they calling them Africans, are they white or black?
Wait, hold on.
Bro, that don't even.
Where these, hold on, wait.
That don't even.
Let's slow walk
No.
it. Where these African
That doesn't do
slaves
nothing to
and
the
white
detrimental
slaves?
possession that our
Swab, I
people
will
are in
break this
today
down to
because
you,
of that
Swab,
debt,
on
bro.
another conversation, bro. I break it
No,
down
I
to
get
you,
it.
bro. And I
That to
bring
me, like
I'm
that's
on
a
my phone right now.
yeah,
I'm on
that's
my
an
phone and I
interesting
can't
fact.
bring
That
up nothing, bro.
that's an
No,
interesting theory to think about. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, just a discussion. It's just layers to this shit, right?
No, there's
But
history behind it.
but what I would say is, what European empire got declared war on them, and they people got enslaved?
Irish, right? That'll
What
be
they
the
would call
Irish,
the
huh?
Iberian Peninsula, bro. The Barbary pirates was kidnapping them. They were selling them to the Arabs, and they also were selling them in Africa to the transatlantic slave trade. The Barbary, those same Barbary pirates he's talking about on the Barbary coast.
The people
All
in
that was going on during the same time of the
the people in
transatlantic
West
slave trade,
Africa
bro.
were not buying slaves. They were selling them. They had an abundance of people to be sold. They were
Oh
not
my.
importing people. People
Hey,
were
my good
coming there
brother,
to buy
these
niggas,
Barbary
not
pirates,
sell them.
these Barbary pirates was selling European women and kids
Into Africa,
in
into
West
West
Africa.
Africa.
In West Africa,
Now,
bro.
can you give us a source for that?
If I
That's
was
a
by
heavy
my phone,
statement.
I would, bro. But hold on, you got a brother right here who know about Africa, who from Africa. Hey, brother, was the Barbary pirates not taking white Europeans, or what they would call white, but Europeans, and selling them to the Arab slave trade and in West Africa for the transatlantic slave trade, bro?
Specifically
Yes
West
or no,
Africa.
bro? That's where the Barbaries was at, on West Africa. They patrolled the Mediterranean all the way down
The
to West Africa,
Berbers,
bro.
and I hate going over the Berber conversation, but that's North
No,
Africa
this
you
ain't
talking
no
about.
Berbers,
That's
bro.
You
Libya.
It's
already
the
know.
Barbary
You know that
pirates.
rabbit hole get
Hey, yo,
deep.
Ruben,
I walk
I don't even want to go there. I do not want
Yeah,
to go
don't
to
talk
Libya.
about the Berbers. I'm talking about the Barbary pirates, bro. On the Barbary coast.
Yeah,
We got a
I'm
brother
with you,
from
Wall Street
Africa.
Willie. I got burnt out on that conversation too.
Yeah, I don't even like talking about the Berbers, man. Fuck them. I'm just talking about who had these Europeans enslaved at this time.
So you talking about the
From
Berbers?
the Iberian Peninsula, which is Spain, Portugal, and parts of Europe, parts of
So you're
France.
talking about the Berbers?
That was the Iberian coast, bro. No,
If
all
you
of them was
believe
not
that
brothers.
narrative, you're talking about the Berbers.
No,
So
the
now you
Berbers
got to
that
look at
came
where
later,
they
bro.
were. They were in North Africa.
No, bro. The Barbary Coast. You look up where the Barbary Coast is at, bro. It was named the Barbary Coast after the Barbary pirates, which later became the Berbers.
Later?
Yeah.
Nah, OTK, you lost me, man.
I know, because you don't know history. Because you don't know history, bro. But everything good. Wall Street, you my nigga now. You know that.
Banu in the building, Laura Banu to be exact.
You talking hundreds of
Peace,
years
brother. Peace,
before
peace,
the shit.
peace. Lord, but no in
Shout
this
out to
bitch.
you, Mecca. You heard me? Shout out to you, Mecca.
God.
In the building.
You already know, man. Talk Naga. Squad boss was go with you.
Black Power.
To the chat.
Cooling, bro. Holding it down.
Peace and love, bro.
Peace
and love.
What y'all want today?
Yeah, it ain't no contentions, man. It's just a conversation, man. You
No,
know what I
well,
mean?
those
About
are
history, correct?
right. But according
Okay.
to
All right, bet.
according to AI, yes, they had North Africans who were enslaving Europeans and holding them for ransom.
Thank you.
But they look for that too, though.
West
Yeah, but they
Africans?
look for that though.
Hold on, West Africans?
Thank you.
North African.
It doesn't say West Africans. Right. Thank
No,
you.
it says North African.
Thank you.
But they hold on. They was enslaving
was my point.
Europeans and bringing them to the West Coast and the North Coast, bro. They had the whole Mediterranean Sea,
At what
bro,
time?
all the way down to the Atlantic on the West Coast, to the Canary Islands. They had the Canary Islands too.
It says Barbary pirates operating from North Africa between the 16th and 19th centuries captured hundreds of thousands, potentially over a million Europeans, enslaving them in a significant white slave trade for labor or ransom, a system often overlooked in history, but involved in brutal conditions akin
to other forms of slavery, the creation of the U.S. Navy, and fueling conflict like the Barbary Wars. Now,
All right.
whether that's
Is that not the height? Is the 16th, 17th century not the height of the transatlantic slave trade, bro?
Yeah,
Yes
but
or
it's
no?
not connected to the transatlantic slave trade at all.
Yes, it
There's
is. What
some
the
other shit
hell?
going on.
Man,
There's some
stop it,
other
bro.
shit.
Stop it, bro. Stop it,
Yeah,
bro.
right.
Stop it, bro. Stop it, Wall
Nothing
Street.
about
Stop
what
it,
he
Wall
just
Street.
read refutes the fact that these people are in North Africa. North Africa is not what the transatlantic slave trade story is based around.
Boy, they was bringing people from all over, so say the transatlantic slave trade. All those people wasn't from West Africa. They came from all over. North Africa, East Africa.
Yo,
they was
bro.
bringing them from all over, so say the transatlantic slave trade, bro.
The people,
I'm
that's not
I'm
true.
not against.
That's
I'm
not
not
true.
against what you're saying. I'm not against what you're saying. But the majority of those people did come from West Africa.
Correct. That is what the transatlantic slave trade narrative is based on. It's based on the people from West Africa, specifically. All the way over to Ghana.
Hey, listen, they was transported out of West Africa.
Correct.
Do your story, bro. They was yeah, not you, bro, not you. I talking to Wall Street. I talking to Wall Street. But they was coming from all over. Wall Street? No, these people didn't all descend from West Africa. Who was in this transatlantic slave trade, bro? They was getting enslaved. You had Africans enslaving Africans, bro. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Every portion of the slave trade
bro.
was not connected to the transatlantic slave trade.
Okay, so let me show you something that's really gonna piss you off. Let me show you something that's gonna really piss you off, Dad. Okay, so here we is, 1516. This slave voyage. This the little graph they got showing the boats leaving out of Africa, coming to the Americas over whatever period of motherfucking time. And they said, you see them little dots right there? Now watch this. Watch this. Let me get one of them hoes up out of there.
Damn, you can make it a little bigger, bro. I'm on my phone, man. Damn.
Let me see.
Because I can't even see the dots you talking about, bro.
Okay. No, you good, right? Already. Let me. It's another format.
It is a good conversation, though, man. Hey, I respect y'all brothers, man. I respect y'all brothers for letting me come in and talk to y'all, dog. Y'all could have been done flame me up and tell me, man, fuck you, get your ass right. Y'all could have been did that, man. So I appreciate y'all, bro.
OTK means obviously talking crazy. You my brother, though.
We was about to get him out of here.
No, you can't get me out of here, bro. You can't get me out of here because I know what I know. Apparently, I just learned y'all something because y'all didn't even know nothing about the Barbary pirates enslaving Europeans during the height of the transatlantic slave trade. Y'all didn't even know that.
I mean, I knew about it. I just didn't want to rekindle that Berber conversation.
Yeah.
I was trying to leave that one dead.
Damn, boy, what the Berber did to y'all, man. Damn, what the Berber do?
No, I'm trying to see. Let me see. Cause them bitches coming across the earth.
I'm trying to fall into that intellectual Berber manhole.
Yeah, I got
we
you.
ain't even
I
going
got you, bro.
back there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take you there, bro. I'm not gonna take you there. Word. I'm not gonna take you there.
Suave, what is you doing?
Man, I'm trying to show this little graph.
You good.
Okay, bet.
Yo, TK, you Abo?
I'm American Indian too.
God damn.
American Indian?
Mm-hmm.
Peace, God.
They just met
If you
each other.
just want to say American, I'm cool with that too.
Y'all Abos hurting the reparation argument, man. Y'all definitely not.
Dog, don't you got Abo lineage?
It depends on what you call Aboriginal.
Hey, Swab.
Hey,
Hey,
that's
Swab.
why we
Yeah.
standing on
Hey,
that
Swab.
American shit. We
Yes,
American. You know
That's
sir.
what I
why we
mean?
stay right.
We ain't
Yeah,
American.
if you
We
say
That's why I
that
say
American.
I'm a
to
nigga.
America,
I'm a nigga because everything
yeah,
else
we've
already
been here since it been formed. I agree.
everything
Yeah,
else
you
is
like
already defined. It's too defined, and I don't agree with none of it 100%.
But
The only
Swab, I'm
thing
talking about
you said,
you
what
like
guy?
smoke signal. Smoke signal say that too.
problem
I'm a
is,
nigga.
right? The reparation around the factual nature of the slave trade and that it was a crime. All these arguments that no, it wasn't that many niggas and you can't prove it. I want to be clear, it's only hurting the reparations argument. It definitely ain't helping it.
We
Hey,
don't want
Naga got the
reparations, bro.
argument. Hey, Naga
What
got
you
the
mean by
argument though,
reparations?
Wall Street Willie, because we want our
Huh?
reparations from these Native Americans and from the colonists who
You said what
snatched
I
our
mean by
land from up under
reparations?
our feet when the damn Seminoles
Say,
went on that
what
trail
you
of
mean?
tears.
So basically, what you saying is the Apples owe us reparations too.
Nah,
No, I'm
what I'm
just saying
saying
if
is
the black
what I'm
ones
saying
that
is
I
them.
know got good
No, he
intentions,
said
like
Native
I hear
Americans.
black
He said
apples
Native
saying,
Americans, y'all.
I'm saying
No,
I
he
hear
didn't say
black
that.
apples saying that reparations is for us, the native people, right? But even if I'm willing to work with them to fight for something that I feel like we should all get more so than they do. They want to cut people off. But my point is their arguments don't help the reparation fight. The
Understood?
reparation
Yeah.
fight
Hey,
is
what,
based
Wall
around
Street.
slavery.
Hey, but hold on though.
can I
Don't
ask
we
you a
got a
question
different
about
story though,
reparations?
bro? Don't we got a different story though? Yes or no, Wall Street?
Here's the
I don't know.
here's the story of the Aboriginals. The Aboriginals and the Native Americans, all of them, got their land that they wanted. And when they got their land, some of the conditions that the government put on them is that they have to show you a blood quantum of every
Big
person in
facts.
that tribe.
Big facts.
And now what they're doing, because we as Africans want reparations, they're telling those tribes, after people living there for 200-300 years living, after being enslaved or being saved, they're telling them they have to put them out of the tribe. And
Are
how
you
do I
The
know
talking
that?
thing is
are
though,
you talking about like the
that
reservations and whatnot?
they're on the East Coast, bro. They're telling these motherfuckers up north that y'all ain't the original American Indians. Y'all constructed yourself for that
But
and
that's
got
not what I'm saying.
reclassified as that. No,
But
I'm
that is
telling you
not
on
what
the
I'm
East
saying.
Coast what's happening right now.
What I'm saying to is this, OTK. They have people who
Go
will
ahead, bro.
tell you, I am definitely of African descent. I've been living with these people for 200 and 300 years. I don't know any other lifestyle.
But hold
And
on.
now they're telling them because of reparations and government pressure, they don't want them in the tribe anymore. They want to put them out of the tribe. After
Oh
they've been
shit.
living their whole life that way. They don't know any other
Oh shit.
lifestyle.
Yeah,
They're living with
Oh
these
shit.
people.
Naga telling y'all
Yes.
shout out.
yeah, I've heard
Naga
about that.
saying
But hold
Naga
on.
saying shout
Ted,
out to
you
them
just said something,
Indian
OTK, that I
Negroes and
wanted to
Negroes off
respond
the
to. I
plantation
forgot.
who General Jessup was fighting down here in the Southeast.
I'm
We want
sorry, I'm
our
trying to
land
stop
back.
you there. What
We
was the
want
last thing you said?
compensation for it.
Yeah,
Yo,
but this
when
is what
black people get
this is what they're
when
doing
black
now.
people
They're
Oh,
telling
when black
wait.
people
I
get these
remember.
reparations,
OTK was talking about them going after blacks in some of the Northeast areas saying you're not Native American, right? That's what you were
No,
saying?
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. They're going after these half white looking motherfuckers and these Native Americans and telling them y'all not that. Y'all lying.
Now
But
here's
they're
the thing,
doing
right? Here's the thing. And to the other brother from
Vermont
Africa,
Indians,
hold on
the
real quick. I'm
Vermont
gonna be short.
Indians are one of your first prime examples. That was the latest thing just happened in
I'm gonna be
Vermont.
sure, OTK, but the other thing I disagree with the other brother said was that they had chosen the lands they were given. They got the land they wanted. I would argue absolutely not. They got Utah, they got dirt, they got tumbleweed. You get what I'm saying? That's why they couldn't survive on that land, because it was dead land, right? But when
Nah,
you
it
talk
was
about
Indians over there, bro.
but wait. When you talk about people being pushed out of Indian societies, right? This was something that was already going on in the 80s. They was trying to push black people out. And the real reason they was trying to push them out was because they saw the grift. I don't think y'all realize our ancestors were hustling too. right? So niggas start claiming Chief Bigfoot and all of that, but they're people. Their people who know them are calling them Shango, right? Some African shit. But yeah, on paper, niggas will play Chief
Man,
Bigfoot,
stop that.
Hiawatha. Listen, I could walk you through it, my nigga. We could go to Long Island, right? Like these things are right there, right?
So Old Dirty Bastard was an African?
You look at that nigga and you don't see an African. Look at that nigga
Hold up, bro. Was Old Dirty Bastard an African, bro?
No, he was an American. He was an American.
He was an American,
Old
correct?
Dirty Bastard has never had
all of Central Park, right? His
Old Dirty
granddaddy, right?
Bastard has never had a good hairline. One thing you can find out when you go through the lineage, right? Listen to what I'm saying. It's real shit. FBA, like foundation,
That's
like
genetics,
Black Americans, African Americans, FBA, whatever you want to call them, have the best hairlines on the market, right? I would argue that ODB's hairline showed his original lineage from the jungle, nigga.
What?
You don't look at that nigga hairline.
Hey, man. Let me say real quick. When we talk about reparations, when we talk about black people getting reparations, like what exactly is we talking about? Like a dollar amount, or
We
like
know
what does that mean?
man. We talking about money. We talking about land. We talking about tax exemption. We talking about free education, free healthcare. We talking about the ability to define ourselves, and determine our fucking future. And that's it.
So
The
when I
destruction
talk
of certain
about
white
reparations, though,
we
I
talking
look at
about the
fact that
redistribution of wealth,
the nigga that took the
land.
reparation conversation the furthest was the best nigga that could sell it. And the reason I always said he was the best nigga that could sell it, because he got a Negro off who we knew deleted that white girl, right? I'm talking about
Johnny
the
Cochran.
good brother Johnny Cochran, right? Listen to what I'm telling you. You got to present an argument that if we're asking for reparations, right, we got to present an argument that can win. You asking white folk for a check, they will make you wait another 100,000 years before they cut you a check. Now, what I
Yeah,
would ask for, I would ask for three things. I would ask for, because I ain't asking for land either. White folk ain't giving that up. But I would ask for free education, for a case that I could clearly demonstrate that they denied us the ability to learn how to read under the fear of deletion, right? Like, so I can make that argument, right? I also want employment, right? Like some type of employment package that will help us, and we could clearly point to DEI and say that was never directly for us. We deserve something specifically for us to correct the problems of the past.
Yeah,
But the
then
third part that will put bread in people's pocket, I want a tax break. Now listen to why. White folk, if we tell white folk, cool, I get it. You don't want to, because if you look what happened in California, right? And I'm a land. The Asians and the Puerto Ricans or the Mexicans, whatever them niggas, you know, they all Mexicans to me. But the Latinos and the Asians came together when it was a reparations bill on the floor. They said, why should we have to pay this shit? We ain't make a nickel. And we are the tax-paying citizens of California. Cool, right? So now I got to deal with your argument whether I agree or not. So now I'm saying, let us pay ourselves back. Give me 100 years of no taxes, nigga. I don't care what you do for a living. You could work at the gas station, $36,000 a year, right? You might be coming home with 20, 25 of it. You know what I mean? You don't think that extra 11,000 is going to change the game for the nigga in the gas station?
But I'm
And then
with
as
you.
you go up,
Big
and
fact.
then as you go
So
up,
you know
I'm
that
with you on that.
you know that California. Do you know that California just rolled out like 5 million, or it's on the table like 5 million per black family in
yeah, but
reparations?
see,
It
but that's a
just came
certain
across
area.
today.
Nah,
That just
that
came
ain't
across.
everywhere.
It's in California though, bro.
Nah,
That's
but
the whole state.
listen, that has to do with it, what is it, a domain, whatever. That has to do with the
Eminent domain.
highways that were eminent domain. So that has to do with
Right.
the highways that were built through certain people's land. So what I'm saying is it
Built
ain't
to
for
certain
black
people
people
land. Okay.
statewide. It's for a certain group of people. Yeah.
Well, I know that they will
Okay.
never fucking give us reparations. They will never agree to reparations. Like we
Big
better off
facts.
just put on
But
ourselves
you see
about
the
a bullshit like
problem.
they said.
But
But
you
if
see,
we talking about
We
reparations,
want
and
restitution.
the thing, what I want is, like I said,
Hey, shout out
I
to restitution.
want sovereignty from your laws. I want the ability to define ourselves and determine our future. I want money.
Nigga, you could forget about it.
I want land
That
in all the
that
crown territories.
but
All of
here's
the
the
crown.
Mitch
Hold
McConnell
on, let me get it
voted
out. Let
that
me get it out.
down,
You
and
now
he
you
had
the main
30
argument
black
against.
niggas vote that
Look
down
at
with
you
him.
being the main argument against reparations now.
I'm just saying that argument for sovereignty against law, nigga. We
I'm
are
just telling you
never
what I'm
gonna
going
settle
through.
after Mitch
but
McConnell.
here's the problem.
Hold on. Let me get it all out so y'all know just how big this is. Land, money, free education in all of the crown territories globally. Tax exemption globally. I want what is it? Punitive immunity globally. I want the redistribution of all museum artifacts, including the Vatican and all these other people, personal collections to be handed back over to us, and then we could talk about something. But that's what I
Well,
want.
Those would be
you know,
American Indian artifacts, though.
now that last part was a good ad.
Correct? That
The
would be
last
American
one.
Indian artifacts,
I'm
correct?
talking about globally though. Yeah, American
But look,
Indian, Australian, and Aboriginal.
see, but this the problem though, Suave.
See, I
Like,
fuck
let's
with you,
be
Suave.
clear.
I
Let's be
fuck with you,
clear. Let's be clear. Reparations is a domestic argument. We're not going to the international courts at this point. We're not going to The Hague to look for something international. So I'm saying I'm just dealing with the conversation from where it is
Right.
prefaced in America. Right now in America, I
But you
think
know
I
what's the
could
problem?
hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. In America, I think I could sell the white people who are talking about we don't want to hear no more of this victim stuff and blah blah blah. All right, you know what? We will let y'all pay yourselves for 100 years. Yeah, you get a tax break. You know what I mean? Like, people will go out there and make arguments that we're still going to be putting money into the economy. White folk don't worry about it. Cool, we could sell that. Like, even in terms of education, we could sell that if a child wants to go to a HBCU, he should be federally covered for his tuition. Imagine all the black kids that go flooding in the HBCUs. HBCUs that have the best Pac-10 football team on earth, right? That's something we could actually sell.
But
And then the
here's
other
the
part, I would deal with employment, right? And we could just look to the fact that as such a lightning rod topic that DEI was, the fact that was it did make sense to multiple groups, but it was never specifically about us, although it was kind of crafted off of our story.
but
So we
here's the
do,
but Wall Street.
you know what I'm
But
saying?
here's the problem. They had a reparations case already, and in the reparations case, which once again Brother Reggie brought out, they explained the pitfalls of what we wanted to do, such as you have to be able to say that you were directly affected. That's number one, right? And number two, the issue is it was so long ago that the judge was saying that they had to have started that case then and left an estate for us to do it now. And all of that is part of the problem.
But that's
So
for
all
me.
of those things,
Hey, yo, hold on,
all
let
of
me
those
say-
things, all of those
let me
things, while shitty, are
But that's
legal
for me on a
arguments.
legal level. On a
All right,
legal level, that's
but let
easy
me
to
just
beat
say
up,
this though.
right?
Let me say
We
this
do
though.
have. All right, good.
The two things that Suave named in the beginning of what he said is things that we could do for ourselves. We don't need to go and ask them to do those things.
What's
They
true?
sovereignty.
Nigga, you
And
can't give yourself sovereignty, nigga.
bro, we already have it. The Moors been telling you, Nationals been telling you that you've been born here on this land, so you
Yo,
have
bro, I've
rights.
also been watching the Moors get violated by American police on YouTube on a regular
Right.
basis.
But you've been watching people get violated on YouTube who haven't been correct in their status in law.
Y'all always say that, man, but Where's
But
the video
that
of
ain't go
somebody that is correct on their status in law winning on this? Because I could give you 100 different examples of where that shit meant nothing.
but look, I'm talking about personal experience. Not like, all right, this is what they said what happened if you do this. No, this is what happened when I did that. You feel what I'm saying? Like, and it tells you right in there, every person born here on this land is a national, but not every national is a citizen. You make that
Where
declaration
does it say that?
when you look it up. Look up the
On
definition
what
of
though? I'm
the
saying, are you talking about in the Constitution? Because everything I'm talking about is always going to come back to the Constitution because I'm dealing with America, right?
right.
So that's the basis of everything.
That's
None of
what
that is said in the Constitution. The
it,
Constitution don't even give separate white people their own sovereignty.
it's not, because it's not talking about citizens. It's telling the Constitution is the only document that's supposed to be governing you.
Yes, it's all about the citizens. It's about the rights of a citizen.
Nah,
Like when you
bro.
talk about, the
Not
First
just the rights
Amendment
of
and the right to
citizens,
bear
bro. It's
We
about
arms
the
and
rights of
we
whatnot.
the
indigenous
people.
people too.
We the people.
But what I'm
Yeah,
saying
but
is
the
though, hold
Constitution
on.
of
But
the
under the
but
Constitution, all those people are considered citizens, right?
Where?
There's even language in the Constitution that addresses non-citizens who are here, right? Like that's covered. That's documented in stone. So whether you call yourself something else or not, what I'm saying is under this U.S. Constitution, nigga, you ain't no different from me. I'm an African American. You are more. We still all fall under the U.S. Constitution, nigga. Neither one of us got no type of sovereignty. Like I can't buy into that.
That's not true, because I'm not a citizen. You are. That's why they
Nigga,
have.
you. So wait. You in America right now, right?
Yes, sir.
You ever left America?
No, sir.
All right, let me explain something to you. If you do decide to leave America, right, I would be impressed if you left America without a U.S. passport. Again, you may not consider yourself a citizen, but I'm telling you under U.S. law, you know what I mean? Like if
No,
you want to travel,
I have a passport.
All right, it's a U.S. passport, correct?
And on my passport application is where I declared my status.
That's
On the
cool
application,
declaring your
listen,
status.
hold on, listen. On the application, it asks you, "Are you a citizen?" Right? Don't
No.
it say that in there?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and I said no. Then it said, "Is your mother a citizzen?" Don't it ask you that?
I don't even remember. I had my
Yeah,
shit
it
so
does. It
long.
asks you about your mother and your father, and I
But
said no.
wait. Let's take it slow. If
Mhm.
you're saying you're not a citizen, what are you claiming citizenship of? And now, how does that affect your rights in America as a non-citizen? I don't believe they're giving non-American citizens American passports. They might give you a visa.
So listen, so you can understand what I'm saying, right? When you're born here on this landmass, you're an American, right? This is America. This is
So
this
they
land.
claim you. So if you're born on the landmass under the Constitution, you are a citizen. Correct.
You're a national.
A citizen.
A national. The only time
Bro,
you're a citizen.
wait.
Listen, hold on,
Let's button this
hear me
one
out.
up early. Let's
Hear
button
me
this
out.
one up early.
Hold on, hear me out.
Right? Under the
Listen,
US
listen.
Constitution, it defines citizenship of America. If you were born here, your parents were born here, you are a citizen of America.
You want to show where it said that at?
In the Constitution, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Where at?
That's
You
an
just
easy Google, man.
you just paraphrasing, or
Let's look. Where in the Constitution
I'll say this. Lord
does
Banu. Lord Banu. I'm living in Trinidad and Tobago. I was born in the U.S. And
Mhm.
I went to do one of the programs that they have here free. And they had a whole argument over whether I could do it because I'm a national but not a citizen.
Okay.
And the
so
whole argument was
Trinidad,
yes. And the
know
whole
about the
argument was and the whole argument was I qualify as a national because I live here and I have a legal status. But I'm not
so
a
you
citizen
from
because I live.
Trinidad, you know about the Americans,
I'm not
Yes.
listen, I'm not from Trinidad. I was born in the States. I live in Trinidad now.
Yeah.
But they
never heard of
consider me.
Americans?
Yes, some Americans. Yes.
So you're
from Guyana, boy?
So you saying that it is a differentiation between a citizen and a national?
Yes.
And you can be a citizen and not a national. Or if you're a citizen, you are a national. But if you're a national,
no.
No, if you're a citizen,
A national means that I have a legal status to be here. I can work here and I can live here, but I'm not a citizen of the country. It's not the same thing. It's two different legal statuses.
The Constitution defines
citizenship. Their nationality would be American.
The Constitution defines citizenship as national citizenship for all persons born or naturalized into the U.S.
Right.
Really?
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not
hold on,
disagreeing
listen
with
to what you
you're
said.
saying.
Hold on. Listen to what you said. Into the U.S., the United States of America is not America. It's not the landmass.
Here we go.
That's crazy.
The facts.
Right,
Just
only the 13 colonies. Yeah, the
just
United States is only the 13 colonies. Go ahead.
Now, you
13 colonists took our land and jacked us, man.
By saying that you're a citizen, right, to the United States of America, you're pledging allegiance to that business.
But here's
business.
But here's my
America's
point.
not a business. It's a
America's
government.
not a business, but the United States of America is.
No, it's not.
Okay.
The United States of America is a government entity. It's a government establishment.
Okay.
It's government. What separates the United States of America from a company?
It is true that what you just said, but the United States of America is most definitely a company. It's a corporation. All corporations are headed by, guess what? Presidents.
Vice presidents
are headed by presidents.
There is one stark difference.
Hold on, don't cut me off. If you go look at any articles of incorporation,
right,
any business in the United States, you will see it is the exact same setup as the United States government.
So this is the point I'm making. There is one primary difference, only one, right? The U.S. government has authority over people, over its citizenship.
Most
Companies do not.
Most corporations got authority over their employees.
Nah, that's not true.
Yes.
Hold on.
You go by the bylaws.
Hold on.
Of your corporation, and we go by the Constitution.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Corporation, which is the United States.
Here's the thing, right? The United States has authority over the rights of all people under its jurisdiction.
Citizens.
Right?
Citizens.
So,
U.S.
come on, man. Can I finish?
Okay. We just
Y'all
trying to
argue with me after I finish, but just let me lay it down. Like the United States, what separates them from. All right, never mind.
Get it out, man. The floor on you, my bad, guy. Go ahead, let bro get that shit out, fam.
Go ahead. So the United States is
real quick.
In fact, when you go back into the history of the United States, when you go back into the history of the United States, the original colonies were called what? Companies.
Before
OTK, man, I fuck with you, bro, man. You already know come through.
Before we get complicated with
Hold on. My bad, Willie. All right, OTK, you finna head up out, bro?
Yeah, man. Hey, peace to everybody on the platform. You already know we see each other again in the streets.
You my guy.
I appreciate all y'all, man. Y'all boys have a blessed one, man.
Okay, shout out to you.
Bro,
go ahead, Larrell. You got the floor, bro. What would you explain it? And then Willie replying or asking a question or making his comment or something.
I was saying in the inception of the United States, the original colonies were called companies. The Virginia Company, Blase Company, they were called companies. And what were they main product? Think about what their main products and shit were. So it most definitely was a company. It was a group of entrepreneurs and shit trying to get money, hustling. They was on some hustling. So you have to understand that the United States, everything was based on them motherfuckers being a company. That's what the whole union is about. The United States is about merging all of the different branches of these other companies into one big company. Like, and we see that on a corporate level all the time, and it happened on the federal level. It happens on the state level. This is most definitely a corporation. What it's not is it's not necessarily a nation per se. To me, if you ask me, it's not necessarily a nation per se. You know what I'm saying? But it is by definition. But when you talk about common ancestry and certain common customs and things like that, some of that stuff was like imputed on us. It was
modernly they say that corporations are people, corporations are nations.
Hold on.
Yeah,
hold
I know.
on.
And legally they could be.
No, corporations are people under U.S. law. A corporation is a person,
they're persons,
right?
They're persons.
So wait. So here's the thing, right? I just want to be clear. It's one thing that separates companies from the U.S. government, because I agree. The U.S. government was set up off of a corporate blueprint, right? Now, where they placed the citizen, the average person in that conversation is important. But the main thing is the U.S. government has jurisdiction, right, and authority over those in their jurisdiction. That's a big deal. Companies don't have that. They don't have the authority over you, right? Like, they could, hold on. Yeah, they could fire you. Yeah, they could maybe even fine you and try to make you pay it. But they can't imprison you, right? They can't hold you down and kidnap you. None of that. The U.S. government can't. That's the stark difference between the two.
That's illegal for the U.S. government to do. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So I was going to touch on that, right? So I'm glad you said jurisdiction, right? Because that's one of the main things that you do when you go into these entities is challenge their jurisdiction over you. That's what you do. You challenge the judge's jurisdiction. You say, what gives you the right to rule over me when I'm not a part of your corporation? I'm a national, not a citizen. What gives you the right? And that's when they make you to the end of court, and they just let that shit go. They let you go. They don't want to deal with that shit.
The answer is because the courts are not operating as a corporation. They're operating as a nation.
You are a subject of God. You're not a subject of the United States corporation. It says, in God we trust. Those are God-given and inalienable rights. So if your sovereignty comes from God, the government can't overstep God. They can't oversee God.
That's a national.
The government is God.
But yo, wait. Number one, you don't find in God.
The way they recognize God, that is
God
the
we trust in the Constitution. That's number one. You will not find those words in the Constitution.
Not in God we trust, but the fact that they're God.
So hold on. That's the company motto.
What I'm saying is, even dealing with jurisdiction, right? I can be a whole American citizen, and if I go into Dubai and do something stupid, Dubai has jurisdiction over their land. They will lock me up and nobody will care.
Yeah, I mean, bro, because somebody has a power and the force to abduct you and force you to do something does not mean that they have jurisdiction over you. That just means they're felonious restraining you and they're coercing you and forcing you through coercion and duress.
Watch this, Laurel. When you go into the jail systems now, right? If you find people from other countries in there, they're citizens of that country, right? Or citizens of this country. But you will never find a national of any country in no jail here because they can't lock them up. That's the difference too. When you go overseas as a national, you won't be in nobody's jail.
So what separates a national from a citizen?
You say the difference? The difference is that nationals can't vote and cannot participate in the voting process in the United States, whereas citizens can. That's the difference. But
if you do, then you give up your national
immunity to certain crimes and things like that. Like you can't just arrest a national. You can't just lock him up. Like even for like certain crimes, like you just can't do it because he's a national. You know what I'm saying? They have diplomatic immunity to certain crimes. You see what I'm saying? So when you're a national, the rules change for you. When you're just a citizen,
I watched the American government have Muammar Gaddafi out here looking like Carlos Santana as they dragged him through the streets.
Yeah,
I
but again,
watched
you're
this
talking about
American
threat, duress,
government
and
go
coercion.
into the sovereign land of Iraq, right?
That's by force, brother. That's threat, duress, and coercion.
That's
Like,
my
of course.
point, though.
Yeah,
America
but
will
anybody
always
can do
exert
that.
that
So you
force.
saying if I break into your house, right, and I abduct you and your wife, you're saying that's my wife and that's my house because now I have possession and control over it. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying you don't have the
No,
legal
answer the
ability
question because
to
I want to
no,
understand
I
where your
wasn't
logic coming
speaking to
from.
that at all.
I mean,
No,
but
I
that's exactly what we're talking about. Is
No, we're
jurisdiction
not, bro.
just because you can kidnap me and you can force me through duress and coercion does not mean that you have power over me.
So here's what I'm saying, right? Even America can't do that. It has laws in injunction with international law that it just can't violate, right? But America does get to determine the arguments it respects and the ones it doesn't. And I'm saying I've never seen this "I'm sovereign from America" argument ever work. I've never seen it work.
Well,
I
I mean, you
posted
can't be sovereign
videos
from
in the back chat
a
of me
continent
doing
that's
it.
a landmass. You can't be sovereign from a landmass.
You heard me? I posted videos in the back chat of me wilding the police out.
Yeah,
No,
but like that's
with my own license plates on the vehicle. You feel me? No license, never had a license in my life. You feel me? Vehicle not registered, insured, and none of this shit. You feel me? Like,
so it's like when we talk about like the reparation, because I
Hey,
really
you
want to
got
get
a
back
video of them
to get
pulling
back
you
to that
over and
topic
letting
with the
you go?
reparations.
yep.
We kind of got off topic.
And
I want to see that.
me getting out, they tried to write me a ticket, me getting out, balling the ticket up and throwing it back in their car.
Yeah, but that don't mean you wasn't still held liable for that ticket, nigga.
What you mean? Where the police letting a nigga with no license or warrant, multiple
Nigga,
warrants?
I can
Let us
ball a
get that
ticket
video. We
up.
need that video, Banu.
So wait. How you got a
I
warrant?
mean, Lord Banu, it could be something as simple as that those
How
particular
you got
police
a
officers
warrant
just didn't want
if
to deal
you're a
with the paperwork.
national?
Like it could be something as simple as that. Like I've seen police officers who just didn't want to deal with that shit and just be like, you know what, man, go and get the fuck out of here. And then
Nah, wait. Let's
I've
slow
seen
walk it.
other
Let's
police
slow walk
officers that will sit there and argue with
Let's
your
slow
ass
walk it.
and put
If a
your ass
nigga got a
and
warrant,
kidnap your body. You
hold
know
on. Let's slow walk it. Let's slow walk it anew. If a
Uh,
nigga got a warrant, then you have to respect the warrant. Why
Yeah.
wouldn't you be expected to respect the ticket?
because the ticket is a volunteer contract. So when you agree to the ticket, when you sign the ticket, you're saying I agree to this. You're suing me. You're basically suing me, and I'm agreeing to this suit. That's what you're saying when you sign that ticket.
I don't
Do you
know,
understand
brother.
that? Like you're the city, bro. You are the city. You are the city of whatever you city you claim. And when you get a ticket, the city is trying to sue the city, which is fucking redundant as fuck. Like it don't make logical sense. If you are the city, how can you sue you for an infraction that didn't result in the destruction of property or the loss of life or the
Because
injury of somebody's body?
Because no single citizen of a city represents the city. They don't have the authority of the city. They're
Right.
a citizen of the city.
Right. Look, see, you keep using the right word.
But the city is the citizens. That's what the city is the citizens. Without the citizens, there is no city. That the city is not some type of individual entity
But
that
that's
acts on
two
its own.
different terms,
The
though.
government, the city government is
No one
controlled by
citizen represents the city. The same way no one senator represents the
but
Senate.
that's not true. So then
like,
who is the mayor? So who
a
is the mayor of the
citizen
city?
doesn't have
Who
that
does he
authority.
represent? Who does the mayor of the city represent?
You said what?
Who does the mayor of the city represent?
The people of the city.
Okay, so that means that's one person representing the entire citizenship of that city.
Yes,
right?
because he was voted
So
to
there
that
you
point,
go.
so he has that.
there you go.
Wait. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. He was voted
what do you
in
mean?
by
Just
the
like the
citizens who
president
gave.
represents
Hold
all
on.
the citizens of the federal government. What are you
He was voted in by the citizens who gave
Right,
him
the
that
citizens. That's what I
authority.
just.
Nobody gives a
The
single
citizens
Hold
are the
on.
city, bro.
Hold
You're
on,
agreeing to my point.
hold on. Let's walk it slow. I ain't going nowhere. I'm saying he has that authority because he's voted in by the citizens. Nobody gives one citizen the authority to usurp the accepted law of the city. The law of the city is the law created by the people of the city.
Right, and bro, you just agreeing to what I just said. The city is the people. It's the
There is
city.
no city without the people.
No, the city is not the
brother. Wall
Listen.
Street. Listen, Willie. Listen. The city don't exist without the citizens.
Correct.
Without the citizens, there is
Correct.
no government. There is no legislation.
There's only one point.
There's no law. Listen, there's no laws. There's none of that. It's
There's
the
only
people.
one
It's the
point.
people. It's
No
the people.
one person.
Stop looking. You're looking at the corporation.
Listen, no one citizen is the body of the people. I'm
That's
saying
a
those
lie.
two terms.
That's a lie, bro.
Those two
you
terms
just
aren't
admitted that
synonymous,
the
bro.
mayor is the city and the president is the fucking country. So that's a lie.
No, those two terms aren't synonymous.
Oh man, dude, the mayor represents all the people in the city. The governor represents everybody in the state.
Yes,
The
because they
president
were
represents
elected.
everybody in the country. Like, what part of that don't you get?
They were elected.
But he not when
they were elected by the citizenry.
When our president go to Russia, he not representing the idea. He representing the people of America.
Because he was elected by the people.
Right. So
Right.
the people is where the power come from. It's not the fucking government itself. It's the people. The power is to the people, not the people.
We having two different conversations though. Because all I'm saying is no. The citizen does not have the same authority as an elected official under American law.
No authority.
It's a fact.
That is true. That is very true. But what I think Washi Willie is trying to say, at least on paper, they have checks and balances to stop these people from doing it. It doesn't always work.
Correct.
But there is a framework that says if the president starts to act fucking crazy tomorrow, we're supposed to be able to get him the fuck up out of it.
Correct. There are certain things that even the
Now, that
president
don't work.
can't usurp.
Now
There's certain
clearly,
things that even a president can't usurp.
Now clearly, well, that was the truth, but apparently Trump is doing exactly what he's not supposed to. He's usurping a lot of shit he ain't supposed to.
Trump is different.
That's why you.
I want to get back
That's
to
why
the
they're trying to tear down the Constitution so they can do whatever the fuck they want. Because right now they're stuck.
Let's not
within the Constitution.
Well, Martin Luther, let's say it this way.
As much as you know what I'm saying, he already got enough publicity, man. Let's bring back the conversation back to the reparations, man. Like we shouldn't even be concentrating on these.
Yeah, because I want the whole Southeast. I want the whole
You know
South.
what I'm saying? We shouldn't even be
Whole
concentrating
Louisiana
on the
territory. Give me that.
Only thing we should be talking about is the structure of our own body politic and what that means and what that looks like in the near future. That's what we ought to be talking about. We shouldn't be talking about what the fuck the Republicans talking about, what they think. We shouldn't even be giving a fuck about what Donald Trump talking about, what he doing. Don't none of that shit serve our interests. We have absolutely different interests of the United States government. Black people do not have the same interests. We don't give a fuck about Iran. We don't give a fuck about Palestine. We don't give a fuck about Israel. We don't give a fuck about half the shit that they spend billions and trillions of dollars on. So
But there are some interests we share in common.
because we fight in these wars and we don't never get shit out of it as a group of people, as a collective.
I knew, but you would agree that
man.
there are certain things that we do share in common in terms of the, benefits of America, America's policy. Like, yeah, there are certain things.
Like what?
I'm saying when you say nothing that the American government.
We don't share no interest, and the reason why I say that is because you don't gain shit from it. What have you gained in the past wars, in the past 30 years? What have you as an American gained from it?
So I wouldn't just get stuck at wars, right? But I would say
that's the main acquisition.
Gain higher gas prices, my boy.
I know that's the easiest place to go. I get that, but
What do you mean?
there are other things.
That's how they acquisition everything that they have.
Right. I got you. I agree. Right, but what I'm saying is there are certain other things that are in my interest. The FAA, right? Making sure planes can fly. That's in my best interest.
Man,
right?
that ain't,
The
that
EPA,
ain't got, man,
right?
that ain't got nothing to do with niggas. Ain't thinking about no fucking planes in the sky.
Come on, bro.
I'm just saying, bro. We talking about
you're not letting me make the argument.
We don't care about shit like that.
I do.
That's not,
nigga, I'm black.
I'm saying, bro, that's not an interest. Like collectively, if you ask any group of black people, right? Let's just say you go to any.
I disagree with you.
Listen to what I'm saying, bro. If you go to a random group of 50 black people and ask them their interest politically, I guarantee you, none of them is going to be about the safety of fucking airplanes.
I disagree.
Oh man.
I 100% think. Hold on.
Black people and ask them what is their.
I 100% think if the question is asked, yes, most black people are gonna say we want to protect our airlines and stuff because niggas is flying.
What airline? We don't even own airlines.
Let me jump in there right quick. Speaking of 50 niggas. Speaking of 50 niggas, shout out to the 50 niggas who rolled up to the dead massacre on horseback and started hacking and slashing all of the casualties. You know what I'm saying? Making sure they was out of there. Shout out to them.
Yeah, man. So my thing is, we don't even own an airport to even have interest in whether the airplane flying right or not. You know what I'm saying? So like,
I'm not agree with Laurel, man. That wouldn't even cross my mind.
Here's the point I'm making. Here's the point I'm making. Right?
It's a good point.
Let him get his point out. Let him get his point out. Go ahead.
The point I'm making is there are a lot of black people that, if nothing else, they do care about regulation, right? Like federal FAA, that's a regulation, right? So this is where the movements of the U.S. government would be in our best interest if we pushed the U.S. government to do what we wanted to do.
Man, you ain't no politician.
If I had to kick it in the nuts, I could say one interest that black people got from America doing this thing is the ability to travel to other places and spend that dollar at a better motherfucking rate than what their currency is worth. I could say that. You wouldn't be walking your ass around. America has.
Yeah, but that intrinsically just makes America stronger, right? That don't make African Americans stronger. Like that don't make us better.
No, I'm just saying one thing that we benefited from. Like we.
Nigga, being alive makes me better.
But let me pose this question. To you, Laurel. They say that black people in America spend how many trillions of dollars, right? So we have the economic power, right? Right. But what the fuck are we buying? We buying sneakers. We buying
Newports and cigars. Yeah.
But you making all these other people rich.
I'll tell you why I always hate that argument, because the truth is what we buying is credit.
You're talking about the symptoms of post-slavery.
Niggas is in debt.
Into
so all this spending power.
Hold on. Let Laurel get his point out right quick, Willie, and then it's on you. I want to hear what he's
about the difference between post-slavery black African Americans who were into industrialism, manufacturing their own shit from their own resources versus the manufactured commercial slave group that you're dealing with today, which are two different things, right? The progressive blacks of yesterday, right, were not into all of this consumerism like we are. The consumerism that we are engaging in is a sickness. It's a sickness, and it's a response to the trauma that we've been through for the past 100, 200 years. So I don't think it's a really good analogy to even bring that up.
No, but here's what I'm saying, right? If we take that money and put that money into building companies, if we take that money and invest that money back into our homeland, like all those other people are doing, we'd be better off because everybody else is doing it.
Yeah, man.
So
Everybody's
here's
doing
something
it.
I
So
found when you look into
why
those
we're not doing
numbers about black spending power, right? What you really find is a lot of blacks spending money on credit, right? A lot of niggas is in deep debt. So the spending power isn't even really what people claim it to be. Most people simply base it off of income. When they look at the overrunning black income, nigga, they not factoring your rent, your mortgage, nigga. They not factoring in your baby mother payments, none of that, right? So it ain't like we got this free couple trillion just to
That's
spend.
not no. I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is we are spending. So if we save that money and pull that money, that is some kind of economic power to do something.
Well, I would never disagree with that. I agree with that 100%.
You understand?
That'll never be wrong.
Why is it that black people like jewelry, we don't own a jewelry company? We like cars, we don't own no car company. We like furs, we don't own no fur company. We like sneakers, we don't own no sneaker company. We don't own none of that.
Because we possess, bro. We possess. We need an exorcism.
Let me speak to that. And the problem with that is because when we shifted from being manufacturers to consumers, right? It's easier. And I hate this about our people because we're so adaptive. We know how to adapt really quick to shit, right?
But look, my answer is just
hold on. Let him wrap that point up.
Wilmington, North Carolina. That's
one
my
of the
answer.
drawbacks
Why
from
we haven't been able to
being adaptive is being complacent. When you become complacent and you become comfortable, it's hard to break that routine. And that's what happened to black people is once we stop being inventors and agriculturalists and all of those things that was keeping the country going and keeping us progressing, when we stopped doing those and we started going to Schwab's, we started going to the white people's stores, we started using their things, we stopped producing, we stopped manufacturing for ourselves. And when that shit happened, that created a void. That created a void or a demand for resources and products that only the white man could facilitate because we was no longer doing those things. Right? So now you're just in the habit of allowing somebody else to produce and manufacture for you, and so you stuck in this rat race. But that's easily.
I have a one-sentence answer though. One sentence. Wilmington, Delaware. That's what stopped it. I mean, Wilmington, North Carolina, right? Like the shit that the red shirts did and these crackers did under U.S. banners a lot of the time. That's what stopped us from developing a certain amount. And it's documented. You talking about people that abandoned towns in fear of their life, you know what I mean, who had newspapers, all types of companies. What's good, family?
So Chanel talk.
That's the point I'm saying.
I don't believe. If you're asking me, no, I don't believe that we should take our money and just send it over to Africa or something like that. But this Pan-African movement don't necessarily mean that we all trying to move back to Africa. I'm American by blood. This is my
nigga. You know what I think about that conversation?
Any money that we pull, I think we go to
Suave gonna laugh at this one too.
First, and whatever.
Best thing we could do if we went back to Africa is go colonize.
Contribute to African countries as aid.
Take over
that shit too.
Best thing we could do for Africa and African people is to go colonize that shit for them. But colonize it better.
Man, stop talking, man. Like, yeah, man, you're done, bro.
We gonna colonize it better.
Yeah, we're not being a new colonizer. We're not doing that.
I mean, it could easily be done.
How we gonna go colonize somebody? How we gonna go colonize somebody else and we can't even colonize ourselves?
You can't even colonize the hood. Like, come on, stop it, man.
I disagree. I think that the Congressional Black Congress definitely got you Negroes colonized. They got a lot of power and control. Hold on. When you talk about colonization, you're talking about power and control.
You talking about colonization?
Hold on. Let me just answer. Right. The question was, hold on. Let me answer the other brother. The other brother said, how can we colonize if we can't colonize ourselves? I was like, yo, we all colonized right over here by black people. When you look at the Congressional Black Congress, when you look at where black power is, yeah, that is a form of colonization. They got some control. They
Who?
know what's going on in niggas' neighborhoods. That's why niggas complain about them all the time.
Who you
To
talking
be
about?
a colonizer, you have to be a foreigner. You can't
Who you talking
colonize
about?
where you come from. You have to be a foreigner.
Africa. I'm foreign to Africa now, though.
No,
You
I
man.
get
never, you
that
never
argument.
foreign to
That's what I'm
Africa.
saying, man. Like I don't agree with that type of mentality. Having a European, a westernized European mindset, trying to colonize people, thinking
You
that you
foreign
bring
to Africa, but you find
do
citizenship
you
here, which is
understand? In
beast.
order to colonize a group of people, you have to see yourself as superior over them.
I
So
don't
are you
agree with that.
consciously saying
I
and
don't agree with that.
openly notorious saying that you are superior to Africans?
That's not true.
Bro, in order to colonize somebody, nigga, that's exactly what you're doing. You have to bring them up under
No, I
your
don't agree that those two have to be
No.
infused. You can
Colonization.
colonize somebody and have respect for who they
bro.
are.
You cannot colonize somebody without fucking bringing them up under your yoke.
Gotta take their culture.
The whole fucking ideology of colonizing someone.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm gonna say it again. You can only be a colonizer if you are a foreigner. You cannot colonize your own country. That's not what colonialization means.
So what you
I'm
mean?
not an African,
Where you are
though,
from
bro.
and
Yo,
invade
look.
somewhere where you're not from. We
All right,
are
look.
Africans.
If
You
I'm from
can't
New
colonize
Jersey,
Africa.
I'm not an
if I'm
African
from
no
New
more, though,
Jersey,
bro.
Hold on, let
I am
Banu
of
get his point off
African
right quick. Hold
descent.
on. One mic. Let Banu
I
get
am
that.
of African descent,
but look,
but I'm
if
no
I'm from
longer
New
an
Jersey,
African. So if I
I'm from
did
New
go back to
Jersey,
the
I could go
continent and
Hold
do
on,
down
Willie.
something,
Let him get that point. I'm gonna give you the mic next, man, and then you and the brother can go back. Jose.
If I'm from
y'all
New
want me to
Jersey,
stop?
and if I'm from New Jersey and I go down south, to them, essentially, I'm a foreigner, bro. I don't know nothing about how they operate. You feel me? Unless I'm there for a minute and somebody acclimate me to how things go down there. You feel me? So you can a foreigner is just somebody could live right next door to you and come to your house, and now they're a foreigner because they don't know
You're
nothing
stretching
about
that
what's
too
going
far.
on.
No.
What's
Okay,
foreign?
go ahead, Willie. What was your point, bro?
Define foreign.
No. Before we get
Nah, I
into that,
mean,
we get it.
he kind of just made my point. Like, you can be a foreigner in your own domestic nation, right? So if I go back to Africa and do some shit, yeah, I'm a foreigner when I go over there. But I
They
could be
would
a
never
foreigner
consider
with
you a
their
foreigner.
better interests.
They wouldn't treat you like a foreigner, Wall Street, Willie, and you know that. They would
I
never
know
treat
that. I get what you're saying.
I know
I
you
get
know
your
that. So
point.
don't
I
even
get your
bring that
point.
argument. They would hug you, kiss you, and say, "Welcome home, my brother," and you know that already. You know that. You know that.
I would never argue that.
Right. So,
I would like to
that's
That's
a
what
bad
I'm saying
argument.
to Chantel. Like when it comes to the ideology of us like pulling our money and just like funneling it back to Africa or something like that. Like, no, that's not nothing that Naga thinks about. Like, that's not a thought that we talking about, because I think it's irresponsible to fix somebody else's home up and your own home is broken down and fucked up. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah, we talking about building up here. Like, as far as I know, Naga is the only people who got a comprehensive plan of liberation. You know what I'm saying? That's actually viable for the people that can actually work. So if somebody else got a plan of some sort, they need to bring that shit to the table.
But let me pose let me pose a question to you. You're gonna build up America, and you're not a sovereign, so you're building up America for your.
You say building up America. You say building up America. I'm not concerned with that. Like niggas shouldn't be concerned with that. You should be concerned with taking care of your own black ass. And once your own black ass is taken care of and covered, then you can start being empathetic towards other people. But first, you need to fix your own shit.
So I want to be clear though. When I talk about going and colonizing Africa, no. I'm
man,
not
why you
talking
gonna bring
about.
that shit back
Hear what I'm
up,
saying?
man?
Hold on. Hear what I'm saying? I'm not talking about sending a ton of resources over there. No. I'm talking about private equity playing the resources that they have over there to not only benefit us, but them as well. I'm going to treat you better than the Belgians. I'm going to treat you better than the French, right? But it's not about us giving away anything. In fact, it's really about bringing resources home. It's a lot of money over there, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that shit belongs over there.
Yeah,
man.
but everybody,
That's they
how come
shit. Let
everybody
them
but us
have that
realize
shit.
that?
That's they shit.
How come everybody but us realize that? Everybody on the planet Earth have their hands in Africa, and a lot of these corrupt leaders is encouraging the bullshit. So why can't you put together 20,000 US and go invest? Everybody else is doing it.
This is
So
my
you just
point.
missing the boat.
This is my point. I'm
we just
trying to
missing the boat.
colonize with the bag and not the bullet, right? I'm trying to go in there with I'm trying to go to the next step of Malcolm's idea, right? And the next step is the bag over the bullets, right? And so, yeah, if I go over there with what our money is worth here,
before we go
do you
over
know
there.
what $1 is worth in Naira? Have you ever looked at that calculation? I was in Accra tipping like a Jewish white man because of the conversion rate. We could take our money over there and go buy some shit up and make some shit happen and actually benefit them as well. That's
Yeah,
my
but
view
I'm
on my
saying
colonization. But I call it colonization because of control, right? I do think black people have an opportunity to go over there and control some shit and do what's best for everyone.
So I'm
not
maybe
saying
I just don't like the
colonization
word
like
you use.
King
I
Leopold.
think
I
that's
want to
what it
be
is.
clear.
I think I just don't like the word.
I'm not
you
trying to King Leopold niggas. I want to be
But
clear.
that's what it sounds like.
Nah, definitely ain't trying to go King Leopold.
I don't want to see another United States of America nowhere else. Like I don't want to see that sickness spread to other places in the world. Like the type of shit we got going on here in the streets and in our families and stuff. I don't want to see that in other places. So I'm totally against any type of Western fucking ideology taking root over there if it ain't just about unity. Like other than that, if it ain't about unity, then you're doing a disservice. If you're going over there talking religion, you're doing a disservice. If you're doing anything over there besides growing food and producing energy, you are a fucking leech.
All right, so here's the thing though, Anu, when you said nothing about damn, my dad just called me. When you say nothing about America, right, benefits black people, I disagree because that's not how
You go
even
back
most
like 3-4 conversations back, man.
Hold on, let him get his point off, man. I knew. Go ahead, Willie, man. Remember your point, bro. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, a lot of us aren't against going and getting the bag, right? While still being black and supporting unification, you know what I mean? But it's some things, when I look at the continent, it might be beneficial for them to have some niggas come in and say, yo, get out the way. Let us show you how to do this shit. You get what I'm saying? And it's a lot of money potentially in doing that. But I just wanted to be clear. It wasn't about taking everything we have and sending it to Africa and saving nobody. Nah, it was about going to chase that bag. It's a bag over there.
I know it's on you. But I say, go ahead, God.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, man. Like in the end, it's like when we come together and we liberate ourselves from the daily oppression that we're going through, we have time to be empathetic towards other people. But we cannot be empathetic towards other people when we suffering as a people right here in the United States. And I don't know how to say that with even more vigor, because here's the thing. If we need to be talking about solutions and then putting those solutions into some type of simulation and then seeing which one works best for our people. That's what we need to go past it's enough think tanking. We done a lot of think tanking. Right now it's just time to implement one of the fucking ideas to see if it works. Science. Look, this is the reason why we talk the Million Man joint, right? We can break this shit off into sections. This group over here, you try this way. This group over here, you try that way. It's a scientific experiment, right? And we got different test subjects. All of these are socioeconomic test subjects that we do. Like we got to get in that mind frame, bro. You see what I'm saying? And it's like we can't be thinking about other people. We got to be thinking about specifically what's best for our own people. And I'm saying, if we're not going to create a corporate body for ourselves here, we ain't gonna never get the fuck up out of this rut. But we have to create a corporate body. You know what I'm saying? That does the governing for our people. You can't have 60 individual people trying to be sovereign. You have to have one individual body politic to do that.
Well, right? I say I don't think we got to colonize shit. I know there's plenty of places in America that's waiting on people with money to come and build an infrastructure, be the employing class of people, come start businesses and get them employment. Construction services to build roads and sidewalks and buildings. So I think that's just an easier way to do it than to try to go into somewhere who's already decided to start doing it on their own, bro. There's plenty of places waiting on niggas with bread to come be the employing class.
Right. So look, Suave, that was the important part about me clarifying, right? Because I'm a crash out. So no, when I say colonize, I'm not saying we going in there like King Leopold and chopping people's feet off and all of that. Nah, I'm saying just being an outside entity that comes in and controls some shit. But I'm saying we could do that with the benefit of the people in mind. I'm not looking to be a leech, but I'm saying they're not getting it right over there. And one of the main reasons is because of tribalism. Tribalism is preventing them from getting it right.
I don't think tribalism is not.
Emmanuel is in the building. Can I tell you?
I don't think tribalism is the problem. The problem is what around every place in the United States, all around the world, is greed. Greed and gluttony is the problem. It's because one wants to be over the next. It has nothing to do with tribalism. Is good. Tribalism preserves identity. It preserves history. You see what I'm saying? Your ancestral record. That's good.
I disagree, and I'll tell you why I disagree with that about tribalism. Tribalism is one of the main reasons why Africa hasn't gotten ahead, right? They don't have the unified bodies to really get shit done. You know what I'm saying? If Africans all supported the African Union and shit like that, you would have more of a benefit. But what you usually have, even internally in one nation, will be a bunch of tribalism that'll have a bunch of niggas fighting. Tribalism is their issue, nothing else. The resources are there, the wealth is there, it's just being exploited. How? Through corruption. Corruption how? Through tribalism.
I'm saying, extreme tribalism. I get it. Extreme tribalism.
Well, I was gonna say again, it come down to just greed and gluttony because it don't matter who's in place. Because there's many cities around Africa that has national governments that's just as fucking corrupt as the tribes. That's doing just as much internal conflict and external conflict that the tribes do. So what's the difference? The only point difference, difference is the tribes.
Listen to New.
Hold on, let me
let his point. I know he plowed around for a little bit before he landed, but let him land.
Let me let my plane. So again, the only difference is tribes govern themselves, and governments is trying to govern all of the people, right? So they don't want people governing themselves, so they're going to demonize tribalism and tribal governments. You know what I'm saying? Even though they've superimposed their system of government on top of tribalism. You know what I'm saying? When you talk about traditional rulership. So the real demo is, how do you eliminate greed and gluttony? And the way you eliminate greed and gluttony is a socialistic type government, a socialistic type republic government, which is like tribalism. That's kind of like what tribalism is socialism.
Nah, bro. And I'm gonna tell you why you wrong, bro. Even if you look at how the governments are set up, let's look at one country, Nigeria, right? Right now, Nigeria has, I think, a Fulani president and a Igbo vice president, right? They have things written into their law about the exchange of power between the tribes. The tribes are always gonna be the base of their setup. And that's what becomes problematic. That's why Nigeria isn't even really unified. One, but partly because of religion, But mainly, if you don't want to sit there and blame religion, and you really can't, because you got a lot of Igbos that are Muslims as well. But what I'm saying is it's the tribe that causes the division. It's the tribe that facilitates the theft, right? The corruption, right? Like one tribe is in power, they steal everything, they people take care of them. And I mean, that's what it is.
I mean, I think it's enough blame to go around. I don't think it's one thing that's triggering all of this. Is a multitude of things, and there's plenty of addresses to send letters to. So yeah,
One of the problems is Nigeria was superimposed upon those people. You know what I'm saying? That's an outside entity coming and being placed upon those people.
But Ruben, to take advantage of what? Tribal differences. Come on, let's be real. Like, if we're gonna deal with it, let's deal with the whole picture.
I
right?
say,
And one of the reasons
the
why
more
in the British,
the
what was
more
it?
we keep talking about it, the more we keep talking about it instead of taking the action, we ain't doing shit.
I mean, well, we know we're not doing shit.
Nah, I'm talking about from a standpoint of criticizing. You
Yeah.
see what I'm saying?
Well, we know we ain't doing shit. You know what I'm saying? Like as a collective, when you talking about black men?
I ain't got no problem.
Yes, especially I'm never me personally, I'm never, talking about anybody outside my community anyway. But we specifically
We know
talking
black
about
men as a
for our
collective,
community right now.
are weak as fuck, terrified, scared to do anything, lazy as shit. So yeah, we ain't doing shit.
Yeah, you saying we know that, so we got to start enforcing the opposite.
I
So
mean,
when
I think
niggas
that's what
come
we
with a plan that's enforcing the opposite, the more every time that we get to talking about it instead of taking action on it, we ain't doing shit. That's the
Understood.
problem.
Definitely
Every
understand
plan
that.
starts with conversation, though.
Yeah, that's a fact. Well, against this, amongst a small group of people. So yeah, that's why I said I got the black migration program. Laurel got his nigga nation program.
Hey, share my screen real quick, man.
It's shit that could be done that we can start doing today.
Yo, stop playing, man. You ain't even mentioned the Bolivians guy. Come on, man. You already know we over here building, bro.
So I brought this.
Oh yeah,
up
I'm sorry, Umeka. You got Umeka in the building. You know.
I brought this up right here. This is tribal socialism, right? So tribal socialism refers to a socialistic idea rooted in indigenous communal traditions, emphasizing collective ownership, shared resources, and self-governance. Distinct from European Marxism, often seen in indigenous movements seeking to reclaim land and sovereignty. In the African socialism, Ujamaa, which built on pre-colonial village life for national identity, contrasts with state-imposed systems. It values a deep connection to the land, communal decision-making, and mutual support, challenging capitalistic individualism and colonialism. The core concepts draw from pre-colonial societies where land resources were held communally, opposed to private property and settler colonialism. Focus on restoring traditional relationships with the land and collective determination for the futures seen in Red Nation's visions. Then you got the Ujamaa of Tanzania, developed by Julius Nyerere. This African socialism is aimed to create cooperative village communities based on the traditional communal livings, prioritize shared work and mutual security over capitalistic exploits. Communal lands, common feature include common lands, common land ownership, free healthcare, collective decision making, and sharing of resources as discussed. And like I said, this just keeps going on and on. But again, tribalism can work. Here's another example of tribalism that works on the grand scale that a lot of people overlook. Saudi Arabia, right? The Saudis, the Saudi Empire, or whatever you want to call it, the Saud dynasty. That all of that came from fucking tribalism, right? And they're still in power today. That the Gujarati of India. I don't know if y'all know who the.
Hey, but no, you gotta mute out when you're not talking because your background is causing interference.
Oh,
but
pardon
whenever you want to talk your shit, whatever you want to, just unmute for me.
So other tribal groups like the Gujarati is a East Indian tribal group, and they got a bunch of hotels. The Patels, y'all might heard of that they family, the Patel family.
Yeah, I heard of that shit. Cash Patel, yeah.
All across the nation and shit like that, and that is tribalism at work. When you have.
I'm talking about the effects of tribalism on Africa, right? So we got to be specific, right? One of the effects of tribalism on Africa is literally, well, actually, no, I want to be clear. You said tribal socialism, right? That's one of the reasons why them niggas be having rolling blackouts, right? The way their electric system works is it's in grades. So if you take the A grade, that's the expensive one, and yeah, you have to pay some bread. You take the B grade, you know what I mean? But everything like C and below, it's all free. When everything's free, you're not gonna get good technology. You're not gonna get a grid that can give its people an ample amount of electric
You're
energy.
always gonna be behind. From
Right.
A1 is in the building, man. Shout out to brother A1, man. What's good, God?
I don't think that's true. Like I said, it depends on like a cultural shift, and this is the reason why
Nah. Look, Anu, this is a fact. Nigeria has a generator culture, right? Most people literally pay pennies in like the basic taxes and fees, right? But they don't even really pay for electric. So they only really get 4 to 6 hours of electric. Then the rest runs off generators. They have a generator. This is a fact. They won't pay for their own infrastructure. And a lot of it comes from tribalistic mindsets.
Yeah, but again, you don't need a big, huge power company. I mean, you can have several smaller companies, several smaller terminals, or individual terminals for the house. Like, I don't see no problem with individual generators. That should make a lot of sense, and it save a lot of money on infrastructure that you don't have to build.
But I'm saying, though, this is literally one of the Africans' biggest complaints. Like the Nigerians,
I get that, but a lot of that comes from having to.
Hear what I'm saying, though? They want to be able to plug their iPad
Listen to what I'm saying, brother. A lot of that got to do with them having to follow the standards of European industries and technologies, right? If they were allowed to use technology and do technology the way that best benefit them, I think that would be a big difference. For example, what the brother Julian Brown doing here in the States with the trash and the turning the plastic into gasoline and whatnot. Systems like that will pop up all over Africa if they would just allow the people.
But wait, Anu, here's where I got to stop you, right? Like, these are things I've actually looked into. One of the reasons why they can't really maintain a grid is because it is based off a Western model. These Western models run appliances at a certain megahertz, right? Like probably more than is even needed, right? Like it's probably only 100 needed, but they run it at 250 megahertz, right? So now this grid can't keep up with that. They could probably use a blender that only runs on 50 megahertz and the grid could actually be functional, right? But they don't produce their own appliances. So now because of that, they have to make their grid or their use of the grid on a Western model because you're using a Western appliance, right? It's got certain criteria to function.
But like all of that
that's why they need to get Europe out the way and push Maxwell Chicken Butsu, and you could just draw your power from the radio waves. You heard me?
And that's exactly why I was going with it, where there is innovators in Africa that have spearheaded new age technologies that actually work. They've been put in practical applications. It's just that those governments aren't using them because those governments have contracts with certain industries, and bringing those technologies online would make those industries obsolete. which means somebody pocket not getting laced.
But that's
right?
the point that I'm making, though, right? Like it's not based off of that just right because of these contracts. One of the reasons is it's literally attached to the products that the people have, right? Like Nigeria is not making its own blenders. So if you want to run a blender, you done bought your shit.
Put that back
Hold
up
on.
there. What
Yo,
she
you
say?
do that every time, Anu. Come on, man.
Go ahead. Let him finish his point, and you can read what you need to. Anu. Go ahead.
Say something after that too. I want to speak on this real quick. After that,
Because I'm saying I've looked into this shit, right? Like, so that is one of the problems why they can't even really go crazy with the grid because the way it's set up, right, to make sure that the appliances they have function. Those are Western appliances. You know what I mean? So the problem is big, but I'm saying like technology for one person isn't gonna have the mass effect that certain other things would. And one of the things that Africans have to accept is they're going to have to pay for the next wave of technology. If they want to see things upgrade in their communities, they got to pay for it. And African socialism isn't making them pay for it, and that's keeping them stagnant.
Shout out to the TVs. You ain't got to plug into an outlet. Maxwell Chicken Boosu, you heard me?
Yes, sir. Shout out to Radio Wave Technology. What was that? What was you, Benu? You had a point about this. Is that A1 playing with the layout, man? This dude.
Yeah, I was just.
What's good, man? You been missing in action, man. You good?
Yeah, I was running around.
All right.
I was listening to y'all.
We doing too much A1. We crashing out. Hey, yo, what you
y'all
do
like
to them
talking over each other.
eyebrows, yo?
I mean, I told him that you know, y'all got to learn how to read y'all sources, and y'all can't look, because when I try to make them read their own source, they be trying to skip over stuff. I'm like, no, read that part you wanted to skip over. That's the part that debunks what you're saying.
My nigga super said, if anybody find him on a live, let me know. I'm looking for him.
That's Superman. Shout out Superman, man. I rock with them over there though. They cool brothers, man. I think both our theories go together. I don't necessarily think one is right over the other. I think that's where the confusion is.
So the problem is, though, a lot of times the Aboriginal argument is based in disproving the transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah.
It's based in saying these people aren't who they think they are. That's problematic.
Yep. And
it's problematic.
If they just focused on the we was here before all the other, you're like, okay, you can get it. Like, just do that.
It's problematic, but the truth is it happened. So even if they get loud, all that is doing is irritating the conversation and bringing it to the forefront.
But I'm saying they got to bang on the reservation, right? Not Kwanzaa. They bang on Kwanzaa. They don't bang on the reservation.
I think the Aboriginals' main problem is their definitions and their point of reference. It's not necessarily their argument, right? So they're indigenous to the landmass if they're talking about pre-United States, right? If you're saying that you are indigenous before the creation of the United States, then I will give you that all fucking day long. Even before the creation of certain other states, European powers like the French, Spanish, and Portuguese, because they didn't all come over here at the same time. And each time we fought and rebelled against them and established our own self here in this land. We were not trying to go back to Africa. Like, I mean, and I want to point this out. At no point in time were our people trying to go back to Africa. We was here digging in the trench. We were digging in. We were not trying to escape and leave.
But that's not actually true though. Because if you're dealing with John Cuffey and them, there were groups that were trying to go back to Africa.
Well, I'm not saying that's not an absolute statement that all black people didn't want to go back, but I'm saying a lot
because you got a group that actually did go back. The Libico,
Right.
American, something like
And
that.
they
yeah.
went over there and they colonized Africa.
They went over there, but you know, for the most part, our people was fighting for land and freedom.
Land
You know
here,
what I'm
like so, all of our fights was land here. When we fought alongside the Native Americans, and I want to point this out because everybody want to pat the Native Americans on their back. They ran, they left, they abandoned us. They were our allies. Like why y'all sitting here meat riding them? I don't know, but they was our allies, and they abandoned us when the British pulled out. They abandoned us. After the British pulled out, they signed treaties with the white man to enslave you.
They also owned us.
Yeah, that's what I said. Every race of people did that. In every race, you have people who fought against slavery and people who bought into slavery. You're gonna find it if you look for it.
So
and
go ahead, my bad. I'm sorry, bro.
Emmanuel back in the building. Shit, I lost it, bro.
Yeah, so like I said, I just want to bring it back to the point, the fact that we were allies. We already had set up free trade. We already had trade going on between our people, and we already had our own little culture and shit going on between free blacks, black Indians, and you know what I'm saying, maroons and slave, you know, ex-slave people coming back and forth from the plantations. We had a whole system set up here that was going on for hundreds of years. You see what I'm saying? Prior to them dismantling those societies, those communities that we had built and erected. You know what I'm saying? So you got to understand, when they keep talking this Native American shit, that you got to take that with a spoonful of salt, because I mean, like, you got to really think about this. They were our allies. Well, how do you treat an ally that turn his back on you and leave you?
But this is what I'm saying.
When the white man gave them, they ultimatum, and they took the white man's role, and they took their ass west, and we stayed. Niggas stayed. We stayed there, right there in the southeast, where the fight, where the big main battle was going on. We stayed. The Bible Belt, we stayed. Our African American ancestors stayed, and it's still our land to this day. We still there. I don't give a fuck if the Native Americans don't never get that shit back, because it belonged to niggas. It belonged to us legally. It belonged to us.
You gotta realize,
the British gave it to us. The French gave it to us, and the Spanish
not
gave
the
it to us.
argument.
Not to mention they owe us that 40 acres of the motherfucking mule. We want
on top of that. Yeah, they owe us that 40 acres of the mule. On top of that,
getting reparations from the white man. We talking about getting reparations from the Indians. We want reparations from the fucking the crown of England.
Right?
We want reparations from the fucking crown of Portugal and Spain. We want reparations from the Dutch crown, and we want reparations from the motherfucking Arabs.
So let's deal with the 40 acres.
Hey, don't forget the French. We tapping them up too.
Leave out the French, nigga. So
that's why I said globally.
We want Louisiana. We want Louisiana back. We want Louisiana back from the mouth of the Mississippi all the way up into Canada. You heard me?
They want to talk about world wars, nigga. We was the first motherfucking victim of some motherfucking world wars, nigga.
But I'm saying
we want the whole Gulf Coast and the Mississippi River.
Let's
give us
be
all
clear,
that.
though. This will be a new initiative. When we're talking about reparations, we're talking domestic, right? We're talking about right here in America. So, yeah, we're going to focus on strictly the American government, right? No matter how much the British were involved, the French, whoever. I'm not even shooting at the Indians, because what can they give me? A casino?
Well, no,
I'm not shooting at the Africans.
I want a formal apology.
Real quick.
I want a formal apology, bitch. You fucking betrayed us. You turned your back on us. Nigga, we got the same energy. We bled the same, nigga. Our ancestors' bodies are in the same mass graves.
I'm gonna be real, Anu, right? With where the Native American people, as I view them in America, where they are, right? I don't need nothing from them. They don't even.
We ain't asking.
I don't need no apology from them. They have no power.
We asking for our general respect. We asking for our proper respect, bro. Like I mean, that's the least a motherfucker can do when you was on some yellow belly coward shit and ran.
But wait, hold on. Reparations ain't about respect. It's about money.
I ain't talking about reparations from the fucking Native Americans. They can't give us shit.
That's my point.
They can't give us shit. I'm talking about the only thing they can do is give us a formal apology for turning their fucking back on us.
I don't even need that.
I would say
we deserve it. We deserve it, bro.
I would say there's a
man,
couple
we was fighting alongside
of
them motherfuckers with like 200 years, and they turned coat and
I
ran and left
agree.
us down there.
A couple
200 years of straight banging alongside of you.
They got a
and
deal.
doing
They
business
got
with
offered.
you and marrying
They got
and
offered
out of
some
our families,
reservations to
and you
run.
got the nerve to turn your back on us, and then your future generations want to sit here and look down on the ones that did get, you know what I'm saying, integrated into your tribes. Look down on them and take away their motherfucking citizenship out of y'all raggedy ass motherfucking nation and shit. Nigga, bitch, hold on. I want to make this goddamn clear. How dare you look down on the freedmen? How dare you look down on the freedmen when the freedmen are the only reason why you even got the shit that you got? Freedmen's are the only reason why you got the shit that you got. Go look up the Freedmen's Bureau.
So my argument going to is the Indians can't look down on nobody. They in reservations right now, basically without any control. Right? If you look at where they are today, they don't have control over those reservations. They lost a long time ago. We survived. We actually figured out a way to actually thrive in this nation, right? And that wasn't just because anything was given to us. It was from plans from the descendants of slaves, African Americans, right? They had plans for us, and those plans worked out better than what worked out for the Native Americans, right? So I'm saying with them niggas, I don't even pay them no mind. They're not even really a big part of the conversation until we bring them in it. And when we bring them in it, it only complicates the issue. It only hold on, and I'm gonna lay in here. It only lets the white man off, right? By now we're saying, yeah, African owe reparations, Indians own reparations. Everybody owes us. But no, I'm talking to you, nigga. I'm talking to you, Uncle Sam. Right? You owe me a bag. I'm starting with you.
Yeah, I could get that, but I could talk to two motherfuckers at the same time. And I ain't never thought about the Native Americans and nothing like that too. But I mean, in the paradigm in which Anu is describing it, it's more of a business agreement. It's not like
they 100%. Yo, Suave, they 100%. Hold on, real quick, Anu. Yo, Suave, they 100% took black slaves on the Trail of Tears.
Understood. But what I'm
that's
saying,
what they called it. That wasn't no goddamn slaves. Them niggas was fucking war generals and all of that shit in the damn Seminole Army. All you gotta do is go look at it. Let me share my screen right quick. Hold on.
Not all of them, though.
Man. That shit wasn't
that's one of the lies that's one of the lies they be telling us, you dig? You know what I'm saying? They tell that lie. You know what I'm saying? This is from the Zen Education Project. You see that? The first Seminole and Maroon assault was being planned to coincide with a general uprising of enslaved people in the region. Frank Berry, a former slave from Jacksonville, believed that the Seminoles could be credited for inciting many uprisings and wholesale escapes among the slaves. General Thomas Jessup would later report that not only the close connection between the plantation slaves and black Seminoles, but the understanding that a considerable force should join on the first blow being struck. General Duncan Clinch foresaw the collusion between plantation slaves and black Seminoles, which means the niggas on the plantation was working with the black Seminoles.
That's a fact.
The whole frontier may be laid waste by a combination of Indians, the Indian Negroes, and the Negroes off the plantation. That's three distinct groups right there they talking about, right? You know what I'm saying? In October 1835, Clinch reported the planters' fears of a secret and improper communication between the refractory Indians, Indian Negroes, and plantation Negroes. Again in December, he wrote. Let's see what he said in December, right? All the information I received in relation to the movements of the Indians represent them as being in considerable force and manifesting a determination to engage in war, murder, and plunder. It appears also that they are joined by the Negroes, and if they are not promptly put down, this spirit may extend to the plantations. They were scared of losing the South, and them goddamn Indians turned their back on us, and that's how the colony spread throughout the South, all the way to the Mississippi River and
So
west
let's
of
deal
it.
with that. How did they turn their back on us? One of the ways they turned their backs on us was
because the fucking Indians stabbed us in our motherfucking back.
one of the ways they turned
So
their
I'm just saying that's all the abos that want to run around and claim all them people. And I ain't saying that some of y'all ain't them people, because some of y'all are. You know what I'm saying? But dude, the real truth is, them people stabbed us in our fucking back, yo.
Deal with the real history. I agree.
They stabbed us in our back, and
that's why I say, yeah,
they owe us a major apology, bro.
It seems like if we had like some type of a war treaty, cool. But as far as them upping and dipping with their business and saying, y'all cool. But y'all definitely got casinos, and if there's anything y'all owe us can be paid off gradually throughout time.
But do they really owe us? Hold on, real quick. Yo, Suave, do they really owe us, right? When it's documented, we were more allies, right? Like even their ownership of us could be critiqued, right? Even when you look at when people say black slave ownership,
you'd rather be enslaved by
a lot of them black folk was just buying their people back. Those people weren't slaves, right? Misclassified. So I'm saying, yeah, we never had no treaty with them because we were never fighting them. It was a point where they abandoned us. I agree, and they abandoned us because of 1867, and then you get the Dawes Act, and they get this land and these reservations.
Well, that was not.
Hold on. Anu, can I cook
Go ahead and
for a
land.
second?
Hold that thought. Let them land.
I'm just saying, yeah, I do agree they abandoned us, and it had to do with white folk not wanting to fight with them no more and offering them land that was dead land, right? Like Utah and all that Arizona shit is all desert, right? So they couldn't even survive off that, right? So now they trying to have their own Indian Great Migration. They trying to sell this land, right? The white folks knew the play. Through the Dawes Act, they said, all right, we're gonna make this land, right, individual land instead of communal property, like Anu was talking about, right? Once they did that, now niggas got the opportunity. Well, not niggas, but the Native Americans had the opportunity to sell this land from these reservations, right? It got to the point where the land is so bad and there's no economy, there's nothing that they can live off of or do well, then now they all want to sell the land. The U.S. government was the trustee of these land agreements, right? Like the Dawes Act, making this individual land. In order to prove that you were capable of controlling and deciding to sell your own land, you had to be what's known as competent Indian? The Indian competency or some shit like that. How do you do that? Prove you competent. You become a Christian, or you start, at least for the women, right, having babies with these white men. What happens at that point in history is when these Indian women start marrying, these Indian women who are given lots of land. When you marry that white man, he now owns your property. And so the white man had them in a trick bag, and he got the land. That's how it played out. The Dawes Act, and then the next act is the Dead Indian Act. The Dead Indian Act says, you know what? You ain't even got to be a competent Indian nigga. Like, we just gonna let you niggas sell the land because we just want to own the land. And the white folk worked a good play. In terms of us and the Indians, we never had treaties and whatnot because we were never really at war. We were just both trying to figure it out together.
Oh man, you tripping.
So with that, yeah, they abandoned us. So pack them niggas up, leave them on their reservations. It is what it is. We've gotten to where we are in 2025. And at this point, yeah, let's just focus on us and the documented crime of slavery, which gives us our opportunity for reparations. I'm not trying to hold on to no Indian tribes or nothing. I personally know, right? I got Indian in my blood, but the thing is, I ain't Aboriginal. I know where the Indian comes in my family. It's my great grandmother. You know what I mean? But she married a black nigga. And all the rest of my great grands, they all bunch of niggas. They got off the plantations and was moving around.
Who's sharing their screen right now?
That's Naga, I believe.
Hey, Ruben, go type in Negro Treaty.
No,
Oh,
that's
my
me.
bad. Oh, that's A1.
Hey, whoever's sharing your screen, go type in Negro Treaty.
You dig what I'm saying, though, Ruben? Like, when it comes to the reparations argument, niggas will talk that FBA shit with FBA being a primarily Aboriginal movement at this point, right? Two of them stars, one is for the explorationers, the second star is for the Abos, right? And the third star, yeah, we'll recognize you African niggas that claim you came over here as well, right? So I'm saying they're only hurting the reparations argument. If you're making an Aboriginal argument, then you talking about the original lands. Your debt has been settled. You got a different fight to fight than me. I'm fighting the fight of Jim Crow South. I'm fighting the fight of slavery, transatlantic slavery to be specific. I'm fighting the fight of African Americans, black people, the descendants of African slaves not being allowed to read. These things can be found in legal documentation. That's what I'm fighting. So when we make these arguments, it wasn't 12 million people and it was this many. It could go either way. We do realize that. They could have either inflated the numbers or they could have deflated the numbers and lied a lot. If I'm hustling, I'm packing as many niggas as I could fit on this boat as possible. And I'm going to sell a couple of them without documenting them so I don't have to pay the taxes. Hmm?
But I think he in the background. A1, you want to go ahead and play this? Or at least mute out?
That nigga is suave. That nigga look
I feel like I would have to agree that the numbers could be inflated or deflated. We can't confirm
either way.
Either way, you know what I'm saying? I said that earlier. You know, but
so why deal with that in the argument for reparations and slavery? It would only give credence to something that hurts our argument. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not even making the argument one way or the other one for us that, you know what I'm saying? I'm just pointing out the fact that, yeah, the slave trade did happen. Yeah, we acquired lands during that time in the United States before the United States expanded into these territories. And we predate, our presence being free in these lands predate the expansion of America into those lands. So the fact that they came in and strong armed the shit, they got to pay what they weigh. They got to pay what they owe. Simple as that. Give me the whole Gulf of Mexico and the Mississippi River going all the way up north.
Now
that's
look,
what you took.
This is my point though, Ruben. Even if I agree with you 100%, right? I'm saying we not getting that. I'm saying if we're going to go into these courts, let's argue an argument we could win. If we go into these courts telling these people, let us pay ourselves by not being taxed, that's a real different argument than cut me a check, give me some land. You get what I'm saying?
Understood.
Like white folk, the one thing you can win with white folks is I'm being overtaxed, right? All right. You know what? If we never have to hear these niggas again, let them have their tax money for a few years. And if they don't get it right, we don't owe them nothing. I think white folk are at that point with the argument as well. You get what I'm saying? Where they would actually give it to us. Fuck it. Just give these niggas this tax break and y'all niggas can't come back. You don't want to hear nothing else about reparations after this. I think.
Yeah, but like real talk, one thing that I'm not finna wrap up everything that happened to us into a minuscule amount of money. And I know what they owe us, if it's rightfully calculated, would bankrupt. It would change the global economy. You know, so there's that. I don't think they're gonna ever do it.
Right, and you know, it's like the government not the only ones that's on the hook. Don't get that twisted. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these Fortune 500 companies, they on the hook too. I want Harvard. I want y'all on the platter. You know what I'm saying? I want a lot of these big banks that that had a hand in that on the platter. I want these insurance companies on the platter. It's like they got to pay what they owe as well. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of them profited off of what we went through. You know what I'm saying? And that's the approach we got to take, and not just the government. It's a lot of these Fortune 500 companies as well.
Let's talk about it. Now let's check out Russia here.
Share my screen real
See, in
quick.
Russia, this northern region of Russia here, there's Siberian native tribes here, Asiatic natives that live in the Siberian region, up here, up north, who crossed this land bridge here, the Bering Strait, during the Ice Age. As you can see, came right into here, which is now North America, and populated North America. These are the Inuits. These people are all over up here, right here. They came across here. They came all, and they even in Greenland, they populated Greenland as well. And as you can see, they came down here into the state, what is now the United States of America. They came all the way down here populating these regions. And for some people who would think that I'm just following the white man, I would agree that this migration happened and they came all the way down here and they populated these regions and mixed with people in here, because I don't believe they all natives just came from that one migration. I believe that long ago, see, like we have here, Hawaii, the people like of Hawaii and stuff, notice they are different looking than those people. This is actually considered a part of America, right? These are not the same people. We know this. They're not. And I would say that some time ago, a group of people somewhere in Asia, and here where the dark-skinned Asians are, these people were seafaring people that colonized many islands, came over here, colonized these islands, coming into Polynesia, Hawaii, all this stuff, and they came over here on boats, and bam, populated South America and Mexico and things. And here, these people were mixing with the people from here and coming up into California and stuff. So if you made it.
No, I don't. How do y'all feel about that?
I mean, that sounds like it's along the line.
It's plausible, you know what I'm saying? And not only that, like there are hints of Australo-Melanesian DNA in South America, you know what I'm saying? You do find that, you know what I'm saying? So I feel like his theory is a plausible theory. I don't think it was one migration into the Americas coming over that land bridge either, because that time frame for that migration doesn't match up with the archaeological record in the Americas. The further south you go, you know what I'm saying? You got human habitation in Florida going back 17,000 years ago. Texas 15,000 years ago. It's 30,000 in Mexico, and it goes upwards of 40, 50,000 the further south you go in the Americas. So I'm one as well that don't believe that the Americas was just populated with one migration coming across that land bridge.
So I wanted to bring this up right here, like since we were on the whole Abo thing, dealing with the Native Americans. This right here, the Negro Treaties, is primarily refers to a series of 1866 Reconstruction treaties between the United States government and the five civilized tribes: Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Musqueam, Seminoles, in Indian Territory, which abolished slavery within the tribes and granted citizenship and rights to the formerly enslaved people, freedmen. While intended to integrate Black citizens, implementations varied. leading to ongoing struggles for equal rights, particularly for the descendants of freemen, despite the treaties being supreme law. Key aspects of the 1866 treaties: the abolishment of slavery. The treaties formally ended slavery in the 5 tribes. Y'all hear that? Right? It says the freeman citizenship. They granted citizenship, land, and voting rights and equal protection under tribal law to black people enslaved by the tribes. You see that? You see that? So it says variations by tribe. Each tribe treaty differed. For example, the Chickasaw Nation initially refused to grant citizenship, while the Choctaw Nation later adopted freedmen. Legal authority. These treaties are considered supreme law, second to only the United States Constitution, and have historically overwritten later tribal attempts to exclude freedoms, as seen in the Creek Nation. This is the historical context. Pre-Civil War, the 5 civilized tribes adopted chattel slavery, similar to white Southern slave owners. Post-Civil War, the U.S. government, angered by tribes' Confederate alliance, so they was only mad about the tribes' Confederate alliance. Not that they had slaves or any of that shit, but the fact that they were aligned with the Confederates compelled them to sign these treaties as part of Reconstruction, right? Struggles for Reconstruction, despite treaties guarantee the freemen and their descendants face discrimination, leading to long legal battles for full rights of memberships, especially after Dawes rose. Modern debates continue over the freedoms of freemen's right, with descendants seeking to reclaim promised citizenship and benefits. Now, I clicked on this right here, which is the Reconstruction Treaties. On the eve of American Civil War in 1961, a significant number of indigenous people of Americas have been relocated from Southeast United States to Indian Territory west of the Mississippi. The inhabitants of the eastern part of the Indian Territory, the 5 civilized tribes, were suzerain nations, and that means a person is a person, state, or a body politic who has supremacy and dominance over the foreign policy and economic relations of another subordinate party or polity, but allows internal autonomy to that subordinate, where the subordinate polity is called a vassal state or tributary state, right? So with those suzerain states with established tribal governments, well-established cultures and legal systems that allow for slavery. Before European contact, these tribes were generally matriarch societies, with agriculture being the primary economic pursuit. The bulk of the tribes lived in towns, some covering hundreds of acres and containing thousands of people, with planned streets, residential and public areas. The people were ruled by a complex hereditary chiefdoms of various sizes, complexity, and high levels of military organizations. By the mid-19th century, the United States government had started leasing land from the 5 civilized tribes, that's the Choctaw and the Chickasaw, in the western, more arid part of the Indian Territory. These leased lands were used to resettle several plain Indian tribes that tended to be nomadic in nature, embracing horse culture. At the extreme, the Comanche society was based on the parental or the patrilocal extended family, sharing common language. They did not develop the political ideal to form a nation or tribe until their relocation into Indian Territory. And that's big, because a lot of these Indian tribes that they talking about was like this. A lot of them didn't even have the idea, the ideology of a nation or a tribe. They were just people, right? It says at the beginning of the Civil War, the Union Army was withdrawn from Indian territory, exposing the 5 civilized tribes to aggression from the Plain Indians. The Confederacy filled the vacuum. All the 5 civilized tribes, as well as the surrounding tribes, signed treaties with the Confederacy. As a part of Reconstruction, the Southern Treaty Commission was created by Congress to write new treaties with the tribes that sided with the Confederacy, right? So you see this, the United States got a problem with the tribes that sided with the Confederacies. You see that shit? That's the second time again.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt any of that. I was saying treaties as far as when they broke, when they turned their back. So this is like way early before that. They didn't have like any treaties that would like deem them like, yeah, y'all turned y'all back on this. No, they just
there were treaties. There were treaties. The difference is niggas and Indians wasn't writing shit on paper. Those were blood oaths we were taking, right? Blood in, blood out shit, like real war shit. Right, the white man is the one who do all that paperwork shit and be writing treaties and all that goofy ass. Like that's them.
What is Aquinas? Read Aquinas. Jelly said read Aquinas. I don't know. Aquinas. That's the second time saying that. And read blood. Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
I would say about what A1 played. Yes, I believe that. Not only was that I believe like we knew about the world a long fucking time ago. I believe like the Younger Dryas period is a regression back into tropical areas to survive once climates change due to a global catastrophe impact. So it's like, yeah, people come across there. I believe people sailed from Western Africa into Southern America, into Northern America before the slave trade. Like, yeah, so I really don't think that it's going. I mean, it's evidence of what they saying happened, but what I'm saying don't take away from that. That happened, plus other migrations or other travels happened also. They just cover that shit up. It don't benefit them to let that shit out. What you working on, A1? Yeah. Oh, you on mute.
That was a good build, though, bro. You know what I'm saying? It was a good build.
Oh, I'm muted. I was saying I ain't doing shit, man. I'm rolling up, getting ready for the night, getting ready to stream tonight with y'all.
My nigga.
Getting locked in.
Yeah, I appreciate all y'all hitting the panel, man, and making it something. It ain't shit without the panelists, bro. Like real talk.
Yeah. I had to come up here, bro. I saw you running it and didn't hear no audio coming through.
Yeah, I hate it, man.
Like, hold up, let me go.
I don't know how I ended up muted, man. A good thing it was only a minute. Shit. I done did worse. I done did worse, and nigga, like, damn. Yeah, but shout out to y'all, but yeah, that's it. That's all, man. Bring that information out, bring the people together, let them get a little bit of that energy that we have in the back chat to the public, man, so people could be attracted to the channel. You know, like I feel like that'd be $1 million back there in them Facebook groups. Like real talk, and then they come up missing.
Yeah, a lot of people don't want to come out the back chat to come on the big stage, man. You got to come up here on the big stage to present your argument. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times we up here don't even be arguing. We be building. We have a difference in opinion sometimes, you know, but you can always share your screen and drop the information up here. So don't be scared. Don't just stay in the back chat, man. Come out of hiding, whoever you is.
Mm-hmm. Do your thing. Come up here and get intellectually weighed. I mean, shit. It's nothing to fear because the people that I'll be seeing getting all the motherfucking clout and be the stupid people. It's like if you just willing to just stand on some stupidity like you normal, I just attract people. These motherfuckers, the niggas who got sense, they be like, oh, you ain't talking about nothing, man. You really trying to teach a nigga. you trying to come up with a plan. You trying to do something. That shit ain't attractive. They just want to make fun of something, poke at motherfuckers, agree with somebody, get positive affirmation from somebody else, and then go back to rolling their cigarettes or whatever. Debate the paperclip paradox. Hell no. She said 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, that shit dope. What we got coming up, man? What the next debate, bro? I know it ain't me and Jesse.
I let Cosmo slid out there, but we got a debate we've been putting off for too long, man. We got to get that thing out the way. Yeah. Shout out to Cosmo Cal. He was up here, you know what I'm saying, earlier, but yeah, man, we gotta get that debate on the books, man. If we don't do it for nothing else, let's do it for the people.
We get that flyer done for y'all too by tomorrow. Here's what we got coming up tomorrow. Where is it at? Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, this Saturday, January the 3rd, the arena becomes a battleground. In the left corner, a secular scholar armed with history, logic, and cold hard analysis, the architect of arguments, King J. And in the right corner, the heretic of hidden knowledge, the preacher of the unseen, the challenger of orthodox belief, Dwayne, aka Darkness. Two worldviews, two intellectual titans, one question that shakes the foundation of faith itself. Are Christianity and Gnosticism the same thing? This is not a sermon, this is not a lecture, this is intellectual combat. History versus revelation, scholarship versus esoteric truth, canon versus hidden knowledge. Only one side walks out with the narrative. Don't blink, don't miss it, because when ideas collide, only the strongest argument survives. King J versus Dwayne, aka Darkness, this Saturday, January the 3rd.
Yeah, that's tomorrow, prime time, you know. Coliseum of Arguments, the place to be.
Man, I really feel like we be letting these white people play with us, man. That nigga named Darkness for real.
I like
That's his name. That's his name.
I really feel like they be playing with us, dog, in some shape, form, or fashion. Nah, shout out to Dwayne, though, dog. Shout out to King J.
Hey, man, you should be flattered by it. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, I accept it, man. I'm ready for it, man. As long as he come bring a good debate, man, you know, do his thing. I appreciate his contribution to the channel and, you know, the sport of intellectualism. Shit, real talk.
Ain't he from the Lions Den, y'all?
Nah, Dwayne actually come from Powerful Bills Only, bro. He come from over there by Wavy, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. That's what's up.
Shout out to them over there.
The Texas boys doing their thing. I don't know where Dwayne from. Shout out Wavy, shout out the Texas boys, man, swinging doors and riding slabs and all that. I don't know what they doing right now, but
what they doing? Ripping wood grain.
Gripping wood grain still. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Still riding swingers.
And then
the personalized license plate with the commusion bump, shaking their nose, breaking their dome. Breaking and shaking the neighborhood up, disturbing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the
Titans.
Titans Debate League, presented by the Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. This isn't a conversation, this isn't a panel, this is intellectual combat. In one corner, the voice of the radical reinterpretation, the challenger of ancient frameworks, the man who says divinity isn't in the clouds, it's in the creator of civilization itself. Suave Boss, a man bold enough to declare the black woman is God, not a metaphor, not symbolism, foundation. And in the opposing corner, a defender of revelation, a believer in submission to the one, a man standing firmly on divine law and sacred text. Jesse Valdez, a Muslim, a monotheist, a man who says Allah is God, singular, eternal, unmatched. This is not about insults, this is about worldviews. The black woman versus Allah. Who is God? History, identity, power, spiritual authority. Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained? And that Cash App work, if you was wondering. Somebody test it out for me, man. Shoot me a couple dollars and make sure. You know,
Hey, make sure ain't nothing wrong with the connection.
yeah, let me make sure ain't nothing wrong with the cash. Somebody send me a couple dollars real quick, man.
Right, that's hard though, man. Shout out to Suave and Jesse, man. Good luck to both of you, gentlemen.
Yes. January 24th. Only here at the Coliseum.
I was about to say, don't do me like that. God damn.
Only here at the Coliseum with Arguments, presented by Titans Debate League, hosted by none other than yours truly, A1, the man with the plan, leader of Team Titans. Shout out both of these gentlemen. Let's give both of them a round of applause for being brave enough to step into the Coliseum. You've been running through everybody on the in the league right now. Like,
they won't let me.
I'm trying to hold you back for a second until the tournament over. Then I'm gonna let you loose. That's when I want to let you loose for real. But you know, you keep booking them and scheduling them. I'm gonna fuck it. We just gonna run them. Let's go. If you can do the presentations,
I got that.
Man, he fell off.
Yeah, we definitely did. Shout out to Jelly. She said, I would literally pay $100 to hear a debate about something worthwhile other than religion, ABOS, FBA, or racism. Hey, sis. Well, we definitely take.
Sound like you want to see that God is light as electromagnetism spoke.
She said she don't want nothing religious, and God was the first word.
Hey, but it ain't religion. It ain't religion though. It ain't no religion. Shout out to that. Yeah.
And he said, sound like you on it. But yeah, that $100 is definitely there. Her word is burn. But yeah, we definitely take suggestions, man. If you got some topics that you want to see, some debaters you want to see debated, you put that information in there. I want to see the Rail and Naga debate. Which penguin is the best? I don't know. But you know, shout out to the Penguins. I go with the Penguins.
Hey, I take that. I take that debate.
Yeah.
What penguins y'all rolling with?
You feel what I'm saying? Them dancing ones on Happy Feet. I'm going with them. Whichever ones I'm in. My penguins dance. I know niggas ain't fucking with me.
Batman versus Deadpool type debates. Yeah, what's happening with that?
Let me share my screen again, man. This is what really had the whole checkmate in the back.
Yes, sir. Shout out to the goddess. Don't get it fucked up.
Peace.
Peace. How you feeling?
I'm feeling like it's time for another exciting game of pseudo effects.
Hey, coming to Coliseum Arguments tonight. What time is it right now?
It's 10. Hey, man, it's the boy Swab Boss, man. I appreciate everybody coming through, man, holding us down. Like real talk, man. Shout out to A1. Shout out to everybody came through. Shout out to OTK, man. Shout out to the brother Larrell, Naga, A1, Shaq McNair. Shout out to who else came through? Y'all can help me if you got
Guys, Michael, you had OTK come through. The Banubian showed up.
Lord
Wall Street Willie.
What did y'all talking about?
Oh, it was a party today.
What is y'all talking about, man?
You know what I'm saying? Jose, you know what I'm saying, came through this thing.
Shout out Jose. Shout out Jose. I was listening. He was talking.
Definitely Jose came through. So yeah, man, I just wrap it up like that, man. I appreciate it today, and I enjoyed myself, man. And I felt like we had some pretty well constructed conversations. We was pit bulls in the box for a little while, but you know, we brought it back. Shout out to everybody, man. We gonna end it so we could definitely get into that pseudo effect.
Yeah, let's end with the song from Connie's Son. I usually play him on Spotify, but you can check him out on all platforms. This song is called Same Heart.
Shout out to Connie's Son, man. That's a big dog. Black power to my people, man. Keep your head up so y'all see the bullshit coming. And man, you progress in lanes in which you got a passion, because work is work, but it ain't got to be torture, man. Let's get it.
Right, and then the words of Shaq met the God is peace to those who seek it. Middle finger to everybody else. You heard me?
And you know my saying, treat your smile like your money and never let them steal it. And this is Connie's Son, Same Heart. Peace to y'all. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, 10-15 minutes with Pseudo or Facts, hosted by me and Shaqman. Hosted by Shaqman. I'm just a scorekeeper.
How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never owned any level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart, and they the one taking the aim for it, and I'm the one taking the blame for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating, you gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking, you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women, you pay for the time that you flipped on family. Karma gon' come your way, young nigga. It can be any day, young nigga. The way that you played your hand, I forgive you, but back in that sandbox, can't forget you. Killing my mentor, tell your little brother the issue. How did we go to them pistols? Know I'm official, know that I try to uplift you. Kinda knowing that I miss her. We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never owned any level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart, and I'm the one taking the blame for it, and they the one taking the aim for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating, you gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking, you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women, you pay for the time that you flipped on family. One more hit, it really ain't gon' matter. More pale lips, just me, more chatter. Can't hold hands going up no ladder. I fall from up here, then my shit gon' shatter. I'm putting on for my whole family, but we on a different road, family. You told folk that I told family, but I never did fold when the folks had me 100. I never been fake in front. I told younger nigga make him something, you told younger nigga take him something, and he the one that took that from his cousin, and that there got the whole family fussing. Got big sis beefing with her brother, even through it all still know I love you, but every second I think I trust you. I'm dead, I'm smart in the game, you made it hard in the game. I'm loving, I started the lane, I'm hard as they came. Melody target they brain and they draw like a mark to a flame. How far I done came, you was not part of the blame, you was just part of the strain. You was so grimy that niggas ain't wanna come fuck with me, but that's just part of it. And I'm the one taking the blame for it, they the one taking the aim for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating, you gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking, you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women, you pay for the time that you flipped on family. We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never owned any level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart.